Buddy, is this on? Here. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. If everyone could please start taking their seats. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Wicalba.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
Thank you. So the first item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered this evening by Mohammed Monzurazaman from West Coast Islamic Society. Following that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Fessel to please lead us in the flag salute. If you could please come forward with the invocation. Begin when ready.
So as we start in our religion, we start off with Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, which is peace be upon you, and may the mercy of the God be upon us all, and may this be a blessed gathering, and may this be a gathering of peace and happiness. We're going to start with verses from the Quran. That's how we usually start our anything that we initiate. We start it with verses from the Quran, and then I will say the meaning, inshallah, and then we'll go on with Allah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. The Almighty God has said that He created us from a male and female, and He created us as nations and people for us to get to know each other, for us to get to know one another, and He created us in merciful peace, which is like a circle of life. And the best of us in the sight of the Almighty God is those that have piousness and peace in their heart and are merciful with all the other mankind around them. So we are from the West Coast Islamic Society. We are an Islamic organization which makes sure that the community is always represented in the right way. We do have food distribution. We're always connected with the community, helping out anything with what they need. And it's a very big honor that we are represented today here. We thank you very much. May this be a blessed meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and you have a beautiful voice. Councilmember Fessel, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you very much. Please, this evening, join me in the pledge as we honor our doctors and our nurses and others that are at the front line of health care, and all of our first responders who keep us safe locally, and especially our military women and women serving abroad. May we begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Fessel. At this time, we have a report from the City Attorney from the closed session held on February 13th, 2024. Mr. City Attorney, can you please provide us a report?
Thank you, Mayor. This has already been published, but we wanted to orally report that on February 13th, council meeting regarding closed session item number 1, approval was given to enter as amicus curiae in the case of Johnson versus City of Grant Pass, a class action matter addressing public camping. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to step down now tonight for some presentations. Okay, thank you, everybody. Our first presentation, I am honored to recognize Mr. Frank Garcia for his years of service to the City of Anaheim. As many of us know, Mr. Frank Garcia is a longtime restaurateur who began La Casa Garcia here in Anaheim in 1973. I love it. Your restaurant's older than me. I like that. We recognize not only his successful restaurant career, but also his gracious and selfless philanthropy. Frank found a way to combine his passion for the restaurant industry as well as his passion for helping his community when he founded We Give Thanks. For more than 3 decades, this event has served free Thanksgiving meals to our community members and to those who just may need someone to spend their Thanksgiving with during the holiday season. This event, which began in Frank's restaurant in 1986, has served serving about 3,000 people in 1986, is now hosted in the Honda Center parking lot and serves more than 10,000 meals on Thanksgiving. It's my honor to be on hand this past Thanksgiving and to serve and to share a meal with so many people in our community. Frank's philanthropy goes far beyond Anaheim and even Southern California. He went to Texas after Hurricane Katrina to serve meals and even delivered food, toys, and school supplies to orphanages in Tijuana. Thank you, Mr. Frank Garcia, for all that you have done for our community and beyond, and I would be honored to have you come up and say a few words. The man, the myth, the legend.
Well, it's an honor here to be here in Anaheim for so many years. I've been here for a little over 50 years, and I help a lot since Randy, chief of police, always call me, have problems in the neighborhoods and talk to people, to gain members and everything, and trying to do things. And I applaud all the city council, mayor, city council, and Terry Lowe for knowing Terry Lowe for 50 years as the park and rec that always help us, that work together in Anaheim. In my family, I'm proud of my wife, my kids, and everything. They graduate from Canyon. I used to live in Anaheim Hills. Now I live in here in Anaheim, and I'm so proud of all the people and all my friends, my families, and everybody in Anaheim. Thank you very, very much for all you do to Disneyland and everybody. It's all about giving. And thank you very much, the city council, the mayor, and everybody, but especially my wife that take care of me all the time, Sylvia, and my kids. She's not here right now, but you know, it's a beautiful town. For being here over 50 years, started with Joel Guareña in La Palma Park 51, 52 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Here you go. Thank you.
I forgot 2 things I want to say.
Oh, it happens to me. Happens to me all the time.
Well, I'm so happy that May the 5th, my wife and me, we celebrate 50 years of marriage. August.
Thank you. Well, I can't think of anyone that epitomizes the Anaheim spirit and the spirit of giving as much as you, Frank. Thank you so much for being here. I'm also honored today to recognize and join the Cypress College Foundation Americana Awards in recognizing another Anaheim legend, Ms. Bobby Stovall, as Person of the Year, as well as our own Kevin Kidney and Jody Daly as Citizens of the Year for our great city of Anaheim. So I'd like to invite Mr. Coomerman, the Executive Director of Cypress College Foundation, who has a presentation for us this evening. And we're stealing you guys for photos too, so don't get too comfy.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I think we have a presentation that's going to be up on the screen too to help me out. Well, first off, I just want to thank the City of Anaheim for supporting this event for so many years, 49 years in fact. This event has been taking place. This year it's going to be at the Westin Anaheim Resort on March 6th. I'm also happy to be here on the night when Frank Garcia is being recognized because he is a former Man of the Year, honored at the Americana Awards as well. Next slide, please. We have honored 55 Citizens of the Year for Americana, and this event is possible because of the support of the City of Anaheim and all of the cities that have supported us for so many years. And from our city committee, led by Lori Dinwiddie, who has helped us to pick some incredible honorees as well. We have more than 4,000 students from the City of Anaheim that currently attend Cypress College, and events like this help us to raise money for scholarships, emergency assistance, and other programs on campus. We gave away more than $400,000 last year. This year, I think we're going to be closer to $500,000 in just scholarships alone. So this event is very, very important to what we do and how we support our students. Next slide, please. We have a new president that just started about 2 months ago, Dr. Scott Thayer. He wishes he could have been here tonight, but I've seen his schedule, and he is out and about in the community, and he looks forward to meeting all of you and working with the City of Anaheim as we educate our incredible students. Next slide, please. So last year, you may remember, we recognized Kay Carpenter and Liz Dunster, and this year we look forward to recognizing Jody Daly and Kevin Kidney, as well as our Person of the Year, Bobby Stovall. Next slide. I'm going to say a couple of words about each of them. Jody Daly and Kevin Kidney stand out in Anaheim for leading monthly litter picking walks. Inspired by a trip to Japan, founders of Greenbird Anaheim, part of the global volunteer organization, they've rallied community and business support for cleaner streets. Their creative talents also revived the Anaheim Fall Festival and Halloween Parade, drawing thousands with their Disney-honed skills. Beyond beautifying streets, they've served on the Anaheim's Historical Society, restored a historic home, and created the city's mascot, Andy Anaheim. Recognized by state and city councils and even Congress, their work spans from environmental activism to preserving local history, making them beloved figures in their community. And we look forward to honoring them at Americana this year. As well as Bobby Stovall, she embodies a life of extraordinary versatility and generosity. A classically trained musician turned jazz pianist, she has delighted audience for years while co-managing a successful hotel business near Disneyland. I hope many of you have heard her in Garden Grove as she plays the piano for many, many people. Her talents extend to design, hunting, and outdoor adventures. Beyond her professional success, Bobby's philanthropic spirit shines through her support of various community organizations. From rehabilitation centers to educational institutions, a devoted family woman, her life with her late husband, Jim, was filled with shared passions and charitable giving, leaving a lasting impact on the community. And to hear more of their story and to support our efforts, we hope to see you at the Americana Awards on March 16th. And we have a short video from Jody and Kevin. I think there's sound. Oh, there it goes.
Hi, we're Kevin Kidney and Jody Daly, and we are Citizens of the Year for Anaheim. Please join us on March 16th for the Americana Awards at Westin Anaheim Resort.
Short and sweet, but how could you resist that? Everybody is going to be there because they told you you had to be there as well. We have an incredible opportunity drawing. It's one of the ways that we raise money for our event and for our program. Next slide, please. So the event is on March 16th. We have a silent live auction. It's a lot of fun. It's a great evening. Everybody loves getting in their tuxedo, in their gowns, and coming out and joining us, and so that we can honor our Citizens of the Year and our Person of the Year as well. And I'd like to have them come up and maybe just say a couple things before you recognize them with a picture. I know who the spokesperson is here.
Wow. This is such an honor and amazing. And I just have to say, Jody and I definitely picked the right city to live in. We love it here. I was born in Anaheim and have worked jobs here in Anaheim since the 80s. And boy, we sure love our neighbors and our community so much. And also, congrats to Frank, also, who is a hometown hero of ours personally. And so, anyway, thank you again, everyone.
I'm Bobby Stovall. I'm so elated to be chosen as Person of the Year. I've seen all the wonderful things that Cypress College has done. I was not familiar with it. I've never known a two-year school such as this that has done as many wonderful things with their scholarships, and all because of the cast of the, here you are. You've done so much. I really do appreciate this honor, and I'm looking very much forward to meeting all of you and being present at the Americana Awards. Thank you so much.
This way here. This way.
Have everyone come in a little closer. Right there.
Thank you.
I mean, in so many ways. I told Jody and Kevin they don't get to go too far because our next presentation is really about the work they also do in our community. And we say, you know, not all heroes wear capes. A lot of them also wear green shirts. And they are the true unsung heroes that keep our streets clean. They are the founders of Greenbird, and we want to recognize them for their 10 years of service to the city of Anaheim. So if you don't know and you haven't seen them walking around with us in D3, Greenbird is a volunteer group here in Anaheim that focuses on cleaning up litter in our city blocks. While visiting Tokyo over a decade ago, Kevin and Jody discovered Greenbird when they saw young people picking up trash on a busy street. Greenbird, which began in Japan in 2003, and thanks to Kevin and Jody, came to Anaheim and was the first American team that came to the United States in Anaheim over a decade ago. Since then, they have made a huge impact on our city streets. Their focus is picking up litter, but it's also about changing attitudes and setting an example for all ages and all backgrounds. You can find Greenberg Anaheim on Facebook and Instagram for information on their monthly cleanups, and everybody is welcome to join. And it's always a really fun time. You meet people from your neighborhood. We usually get together and have something to eat or something to drink after. So please, if you haven't had a chance, join one of our monthly cleanups. So can I steal you guys again for another photo? Thank you. Thank you. Last but certainly not least, we want to recognize our Disney volunteers. So 2023 marked the 40th anniversary of the Disney Volunteers Program. The program began in 1983 when a group of Disney employees in Anaheim formed the Community Action Team, which evolved into the company-wide Disney Volunteers Program. Since then, Disney volunteers have completed more than 10 million service hours worldwide. That's amazing. So just in 2023 alone, the Disney volunteers completed more than 5,000 volunteer hours at schools and nonprofits across our city. So I would like to invite Ms. Gina Arreola to tell us more about the work done here in Anaheim by her amazing team of volunteers.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken and members of the City Council. I'm here joined today with many of our project leaders and most dedicated volunteers. And on behalf of the resort and our more than 35,000 cast members, I would like to thank you for recognizing the contributions that the Disney volunteers have made both worldwide and here in Anaheim. As Mayor Aiken mentioned, the program started right here in Anaheim, and that is something that we take great pride in. We take great pride in the passion for community service that our cast members continue to demonstrate. So tonight we have a quick video to share some highlights of some of our most recent projects in Anaheim, but I do want to mention a little bit about what these include. This includes 4 park beautification projects at Pearson Park, Chaparral Park, Pioneer Park, and the Oak Canyon Nature Center. And this was done in partnership with Love Anaheim and the City Parks and Facilities Department. We also held 2 book donation events at the Anaheim Central Library and the Haskett Branch. We're in collaboration with Disney Worldwide Publishing and First Book. Disney volunteers distributed more than 60,000 children's books to local families, children, and educators. We've held 2 back-to-school drives. Through Disney's commitment to inspiring and empowering the next generation of storytellers, Disney Resort cast members collected 4,000 school supplies to support more than 400 elementary school students, and in 2022, Disney volunteers donated 500 backpacks filled with school supplies to Boys and Girls Clubs in Greater Anaheim and Cypress. And since 2017, Disney volunteers have participated in Big Brothers Big Sisters of Orange County and the Inland Empire's Workforce Mentorship Program and served as Bigs at Cattell and Savannah High School. This year, the resort will head into its 5th year of hosting AIM students from various Anaheim high schools. During this 6-week program, students are paired for one-on-one mentorship with Disney volunteers from various departments where they learn professional skills and discover how the resort operates and all of the wonderful opportunities that, career opportunities that exist there. So we've kind of got a little started, but maybe we can play the video from the beginning if you don't mind. Thank you.
Today, Disney Volunteers is celebrating 40 years of serving communities, and we are right here in Pearson Park kicking off our Summer Beautification Series. Walt Disney had a deep passion for giving back to the community, and you see it in our cast members being active right here at Pearson Park.
My group today, we're part of the Red Group, and we are planting 9 new trees. It's actually quite an honor. I never expected to be a project leader. It's actually a dream come true, honestly. And I was born in the city of Anaheim, and I'm really excited to be making a big impact in my community here.
picture. Thank you. We can just take a quick photo.
Perfect, here we go. 1, 2. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. So next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have a recognition recognizing February 11th, 2024 as 211 OC Day and the month of February 2024 as 211 OC Month. Also recognizing February 18th through the 24th as National Engineers Week and recognize February 2024 as Black History Month. And if we have a representative for OC Day and OC Month, if they can step forward.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Andrade, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director for 211 Orange County at Orange County United Way. And I'll just share with you a couple of facts about the importance of this recognition today and why we're so appreciative. Every February, 211s across the country celebrate February 11th as 211 Day and February as 211 Month, which helps to bring the awareness that's needed for this vital community service. 211 OC receives 500,000 contacts each year via phone, text, and through self-navigation through our website, serving as a backbone to the county's safety net. We are proud of the 211 OC and United Way staff who work tirelessly to help the most vulnerable among us. And again, we thank you so very much for your ongoing partnership with Orange County United Way and 211.
Thank you.
And I believe we have our city engineer to accept for National Engineers Week.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Carlos Castellanos, City Engineer. On behalf of the engineers throughout the various departments serving the City of Anaheim, I'm honored to accept this proclamation. This year's national theme, Welcome to the Future, is dedicated to ensuring a diverse and well-educated workforce by increasing the understanding of and interest in engineering and technical careers. Here in Anaheim, we invest in our future by offering several part-time engineering internships, more than 20 just in public works, for college students, and opportunities to high school students to learn more about the benefits of studying engineering. We take pride in preparing the next generation of engineers to make sure that they make an immediate impact in our profession. Many of them land full-time jobs immediately after college or just before graduating. If anyone would like to learn more about a career in engineering, please reach out to the engineering division for more information. Good evening. Thank you.
And we have a representative to accept for Black History Month, if they can step forward.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. To the Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Shedrick Collins. I'm the Vice President of the Orange County Heritage Council. We are honored to receive this proclamation for Black History Month for the work that we've been doing in the community. I see a lot of familiar faces that was in the parade earlier this month. It's good to see you again, Stephen. This guy right here has been rolling with us for a long time. We've been in Anaheim for 13 years now. And just to give you just a small backstory of what we do and how we came about, the late, great, Honorable Helen Shipp started the Black History Program in the city of Santa Ana in 1980. And she did it to bring community members together and honor the city of Santa Ana. It started out very small, but in years it picked up momentum. And it became a citywide event that thousands attended. And this past month, earlier this month, we replicated that same number. We had thousands in attendance. And we want to thank the city of Anaheim, the council members. We can't forget our Disney partners have left. It seems like they took off. But Disney's been a great sponsor for us as well throughout the years since we've been here in Anaheim. Newport Beach Motors, J-Star, Enterprise Rent-A-Car. And last but not least, I want to say a special thank you to the members of the Orange County Heritage Council and our volunteers. This is a volunteer organization. We put a lot of time and effort into this. It takes us about 11 to 10 months to put on this program. And it's all out of the resources that we have as a unit. We put in our own monies, our own time and resources. And we are so thankful to get this acknowledgement from the city, and we want to keep this going. I'm going to be bugging all of you because next year will be our 45th year, and it'll be our 14th year right here in Anaheim, right here across the street. So guys, I encourage you all, if there's any way that you can assist us to make this event great next year, we would love to partner with you as we've already done and keep this going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And our council members, do you mind if we get a photo, please?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, let's do it. I believe that's it.
So clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first several speakers addressing the council agenda?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. There will be 2 public comment periods with speakers having 1 opportunity to address the City Council, except for the scheduled public hearings. This first public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. The second public comment period will be opened by the mayor if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it will be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comments is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called to speak by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas noches a todos. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrecen servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para obtener servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, tenga la amabilidad de ponerse en contacto con la Secretaría Municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada. Muchas gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making any personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting the spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:42 with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:12 or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers, once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can, please step forward to the podium. And Mayor and City Council, we do have 13 speakers that would like to address the City Council on agenda items. And I'll call the first speaker, Mark Richard Daniels.
Thank you. And Clerk, I know some people on the left-hand side of the room probably can't see the TV screen, so can we just call the next, maybe the first 3 speakers and then 3 speakers at a time in case people can't get a clear view of that TV screen?
Yes, will do. The next speaker is, after Mark Richard Daniels, Andrew Gonzalez and Randy Whitmore.
Wait a minute, I want to see my name up there. Okay. Yes, I'm here in opposition of the giveaway of Magic Way. There should be no giveaway of this city-owned property. That was an extension of Cerritos Avenue that basically was a trade-off, I guess, or whatever you want to say, something to extend the right-of-way to move across from Cerritos into the east end through Magic Way, and I don't think there's a reason whatsoever to close that street. It's one of those, the city-owned sign is up there. The city maintains it, and it should be a thoroughfare for the residents of the area that want to save time by cutting through, and it would save time going down to Catella or going up to Ball Road and going across. And then I also want to speak about the pending recall election towards Councilmember Rubacavra. And I seriously would hope that you would find it in yourself to resign the seat, given the fact that this is going to cost the city $1 million by what has been said. Also, the for and against is also going to, be spending an unbelievable amount of money for and against, and I don't think this is in the best interest of this city to be paying for a recall election. Now, certainly they have a right to have their voices heard, to launch a recall. But in this case, it's much that we cannot afford to keep throwing out money for things of this nature. And it's, what is it? It's just a vanity thing for you. Are you just doing it is it an ego trip? And I think it's just wrong that you would hang on to this seat knowing that the possibility of being recalled, and should you lose, you should have to pay for this recall. Thank you.
Next speaker, Andrew Gonzalez. And then we have Randy Whitmore and Mike Robbins.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Andrew Gonzalez with the LANOC Building and Structure Trades Council, here to speak against the recall on item number 30. Let's talk about what this recall is and is not about. This recall is not about corruption. This recall is not about malfeasance. It's not about failure to represent residents. This is about sour grapes. You know, what eventually became Measure A was what this is actually really about. That proponents of this recall were seeking to hold the city hostage with an unpopular and unwarranted policy decision, which would have destroyed jobs, destroyed small businesses, and chased away future economic development. It was wrong for the city, and it's still wrong for the city. And, you know, Councilwoman Rubalcava did the right thing to protect hotel workers with a policy that provided the panic buttons for vulnerable hotel workers. But we knew that this was a bad policy that would chase away business, chase away jobs. So instead of forcing it down the throat of Anaheim residents, we made the right decision, let the residents and the voters have a voice in the decision in this policy. And for that, for giving the residents a voice, for giving them a choice in this matter, we are now seeing a recall. It's wrong. The opponents of this recall are wrong. Natalie Rubalcava is a hero of the labor movement, a champion of labor. You hear her many times talking about what we need for workers here in Anaheim. But the proponents of this recall don't care about that. They don't care about workers. They care about their own agenda. So what needs to happen? And my brothers are here, my brothers and sisters here for the building trades, know what kind of hero to labor Natalie Rubalcava is. But what needs to happen now, what we're calling on, is for all leaders here, elected and non-elected, to rise up with one voice, local, state, and federal, and say, no, we're not going to be held hostage anymore by this bad policy. No, you cannot just recall people because you don't like the policy that came forward. Measure A was defeated, soundly defeated, 2-1. 2/3 of Anaheim residents said no to that bad policy. And we need 2/3 of Anaheim residents, more than 2/3 of Anaheim residents, say no on this recall. Because if this recall is successful, the proponents of this recall will be back again and again and again. Mark my words, they'll be back again. We're asking Anaheim residents to vote no on the recall and support our labor champions. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Randy Whitmer. I can't top that with Andrew, but you know, Unite here does not represent labor. They represent themselves. If the agenda doesn't include them, they come, they bang their drums, they do whatever they want. At every city council meeting I've been to in Orange County, they kill jobs. We have working families that, you know, they live in their cars too. So when we hear that Unite hears, well, our members live in cars, well, so do ours, because you guys are killing our jobs. So, you know, Natalie's been a champion. Every one of you have been a champion of labor. So what's to stop them from coming after you next? So, you know, the thing I don't like about it, we all have to negotiate our wages with our employers. We sit in front of them. We work through a collective bargaining agreement. And at the end, we shake hands. If we get what we want, that's our agreement for the next 3 years. We don't go out and cry. We don't start a recall. This here, it's tyranny. So I urge everyone in the city of Anaheim, no one get rid of this recall BS. We don't need it for Anaheim. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mike Robbins, Janine Robbins, and then followed by G. Price.
Good evening, Janine Robbins' husband, Mike. Magic Way gets 10,000 cars per day. Last night at the Planning Commission, the original designer of Magic Way said he never intended it to be used as a thoroughfare to the freeway or other destinations. That's like saying Orangewood was never meant to be a major thoroughfare because of because of overwhelming traffic on other streets. Most of you don't know what Orangewood is. It's not a tree. It's a street by our house that runs east and west, goes to the freeway. And because of the traffic on Catella and Ball Road and the other streets, Orangewood's become a major thoroughfare. You could wait 3 lights at Harbor Boulevard in the mornings because of the traffic on Orangewood. We need all the arteries. Magic Way is another artery. You can't take away the artery. We need all the streets for the already existing traffic generated by Disneyland. At the Planning Commission last night, one speaker made it very clear. We must have Disney forward, so there will be a crosswalk across Walnut, so she and her daughter can walk safely to Disneyland. And I think they talked about this 20 years ago, that there should be a crosswalk across Walnut. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. Let's see, last night at the Planning Commission, there were a few dozen speakers in favor of Disneyland Forward and the closure of Magic Way. Disneyland spent millions of dollars over 3 years to get a couple dozen speakers in support of their project, and half were from the hotels. We need all the streets for the already existing traffic. And as a neighbor, Disneyland is a giant industrial complex. It runs 24/7. To double in size in this small area is really just crazy. And if you can do your job, you might work with them to pare it down so workers can go to work, and there's not going to be new outdoor music venues closer to my house or the special rides that they're going to have next to Walnut. Everybody likes Disneyland. Everybody likes Disneyland, but we love Anaheim more. Thank you.
Sitting in the Planning Commission meeting last night with the Disneyland Forward workshop, we heard figures from Disneyland and figures from the city on the project. Some of the information might be true, however, some were just outright exaggerations and lies. When we met with Joe Hopt from Disney, a consultant, he told us one thing, the first meeting, mostly that we needed to read the 17,000-page EIR report. That was his answer to all of our questions. In the next meeting, he told us contradictory information to the facts that our reading the 17,000-page report had revealed. And in the last meeting, he said, I never said that about many of the issues we had brought up, but mostly about Magic Way. Well, that's Disneyland Forward project in a nutshell. The project is bullshit. Our existing streets cannot handle the current daily traffic flow of the residents, 50,000 Disneyland visitors, plus 37,000 employees each and every day. Traffic congestion leads to frustration, which leads to road rage, which is all too common these days. We hear about it on the news every day. Taking 5 lights to get through the Ball and Walnut intersection when you are in a hurry is very frustrating. God forbid you're trying to get your kids to school on time. The inconvenience for commuters poses serious challenges in terms of safety, environmental impact, and overall quality of life. Our existing streets must be able to handle the resulting increase in traffic, and yet they can't even handle the current traffic. And on top of that, Disneyland intends to add 15 million more tourists and 13,000 more employees. I would urge you to bifurcate the Magic Way closure from this agenda item to close even one city street to placate Disney is simply wrong. You should ensure that our communities remain accessible, safe, and vibrant for all. That is your job. It might not be how you were elected, but it should be what you do. Come to the intersection of Magic Way and Walnut for our protest on Thursday morning at 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and see the traffic yourself. Bring a chair and sit there and count the number of cars. That traffic will end up on Ball Road if Magic Way is closed, and Ball Road is a street to avoid at all costs. Above all else, read the 17,000-page EIR report. Voting on an item on which you are uninformed is dangerous for you and for us. Do not rely on staff to interpret for you. Many of the staff were involved in the Sidhu era of corruption. It is time to end corruption. Thank you.
Will the next speakers please step forward? First, G. Price, followed by Beverly Griggs and Carolina Mendez.
That's a tough act to follow. Item number 24 gives the illusion that Disneyland Forward is a done deal. In the 17,000-page EIR, there is no traffic study of Magic Way. Instead, we have the illusion that Disney is backing into the taking of a public street. Why? Is it because a resident made a request for a traffic study that they believe didn't exist? Is that why Disney, the day after the request was made, did a traffic count? How about the illusion of being a good neighbor, the new narrative that Disney's trying to push on us? Residents asked for the closure of Magic Way with a petition, and Disney is only doing this because they are a good neighbor. I say prove it. Joe's talked about this petition, about the closure of Magic Way for months, but a petition has never been presented. In fact, a local homeowner has walked her neighborhood, going door to door, and discovered the exact opposite is true. 99% of Magic Way traffic is Disney traffic. 11,153 daily trips, but less than 100 are locals. So over 11,000 cars are using Magic Way to access Disneyland? The EIR estimated 39,550 daily visitors on a non-summer weekday and over 104,000 visitors during a busy summer weekend. Remember, we were told by the city that they never looked at the number of visitors when analyzing traffic, but those numbers do actually exist. So let's take 40,000 visitors to be conservative and do some fake math. 40,000 visitors and 11,000 cars using Magic Way to access Disneyland, 2 people per car. Are we implying that half of the cars are using Magic Way? Maybe some are going to downtown Disney, the hotels, or maybe our employees, but the numbers do not make sense. Again, it's an illusion that the street isn't needed. By closing Magic Way, we are actually improving the pedestrian experience. Let's look at their own map. Number 6, in red, actually says, public pedestrian route removed, followed by map 7, labeled guest pedestrian access. Does that mean no ticket, no access? This is the opposite of the narrative being pushed. So either their documents are wrong or Joe is wrong. Has anyone in the city actually read the 17,000 pages? Is the city just relying on Disney's word that everything is in order? Because that's the illusion. Please read for yourself. At this point in time, you should be very deep into volume 2.
Our next speaker, Beverly Griggs, Carolina Mendez, and following that, Randy Lewis.
Good evening. My name is Beverly Griggs, and I happen to live right at the corner of Walnut and Cerritos. So if anybody is aware of the traffic that goes down that street and what happens over at Walnut and Magic Way, and thanks for the tip that there's going to be a protest there because that doesn't sit well. But anyhow, anything that we can do to reduce the traffic on Walnut is a good thing. People cross there hundreds daily. That road, Magic Way, was never intended to be a cut-through or a thoroughway. And for anyone to say that it's a giveaway, well, it's a $40 million giveaway then, because that's what Disney is going to pay the city of Anaheim to be able to privatize that road. The road will still be open to emergency vehicles. And that crosswalk, I cannot tell you how important that is. I have a 4-year-old granddaughter, and every time I take her across the street to Disneyland, I feel like I'm playing a game of whack-a-mole. Are we going to make it? Are we not going to make it? Is a car going to dart out going 90 miles an hour? And I have made a point when I'm coming up Walnut off of Ball, and there's 10, 20 cars in front of me. I have actually been following them when they go down Magic Way to find out where they're going. Are they cutting through and going over to Disneyland Drive? No, they're not. They're going to the hotel, they're going to the parking structure, they're going to downtown Disney. So that in itself tells me that that road is really being used by people for Disney. So why not let Disney have it for the price of $40 million to Anaheim pockets? Now, the other thing I want to mention is that when you're going north on Walnut, just north of where Magic Way is, there's a turnoff where you can turn into Kaleidoscope condominiums. There's a sign posted there, no U-turns. I cannot tell you how many U-turns are done there and the law is broken daily. Because just because you can't turn left onto Walnut off of Magic Way, people go up and then they turn around and they break the law and they go down so they can access Walnut going south. That or they go into Kaleidoscope and Pepperwood, where I live, and they've got all these cars just passing through to get over so they can get over to Cerritos. So I urge you to vote yes to Measure 24. Thank you so much.
Our next speakers, Carolina Mendez, followed by Randy Lewis and Cynthia Ward.
Good evening. My name is Carolina Mendez. I'm from District 3. Those of us who are here tonight speaking on behalf of our neighbors, not on behalf of an organization, are here because we care. But we need to talk about the kind of growth that we want when we talk about Anaheim growing and prospering. And that's the kind of growth that benefits all of us, not just Disney and not just the tourists. Very few of us are opponents of development outright. We welcome it. We know that we need it. We want the jobs, the opportunities, and the investment that comes with thoughtful expansion. We're not against growth. We're against a model of growth that leaves folks on the sidelines. We've heard many come out and speak in favor of the expansion as it currently exists, but we need to think about the residents who can't, the folks on Walnut and the surrounding area, and about how this, as this currently exists now, impacts their quality of life, those of us who depend on our access to Magic Way. We've been told that there are investments being made into housing, and yes, $15 million now and $15 million later, it does sound like an investment. But as one of the many young people who fear being priced out of the city where I was born and raised, we know that we deserve a better investment when Disney generates so much. Our residents aren't here looking for temporary fixes. We're crying out for sustainable solutions. $30 million isn't going to build the homes that we need. We have over 20,000 on the Section 8 wait list. We have families doubling up, tripling up in living spaces designed for far fewer people. Anaheim working parents and their children deserve more than just a roof. They deserve a home where they can live comfortably and securely. Tourists get to go home, but for us, this is our home. We've heard it said that you're seeking out a path that lifts all ships, but those words are so disconnected from the reality of what it means to live as a working class family in this city. The truth is, not all of us are on a ship to begin with, and we matter too. Many of us in this city have been treading water our whole lives, and so the stakes are very different for people like us when you speak of tides that lift all ships. Anaheim isn't just a pit stop for tourists. It's our home 365 days a year. We deserve a growth plan that reflects that honors the needs of everyone. It's perfectly fine to roll out the red carpet for tourists, but we ask that you roll up your sleeves for our residents first.
Randy Lewis, Cynthia Ward.
Good evening, council members. My name is Randy Lewis, speaking in opposition to agenda item number 24. As a resident of the Pepperwood community off Walnut, the issue of keeping Magic Way open is very important to me. Magic Way is a critical pressure valve, letting traffic cut through the freeway from Disneyland Drive while avoiding tourist traffic on Catella and Ball Road. We don't want to sit in tourist traffic, letting them get into Disneyland, just like they don't want to sit waiting to get into the park while we go onto the freeway. The closure of Magic Way was not studied by Gibson Transportation Consulting for Disneyland Forward. No potential impacts or mitigation have been made public, and there has been no public review of these issues because they weren't in the study. An article on the Mice Chat website on February 26 mentions a meeting that Disney hosted with neighbors. Strange, I live in Pepperwood and I wasn't invited. They distributed this slick, colorful flyer about being a good neighbor by reducing cut-through traffic, or, killing a valuable shortcut, as I prefer to call it. It claims that less than 1% of the vehicles on Magic Way use it as a through road, that between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m., less than 200 vehicles per hour turn onto Magic Way from Walnut, and that 30 vehicles turn left onto Disneyland Drive. That's not 1%. 30 cars out of 200 is 15%, which is anyone's definition of a beautiful time saver over slugging down Ball or Catella. This study that someone on a corner with a clicker and an umbrella, ostensibly commissioned by Disneyland Forward, was performed by Kittleson and Associates during a 4-day collection period. 4 days. Wednesday, January 31st to Sunday, February 4th, 2024. You know, it rained on the morning of February 1st and on the early morning of February 2nd. Does that represent an accurate sampling of traffic patterns for people going to work? And if you had the option, hey, it's raining, you look outside, I'm gonna work from home, or it's Friday, I'm gonna work from home, would you go into the office? And is that, again, an adequate sampling? Disney just admitted they didn't do their own traffic study until 4 weeks ago, for a few days when it was raining. This is well outside the EIR process, without public disclosure, and does not appear to meet the requirements for CEQA. In fact, it doesn't meet the basic requirements for integrity or credibility. It just plain looks crooked. I urge you to remove considerations of the public hearing about Magic Way's closure until the environmental impact of forcing 10,000 more cars onto Ball and Catella is properly evaluated and requirements for CEQA are met. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Cynthia Ward. Then following Ms. Ward is Stephanie Mercadante.
Good evening. With all due respect to the neighbor on Walnut, I'm personally a little bit concerned that she's jaywalking across a dangerous street with a 4-year-old, but that's not what I came here to say tonight. I'm asking you on consent calendar item 24 to pull the item and bifurcate Magic Way out of it for separate discussion because it's not even close to ready for you to talk about the closure of that street. Others have mentioned the fact that it wasn't studied in the Gibson report, therefore wasn't subject to public review. Instead, all we have is a traffic count from Disney that has not been made public. We've never seen it. We have no idea where those numbers came from. They also don't address the fact that Magic Way was a replacement for Cerritos. It was a required mitigation measure under CEQA that requires you to take additional steps before you can close it and eliminate a mitigation measure. And it's not mentioned anywhere. It's not mentioned in the EIR. It's not mentioned in the staff report. We're not close to being ready to talk about this. And yet, staff jumped ahead. I have documents, because I'm the pain in the butt that put in the public records request that a couple people have talked about. And the staff went ahead and started Disney's application back in September of last year. The public review period wasn't even closed until October 30th. And they went ahead and let Disney put in their application. And I got a quote from this. This is from Disney. Since speed is more important than perfection in this moment, to stay on track time-wise, you'll see a solid B+ effort here. Where else do we allow an applicant to put in writing that they're half-assing their application with no fear of consequence from staff saying, no, put it together and then we'll talk about it? I did bring in the documents for the environmental reports, so nobody can say that I'm mistaken. I didn't get the chance to make copies, but I will let you do that because I'm not putting billable hours into this. I also have a stack of emails that I think that you would appreciate, because not only was there not a traffic study, but when staff starts talking about it, Rudy, Amami, Mike Lister, staffers can't even agree on the numbers. They're bouncing back and forth, and it goes from 3,000 to 20,000. They don't even know. And it wasn't until January of this year that anybody stopped to ask about whether keeping Magic Way was even legally required. There's a January 24th email, and they're finally stopping to ask about Magic Way actual trips, whether there was actually a term condition of approval or other agreement that required Magic
Ms.
Way to
Ward,
remain
I'm sorry,
open.
your time is up.
Thank you. So I'm just telling you, this is not even close to being ready for your discussion. Please, let's do this right.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Stephanie Mergante, followed by Wes Jones, and speaker with card number 4028.
I want to start by thanking Norma Kurtz. A friend recently received public records, and they show Councilmember Kurtz asked for information from staff regarding the closure of Magic Way. I appreciate you following up, and I trust you will reach out to us with whatever you learned. I respectfully request that you pull item 24 from the consent calendar for discussion and remove Magic Way from any hearing you scheduled tonight. I believe the arguments to close Magic Way are not accurate or truthful. I think the documentation may not meet CEQA standards. City staff and the EIR 352 for Disneyland Forward seem to ignore that Magic Way was a required mitigation measure under CEQA in the 1990s. It was in EIR 311 from 1993, Modified Mitigation Monitoring 0067 from 1996, and the Developmental Agreement and other documents from late 1996. Magic Way was a replacement for Cerritos being closed. Somehow, your staff and Gibson Transportation all missed that critical detail. The elimination of a required mitigation measure needs more study than your staff or the consultants for the EIR have done. I have spoken to hundreds of neighbors in the area immediately around the resort by going door to door for weeks. To date, I have collected 370 physical signatures on a petition in person. These are people that live directly in the area. And another 322 signatures in an online petition. And once the hard copies have been scanned, I will send them to you. These are direct residents. Even those who have been contacted in the past did not know that the closure of Magic Way was in the project, and they did not request its closure. The 1996 agreements allowed Disney to develop their property as they demanded it at the time, while protecting the quality of life for residents who feared a theme park encroaching on an existing neighborhood. If Disney changed their minds, then it is on them to figure out how to develop their new plans without sacrificing residents who deserve the protection of City Hall. If the street is in the way, they can build a bridge. If Walnut needs a crosswalk at Magic Way, it's the city's responsibility to put one in for public safety. We shouldn't trade a public street to get what our taxes should cover. You are the only voice we have to defend us. We please remove discussion of Magic Way closure from future hearing dates, at least until the credible information can be reviewed by the public and taxpayers aren't potentially faced.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
And taxpayers aren't potentially faced with funding a legal challenge for operating outside of CEQA. And these pages are all residents who live in the area surrounding Magic Way. Thank you.
Next speaker, they could step forward, Wes Jones, speaker with card number 4028, and followed by Vern Nelson.
Mayor, council. First of all, item number 2 is wonderful. You know, you need to have one like that every council meeting. As far as Magic Way goes, if you go in the EIR, it doesn't say anything about what Disney said about it. It says that it's mitigation for the loss of Cerritos. Now, I don't know anything about the CEQA aspect. That's not in the current EIR, but we do know that the intention when it was built was to remediate the loss of Cerritos. And last night, Disney had the gall to say, you know, we had an agreement with Anaheim, a secret agreement, to make it so that the little traffic as possible could flow through there. You know, that kind of talk just riles me. I want Disneyland to flourish. I want, you know, I enjoyed taking my daughter to Disneyland. I want it to be a good business in Anaheim. Anaheim and Disneyland are joined at the hip, whether we like it or not. So we might as well make it a good relationship. As far as Disneyland Forward, it's going to go no matter what I say. I realize that. But at least we can try and not make it too burdensome on the residents. Thank you.
Speaker with card number 4028, if they can step forward. And the next speakers following are Vern Nelson and Norma Lopez.
Hello, my name is Ted Watkins. I live at 1307 South Walnut, which is right across the street from the parking structure. I've lived there since 1983, which makes it about 41 years, give or take. Since then, I've had 2 people drive up into my front yard. Okay, one of them hit the house. I've had a neighbor right next door had a vehicle crash into his house. We've had a lot of traffic there. It takes sometimes 3 to 4 minutes for me to even back out of my driveway. All right. As far as pedestrian traffic, and since all this started, I've watched, and there's not that much traffic. There's not that much pedestrian traffic. All right. If they want to make a crosswalk, fine. That's not a problem. I don't care about that. But I do believe that the increase of traffic up and down Walnut will be dangerous. All right. There's been several accidents out in front of my house. Law enforcement is virtually unknown. They can't be enforced. There's a weight limit on Walnut of 5,000 pounds. But there's there's semis and everything up, constantly going up and down that street. But anyway, closing Magic Way would be a definite mistake. And I would appreciate drive there, go there and see what it's like on your own. And you'll see where I'm coming from. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Vern Nelson, followed by Norma Lopez and Leo Ramirez.
What's up, council? All this commenting up here is starting to pay off. 2 weeks ago, I demanded that planning commission meetings start being broadcast and recorded, and what do you know? The next PC meeting, which was last night, was broadcast and recorded. Well done. I'll have to start issuing some more decrees. Actually, the main thing I called for 2 weeks ago was to have these council meetings broadcast on Zoom, so folks who can't make it here for one reason or another can still comment. Almost every other town in this county has Zoom council meetings. Afterwards, I thought maybe you're all worried that comments will go on forever that way. That doesn't really happen if you watch, for example, Santa Ana or Huntington Beach. There's usually 5 or 6 extra Zoom comments at the end, but they're mostly worthwhile. So let's start doing that now. New decree. Like I mentioned, there was a Planning Commission meeting last night, a big one on the topic of Disneyland Forward. I hope you all caught it. You could skip the first couple of hours. It was Disney's nonsense, and then everybody that agrees with everything Disney says. For some reason, Lucille has this method of putting all the critical comments or informed comments at the end. So if you skip the first 2 hours, you'll get all the information you need. Where was I? I saw Natalie there for a short time, and you didn't say hi. You should be nicer to people. I never did anything to you. But anyway, this brings up item 24, which I hope one of you pulls for discussion. You laying the groundwork to give Magic Way over to Disney for their private use. There was a lot of discussion about that last night and a lot of bullshit from Disney. Our criticism is that 10,000 cars a day use Magic Way, and that when it's closed, all those cars will be pushed over onto Ball and Catella, making really bad traffic even worse. Disneyland's nonsensical response to that concern, as stated by their smooth consultant Joe Haupt, was that 99% of those cars are driven by Disney customers. That's called a red herring. Whether the local residents or Disney customers, these 10,000 drivers will still be pushed over onto Ball and Catella. What's the difference if 99% of them are wearing dumb little hats? Little things. Item 5, a little bird told me, a pajarito, we say. A pajarito told me that some of you are a little upset about spending $600,000 on some Teslas for some of the staff members. Item 30, I actually have nothing to say. Item 31, I'm going to run out of time, but it's going to be interesting, you guys. I wish I had time to describe it, but I don't. I'm running out of time. Finally, I understand that Mayor Ashley may be looking for a new planning commissioner, and I think you should look no further than your own mayor's advisory board. Cynthia Ward would be the best planning commissioner ever, assuming she wants that job. And let's start having Zoom meetings for our council meetings. New decree. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Norma Lopez, followed by Leo Ramirez and Richard Lucero.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. First of all, thank you for your service. I know it's not easy. The work that you do, it doesn't go unnoticed. I'm here to speak on item 30, the recall. Natalie has been a champion for labor. Last month, as vice president of the Orange County Labor Federation, we took a position of no on the recall. You all have done everything you can to support workers. One organization was not happy with their results. And what do? They impact the city to have this expensive election. So I was here earlier when someone said you should resign, and I'm going to say absolutely not. You should not resign. This issue has gone, the issue has gone before the voters of Anaheim, and they already voted no. And I know I'm going to work my rear end off to make sure that you continue to stay in office. We need everyone to support this because we are all labor. We all are workers. And when working people support working people, we win. So I'm going to ask you all to look into yourselves and really think about this. Because if one group, one constituency group isn't happy with what your actions you do, they're going to say, well, you know what, we'll just recall, cost the city whatever it is. You all have the opportunity to run for office. And it is during every election cycle that the voters of the city determine whether or not they believe that you deserve a second term. The fact that an organization decided to take it upon themselves to have this expensive election on the back of the community is uncalled for. So I urge you, support the no on the recall, and Natalie, do not resign. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker, Leo Ramirez. Leo Ramirez. Next speaker, Richard Lucero.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Richard Lasario, 46-year resident of Anaheim. This recall is appalling. I think you guys are doing a great job. I've seen the good, the bad, and now the better. Don't give up. Do not resign. We stand behind you. Anything anybody needs here, we're ready to go. Regarding 24 that I didn't post up there, but if Disney's ready to build it, we're ready to do it. I'm a third-generation laborer out of Orange County. I don't know how many years I can tell you how long I've been a member, but we're ready to build, and don't give up. 46 years, I've seen a lot of things go on with this council, and this is one of the best ones. And thank you all for your service.
Our next speaker, Ross Bunch.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and mayor. I am a member of the Operating Engineers Local 12. I'm a 30-year member. I just want to be here to stand with the LA and OC Building Trades and the Labor Federation of Orange County, fully in support of Councilwoman Rubalcaba, and do not support any attempts to recall. Since day one, she has been in support of working people being able to benefit from good wages, benefits, and hopefully at the end of their career, being able to retire with a pension with integrity. And who doesn't support that? Thank you.
Next speaker, Kenneth Batiste. Mr. Kenneth Batiste.
First thing, giving honor to God. First thing, we got to look at this, the big elephant in the room that nobody keeps on talking about. The city of Anaheim is $4 billion in debt. $4 billion. When you tell the average person that, they go like this: how in the hell are you $4 billion in debt? I said, wait a minute, we had to put up $210 million during COVID on our city halls, our fire station, and our libraries. Why are we such an expensive, extravagant city, but the city is in debt? Because special interest is ruling it, and they're ruling it through our city council, and they've been doing it for years. The JL report has brought this out. And if certain people wouldn't be fighting stuff like the JL report, they might not be trying to go ahead and do recalls. So let's make sure we get it straight. While we say it for the workers, we got to remember this recall was put on by a workers' organization. Not that I go ahead and back them or agree with them or whatever, but the facts is the facts. Now, what does that mean? Disneyland, we pay $1 billion. 40 years we have to pay off a $1 billion bond. Disneyland has not paid 1 penny of a tax to the city of Anaheim. Their philosophy is just be grateful that we're here. But they're worth $210 billion by some people's calculation, and we're $4 billion in debt. We got the Angels, bad management. Made $2 billion, we made $200,000 in 10 years. The point of it is this right here. They got to be a better partnership because we're losing out. We build it, we still losing because guess what? The pensions are still going on. We need to deal with it. They go ahead and talk about a tax, a gate tax. You know what they said? That's on you. But I tell everybody, no, it's not on you. It's on us. I'm going to close like this. history. Y'all have a chance. But you know what? If you keep on doing the same thing and expect a different result, that's what they call the definition of insanity. You got to remember, Madam Mayor, they went against you. Never Trevor. Mr. Leon, they went against you.
Mr. Batiste, I'm sorry, your time is up.
I'm gonna close like this. The road to heaven is very narrow. It's one by one. God bless you.
And I'm going to call again Mr. Leo Ramirez. Leo Ramirez. Okay, Mayor and City Council, that concludes speakers addressing on agenda items. We have 5 speakers to address council on general comments. And the next 3 speakers are Cecil Jordan Corkin, Ruben Soto, and Matthew Duncan. So if we can have Cecil first. Cecil Jordan Corkin.
I wanted to say to them iron workers, my dad was a contractor, Dixie Steel Erectors, and I'm still doing the reports on Disney, and I'm still working with trying to get Walt from Stater Brothers and get him rounded up. I want his signature on my reports because I want to find out what's been in court, and that's what I'm working on. And I've been trying to establish the foundation of that information I've been giving you every time I show up. And if you look at the conspiracy reports, it'll tell you what Walt Disney was before he started Disney. And when he did start Disney, and he got rid of the people from Germany and got rid of the Nazis that was working with him at one time. And it went that way. Then he set it up for families after that. It's in the conspiracy reports. Computer, go look it up. And I did, and I downloaded it. And my manager paid for the ink, 3 rolls of that ink. And I got 7 notebooks and big handfuls of the reports. And I got Bob Eisner, Bob Sherpak, and Paxar all in the reports and what's going on with them now of putting Disney back together again. I'm not messing. This is working, and it's taking time to put this together. And I got it together. It took 90 days to do it in 3 months, and I did it. I borrowed the apartment's computer and did it at nighttime, so I wouldn't be interrupted, and I got it done. Now I'm standing fast on that Walt Disney going to Stater Brothers, and I'm going to round him up, and I'm going to work things out. And the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, because I've been praying for the council team, but Anaheim Police Department needs to go to the cross, and I've been praying for them to go to the cross, because the officer on Alabama is going to Mass and going to the sacraments. And I see that happens ever off and on EWTN, Catholic Word Network. And I got started praying for the police department here in Anaheim on that matter. God bless you, Mayor. You're the mayor. Okay, let's go to work. God bless you.
Our next speaker, Ruben Soto, followed by Matthew Duncan, and then followed Matthew Duncan is Mark Herbert.
Hey, Mayor, City Council, Ruben Soto here. Let me tell you, Karen and, what's her name? Brenda, they answer the phone. I talk to them every day almost, and they're just super nice to me, and I just call to see how they're doing. And this shirt that I have on, it's a statement, because guys used to call me this all the time, so I guess they made this shirt for me. And if you don't like it, I don't care. You can't judge me. But anyway, I wear a lot worse than this, and everybody thinks I'm good because I don't give a heck what anybody thinks about me, because you can't judge me. I don't care what Christian you are. So anyway, now people are taking pictures of me with it, and they love it. It's like a sense of humor. And all you men and all what you've done in the past is going to come back and haunt you. So you go ahead and judge me, because I don't care. So anyway, now, since I've been in Hal all these years, Joseph, the Bible, 40 years, standing behind the bush because he ran because all the ladies lied about me because they said they wanted to have with me, okay? So now it's been 40 years since I divorced. I was married to my ex-wife. 40 years I divorced her because I was tired of her crap. And now somebody wrote a letter in behalf to my bank Chase, and they told me that, Ruben, it's time. Good things are gonna start happening for you. Go, everybody put me through hell, and your churches and everybody and your cops. So anyway, you don't like my shirt? I don't give a hoot. You have a great day.
Next speaker, Matthew Duncan, and then followed by Mark Herbert and Brian Kay.
Matthew Duncan, longtime Anaheim resident and opponent to the city's 8-year coyote trapping and gassing program. 2 weeks ago, I showed you an enlarged photo of a CO2 gas chamber similar to the one that your trapper Jimmy Rizzo uses to kill coyotes and has been using for some time, for several years. I was kind of wrapping up my comments on the fact that the city officials I speak with, going back to this past summer, have repeatedly said that trapped coyotes are, quote, humanely euthanized, but would give me no further information. So then they said, well, you need to do a public records request. So I got confirmation that the coyotes are gassed in a CO2 gas chamber, a very awful way to die, by your trapper. Again, as I said previously, he's willing to speak with me, which is kind of refreshing, because none of you are. Anyway, I would ask that you refrain, though, the city officials in general, from using that term, humane euthanasia, because it's not accurate. If it was humane euthanasia, domestic dogs could be killed in gas chambers in California. They can't, because it's not humane. If we go back in history, the people who document what happened during World War II, they do not say that during the Holocaust, people were killed in gas chambers and that they were actually humanely euthanized. It's just, to me, it is just as offensive for people in this city to say that the coyotes are humanely euthanized as it would be for historians to refer to what happened in gas chambers in Nazi Germany as being humane euthanasia. So I'm down to my last 39 seconds. I've got a little newspaper or an article from 10 years ago when the city of Seal Beach engaged in a coyote killing plan. And I'm just going to read the title to you, and I'll talk more about this at the next meeting. The title of this article from 10 years ago is Seal Beach Decides Its Coyote Killing Mobile Gas Chambers Are Kinda Creepy. We'll talk about this next time. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, editor, AnaheimGrease.com, where you can view this meeting with timestamps in a couple weeks. I'd like to start with a comment about yesterday's Planning Commission. They addressed fire stations and fire service at Disneyland. And of course, the proposed fire station number 12 in the Platinum Triangle came up. And it was unclear on the response, but my understanding is what Disney's proposing in the EIR, from what I read, is a substation. And in the words of one fire official I talked to, that's no substitute for the fire station in the Platinum Triangle. And if you go back and look when it was first discussed and several times thereafter, the need for fire station number 12 in the Platinum Triangle was to cover two areas. The canyon and the resort district needed a little more help. That's a correction. Better speed up here. Some unanswered questions. I sent a letter February 4th to the mayor, city attorney, and city manager. Still waiting for some answers to the 21 questions I posed there. I'll just focus on the first 7. Had to do with the Planning Commission. Happy to see it was streamed last night. Still wondered if that's policy or a one-time event. It needs to be articulated and written down so we have it going forward. 2, it was good to see the cards weren't shuffled, but my understanding was that all the proponents were put to the head of the line and the opponents at the back of the line. Is that the policy? May we have an explanation why then it's the policy? It puts a burden on those working who may wish to speak against it. They have to wait to the end. And the third part on that is, let's see, there was a new trick. It reminded me of the Sadu era. My clock started ticking before I said a word. I was 10 seconds in before I said a word, and I had to get that straightened out. I don't know who controls the button for that, but I think it'd be better if it was someone over there. 35 seconds, 6 housing cycle. I suggest you read that, 2 pages of a cover letter, 6 paragraphs, 4 paragraphs are important. It's 2 through 5. Paragraph number 4, I'll jump to that. Public participation in the development, adoption, and implementation of the housing element is essential to effective housing planning. During the process, the city must continue to engage with the community. We have not been engaged since June 28th when the state notified the city that they're not in compliance.
Mr. Herbert, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. I have a letter to give you to all. So I'm kind of surprised. I'll call you Ashley. Ashley, I've submitted some petitions, not just to you, but to the rest of y'all. Had nice, pleasant conversations about them. Is there a reason why you don't want to answer? You know, I've filed probably 40 reports with the FBI, and I've seen 6 people get arrested and serve time. Which probably explains why I've been arrested 15 times, and there's no evidence against me. So I have to keep going to court, asking for evidence, and have to argue with judges, public defenders, district attorneys. Recently, I was in court, and I explained to the public defender that they couldn't represent me because of the forged criminal plea agreements in my name. The public defender said, "Ooh, I haven't read the file. Let me go read the file." This is after a year and a couple of months. You know, you still haven't presented the evidence to me, and you're the person who I look right in the eye and say, "Please present the evidence." You still haven't done that. You know, I'd like to think that a federal prosecutor, 20 years, you'd know a few laws, you'd know how to follow them. You know, it's cheaper to follow them than to violate them. You know, the FBI keeps asking me to file more reports. I wonder who I'm going to file a report against. You know, I really don't like seeing people go to jail because they don't get a chance to recover, rehabilitate, and make things right. It's kind of like AA. Oh, just go make amends. Go apologize to the people whose homes you destroyed, whose lives you ruined. Just apologize to them. Don't actually go back and try and help them recover financially or emotionally. It's a shame because you're on a one-way ticket. You're just running full steam ahead, destroying as many people, as many lives as you can. And despite the fact that the people come down here and give you simple, basic petitions, please follow the rules, follow the law. Don't put yourself in that place. Don't end up where Harry Sadu is. Don't end up like Jordan Brandman. You know, he died of meth. All his teeth were missing, and not one of the people who were around then had the courage to say anything to him about it. He hid from me because he knew I'd call him out on it. You know, Steve, I realize you don't have much hair, and I'm not busting you on it. Just realize it's gray. That means we only have a little bit of time. Our friendships are very valuable. Our lives and our memories and our thoughts are priceless. Please consider your friendships and your friends and do right by them before this gray is laying horizontal. Happy day.
Our next speaker, Isabella Barora.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Isabella Barayo. I am 12 years old, a student from South. I just want to say thank you to my council members and mayor for doing your best for our community. And Miss Natalie, please do not resign and stay strong because we need you in our community. Mr. Fessel, thank you for all your hard work and our beautiful district number 5. And I'm a future voter. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes all our public comments. I'm noting for the record, we did receive 15 comments electronically that were distributed to the City Council and posted on the city's website. 9 were general comments, 1 was related to item number 5, and 5 were related to item 29.
Thank you. So we're now going to close the public comment portion of the meeting and move to council communications. If any council members have items to share, can you please ring in? And I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Norma Campos-Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have slides today. I want to take the opportunity, actually, to give a special thank you to the residents of District 4 who have taken the time out of very busy lives to call, email, text our office regarding problems or concerns in their own neighborhoods. I believe they are our neighborhood champions. Sometimes the complaint's as simple as trash not picked up, but oftentimes there are more serious issues, whether it be gang tagging, double parking in alleys so that our safety personnel can't get through, illegal fireworks, speeding, poor or non-existent lighting, unsafe tree branches and sidewalks are but a few examples. But because we have neighborhood heroes, the areas around Walnut, 9th, and Cerritos have 65 more or upgraded lights. Residents spoke out, and thank you, Public Utilities, for that help. Because of our champions, we have an intersection which will get left turn signals. Parks are being revitalized in District 4. A parking study is taking place. Sidewalks have been fixed in a very needy neighborhood. Unsafe trees have been trimmed. So thank you, Public Works and Community Services. I just want to say thank you again to the residents and to the businesses that speak out. It is important that you do so. We are listening and can't do all of the work without your champions in the neighborhood. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm going to kind of add on to the Mayor Pro Tem's comments and thank Public Works and Anaheim Public Utilities. I don't know, as you drive the freeways around our community, you will see miles, literally miles of dark freeway where, unfortunately, the copper wire has been stolen and Caltrans just hasn't got around to replacing it. That happens in Anaheim as well. But thanks to Public Works and Anaheim Public Utilities, they've worked a lot just recently. And I'll just give you a few examples. Lincoln and Sunkist, the lights were out there. They fixed all of those. There's a number of underpasses under the 91 freeway, mostly at State College and East Street. East Street, actually the unhoused got up there and stole all the wire out from underneath the bridge, so the Public Works had to work with Caltrans to get those replaced. Even outside of my district, but on Euclid, some northbound and southbound lights have been replaced. So thank you very, very much to APU and Public Works for continuing to work on that. And also, I think all of us probably got that in the mail. And this is our Anaheim Community Services spring programs and activities. And you know, I always kind of scanned these, but recently I actually read, I think I looked at every single page here. And there's exceeding at least 400 and probably more than that, various programs for adults, kids, seniors, youngsters. The STARS program, Fun on Wheels, Ramp and Roll for, you know, the skaters. Project Say, which supports our youth. The Volunteens, which we've, important program, and of course our aquatics program. So there's got to be something in there for just about everybody in Anaheim who wants to, you know, take their kids or grandkids or themselves and enjoy our parks or our community, community center. So anyway, rather than just toss this, as most people do, dig it out of the, or wherever you put your magazines that come in from the mail, and take a look. There's a lot of good stuff there. Again, nor do I have a slide tonight, but we did do a couple of things. Been a longtime member of the Community Foundation, and we just presented a check for $1,500 to the Anaheim Ballet. Anaheim Ballet is very, very close to, I think, all of us here, and there was a grant that we were able to fulfill. Also a check presentation to Girls Inc. In Girls Inc., we have a club, I guess you call it, at Anaheim High School. And we presented a check for $1,000 to them. And it just went and saw these young women and how put together they are and how they are prepared, you know, to take life on with both hands. And I was very, very impressed by that. We had a District 5 neighborhood community meeting the other day at Sunkist School. We had about 30 residents. Thank you all for coming. There was some important, you know, hard questions, but we did the best we could to answer them. So I want to thank Community Services and Public Works and Public Utilities, APD, Community Services, Code Enforcement, who were all represented there. And a little bit closer to home, it was my wife's birthday yesterday, and I won't go into the date, but it's one of the significant ones. So happy birthday, Susan. We've been married 51 years, 52 this August, and we're still plugging. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember, happy anniversary. Okay, this is exciting news. Located at 3150 West Lincoln Avenue, across the street from Western Avenue, the same shopping center where the best DMV in Orange County used to be. Unfortunately, the state with the infinite wisdom closed. Now we have a swimming pool, a swimming school for kids. The water is warm to 90 degrees. The shopping center is full of life, full of visitors, and the parents had a place where they can bring the little ones and they can learn how to swim. You see that picture, it's empty because that was the day before it was open. But those chairs are full of moms and dads, and that water is full of kids learning how to swim. So you have a neighbor, so you have a family member that have a kid that needs to learn how to swim, this is the place. Again, 3150 West Lincoln Avenue. I get excited when a business like this goes to District 1 because bring new life to District 1. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. I also just want to thank everybody who came to public comment today and participated in the process. We appreciate you taking time out of your day to address the City Council. And with that, Madam Clerk, I believe I have a couple of slides. So I'd also just like to mention it was an honor to join Evelyn and Chef David Fuerte to celebrate their grand opening of En Familia restaurant, which opened right in the heart of Anaheim. This small business brings modern Mexican cuisine to historic Packard building. As we all know, small business is a vital part of our community, generating jobs and attracting visitors to Anaheim. As a matter of fact, the owner shared that they already have 80 reservations as a result of a big convention at the resort district. So it's nice to see that the economic development is trickling into the heart of Anaheim, District 3 as well. And I also want to thank my council colleagues, Councilmember Fessel and Leon, for attending the grand opening, and the Anaheim Packing District for hosting the event. Next slide. I also want to recognize Lily Balderas. She is an Anaheim High School student who is also a wrestler. She is the team captain. She is a two-time CIF Southern Section Masters champion and a state competitor, taking third place this past weekend, which is a great honor. So I just want to congratulate this amazing athlete. And then later today, I will be asking my council colleagues to agendize a recognition for this young lady. And then I'm really excited to announce Little People's Park has been selected for a Kaboom Park makeover. Thank you, Shawnee Larson Cash out there, Community Services. Little People's Park was developed in 1969 and officially became a park in 1970. This park has always been a place of significance for a primarily working class Chicano neighborhood, populated by immigrants and first and second generations since the early 1900s. The park was the center of unrest in 1978 when a rival gang opened fire on a celebration in the community. The police response was seen as heavy-handed against the victims who reported it, which became known as the Chicano riots. But since then, we've made significant progress, and I'm happy to say that we continue to recognize this park, and our police force has come together and actually joined us last year when we unveiled this new mural, which is off to the right. And we also, along with my council colleagues, recognize August as Chicano Heritage Month in the city of Anaheim as of last year. And I just want to highlight a couple of dates that are important for this build. So March 7th will be a Community Design Day at Benjamin Franklin Elementary. Everyone is invited to participate in the process. May 14th through the 15th are prep days for the build, which is a fun day. I recommend everybody try to show up and help out. And then May 16th is the actual build day. So we should have a new playground at Little People's Park May 16th. And I just want to also mention that there are 15 parks in District 3. So we're happy to have this brand new Kaboom Park at Little People's Park. With that, that concludes my council comments.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to let everybody know that we have rescheduled our park cleanup at Majeska Park for April 6th due to rain in the forecast for this weekend. So the good news is you have a bit more time to sign up. I think there's a few spots left. You can go to loveanaheim.org and sign up there. So looking forward to seeing everybody there April 6th. A couple quick D2 updates. Just wanted to inform the District 2 community that the Little Arabia Brokers Corridor Ad Hoc Committee has met. We're aiming to meet again in the next couple of weeks, but we have some follow-up items as we await the Caltrans approval process for freeway signs, and also working towards getting some banners and some additional signage up on Brokers, hopefully sooner versus later. But I do want to thank the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem for taking the time and making the time to meet, as well as their support and dedication, making sure that the corridor study, the recommendations for improvements for Brokers and Little Arabia don't get lost in the mix. So appreciate that. I also wanted to thank residents. I know that there's a number of residents that live near the UP railroad tracks. As we continue to work through their approval process for our pilot programs, appreciate the patience. I know it's frustrating, but we're maneuvering through that, working with different stakeholders and organizations to try to make some progress and address some of those homelessness and quality of life concerns that are on our radars. A big thank you to everyone who attended our Cafecito event a couple of weekends ago. A special shout out to the Starbucks team over off of Catella for overcoming some last minute hurdles on their side to make things happen. Just a great opportunity to connect with District 2 residents, hear some of their concerns, hear some ideas, including from a Stoddard Elementary student, Emilio, who had some great suggestions for some of our upcoming projects that we're considering. So a shout out to him for getting involved early. Also want to thank our West Anaheim Police team and our Community Services team for being there as well, and looking forward to the next one. I also had an opportunity to tour Sunburst Youth Academy. Sunburst is a residential leadership academy for teens that are at risk of not graduating high school. I would encourage my colleagues, if you have an opportunity to go and take a look, take a tour. It's amazing. It's a free program that's offered through the Orange County Department of Education, helps students develop self-confidence, discipline, life and education skills that are necessary to become successful and allow the students to reach their full potential. I was able to connect with a couple of Anaheim students, one of them actually having gone to Maxwell, Dale, and Magnolia, like yours truly. And so it was really awesome to be able to talk to them. And a big thank you to Sergeant Uribe, Ms. Caitlin for the tour and all of their team's efforts in helping some of our at-risk youth in our communities. Really looking forward to supporting them and hopefully being able to recognize the Anaheim students who graduate from the program later this summer here at a council meeting as well. So now, Madam City Clerk, if you can, we have our restaurant and business of the month.
Councilmember, I don't have a slide.
Or not. Okay. No slide for this one, but I do want to recognize our February restaurant and business of the month. So for our restaurant of the month, I'm excited to recognize Angelo's Burgers. Angelo's was nominated by a District 2 resident. I think actually Councilmember Diaz and I, our first meeting was at Angelo's. So they were nominated by a District 2 resident who said, quote, "They treat you like you're at home, even though you get sit-down restaurant service, and it's a real blessing to have them back." They are located just off of Ball Road, west of Brookhurst. They went through a lengthy closure a number of years ago due to a fire, but have since reopened, and is one of those spots in our community that is a staple that's really been there for decades. So a big shout out to the entire team. They were really excited. If you could have seen the slide, there was a picture of everybody smiling. They're excited to see their work and efforts recognized, and we look forward to many more years of success and tasty hamburgers. Congratulations again to Angelo's. For our February 2024 Business of the Month, I am proud to recognize Brizuela's Bakery. Brizuela's is located off of Catella and Euclid and was opened almost 30 years ago by Luz and Jose Avalos, immigrants from Mexico. Jose shared with me that when he was growing up in Mexico, they didn't have a lot and sometimes struggled to have food to eat. When he came to the U.S., he considered it the land of opportunity. They didn't have much experience when they first opened up their shop, but they have since then become one of the best Mexican sweetbread spots. They have tamales, cakes. Maybe it is a good thing that this pictures weren't up, because then we'd be seeing a lot of pan dulce up there. But there's a lot of different things that they offer, and you can really tell that they're proud of their craft. They're also a Loera High School family. Their kids went to Loera, went through the football program. I did wear my Magnolia High School shirt for the certificate presentation because I had to. But in all seriousness, I am very proud to recognize Brizuela's Bakery, the Avalos family, all of their hard work, commitment, and dedication to our community, always there to support and give back to West Anaheim. So congratulations and well-deserved to Brizuela's Bakery, our February 2024 Business of the Month. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Just wanted to announce a few things, have some slides to go through. Over the last couple of weeks, had the opportunity to go to the Orange County Business Council dinner, which was held at the Disneyland Hotel, honoring some of the contributions and significant contributions of our business community, and got to run into a lot of my old colleagues from the Orange County Fair. This is CEO Michelle Richards, so it was nice to connect with the community in that way. I know we touched on this last week, at the last meeting, but also had the opportunity to join Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz at the District 4 meeting and work with a lot of the city staff. I know we have these in every single district, and I was lucky to attend almost all of them. So next time you see announcements for your District 4 meetings, please come to them. Obviously, we do not want you to wait until a community meeting to reach out to your council members or to me. But I just want to thank the staff that came and all the different departments, because I know it's a lot of work that goes into these. I did, after the conclusion of the District 4 meeting, did get the opportunity to go to one of my favorite spots in Anaheim. Right outside, if you have not been to the Anaheim Indoor Swap Meet, on the weekends, they do have a very famous food truck there called Don Churros. They are trying to expand into the brick and mortar phase of their business, but there is always a long line, and it is well worth it. So they have amazing chocolate and churros. So if you happen to be driving by on Anaheim Boulevard, please stop in and support this Anaheim business. This weekend, I know we're starting that season. It was the opening day for the Anaheim Hills Little League. So a lot of kids were gathered in District 6, wearing all their different team uniforms. They had a parade of all of the teams, and it was a really beautiful community event to see all the kids from all the different teams start another great season. So to all those families, good luck and play ball. Last on Saturday, had the opportunity to attend and honor the honorees for the Access California Gala. So I wanted to thank everyone. Obviously, we know a lot of us are familiar with the work that NALA does in the community, and it's a beautiful organization. If you have not had a chance to tour it or don't know anything about it, I would really recommend learning about it. They not only work with our immigrant and refugee families from Arab American communities, but they have expanded and they work with absolutely everyone, with our families that are coming here from Latin America. They have a special people that speak about 18 languages, many families from Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, and just hired some new community caseworkers to work with a lot of our families that are coming here from Ukraine. So just want to congratulate Access California on all the work that they do in in Anaheim, and just really recognize them for the gem they are in our community. So with that, wanted to turn it over to our city manager for our city manager's update.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council and public. I've got one item tonight from Public Works. The City of Anaheim Public Works Department and Republic Services will host their annual compost giveaway event this Saturday, March 2nd, rain or shine, from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. while supplies last at Angel Stadium of Anaheim parking lot. Enter the stadium from Douglas Road off Catella. Residents with proof of Anaheim residency can get up to 60 gallons of fresh compost for use in gardens, potted plants, or as yard soil or ground cover. This event highlights the success of the city's organic waste collection program and allows an opportunity to close the recycling loop by giving back to the community. Additionally, Earth Machine compost bins will be available for purchase at the event for $20. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. That is always one of my favorite annual Anaheim events. So for those out there that have a green thumb, please come and get your compost. We're going to move on to the City Council consent calendar. We have items 1 through 29 before us. Are there any members who wish to remove items for further discussion? Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 6, please.
Item 6, thank you very much. Councilmember Rubacalva?
Item 3, 5, 13, and 24.
3, 5, 13, and 24?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Items 4 and 21.
Items 4 and 21. So I don't see any other items being pulled. Can I have somebody move the balance? Thank you very much. We have a first and a second. Please vote.
The consent calendar included the adoption of 2 ordinances, and item number 28 is ordinance number 6567, amending certain sections of Chapter 1.09 of Title I of the Anaheim Municipal Code to impose limitations on loans to and the retirement of outstanding debt incurred by candidates and candidate-controlled committees. Item 29 is ordinance number 6568, ordinance of the City of Anaheim amending Title Chapter 4.52 of Anaheim Municipal Code for peddlers and solicitors to solicitors and sidewalk vendors, amending certain sections of Chapter 4.52 of the Anaheim Municipal Code to establish operational standards for sidewalk vendors in order to protect public health, safety, and welfare, to provide an additional enforcement mechanism and appeal process for violation of sidewalk vendor regulations, and to make other modifications consistent therewith. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to take these in order. I'll start with Councilmember Rubalcaba. You pulled item number 3.
Can we please get a staff report on item number 3, please?
Yeah, I'll introduce it.
And a staff report beyond what's in the current report. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, just to introduce the item, this is a receive and file of our professional service agreements that were executed by the city manager during the month of January. There's one agreement that is on the list this month, and it is an agreement with our police department and the city of Newport Beach. And so I'll let our police chief get into the details of that agreement.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Rick Armendariz, the police chief. Before you is an agreement with the City of Newport Beach for police services, for an agreement for services they can provide whenever there's a need for additional resources. And specifically, we're talking about events that can be reimbursed. So Disney Run is an example, and the most recent that we recently utilized the city of Newport Beach for. As you can imagine, Disney Run is an event. It's a 3-day event that just happened recently. And because of the enormous amount of people that attended, our resources were tapped as far as being able to cover it. So we reached out to Newport Beach, City of Newport Beach, to assist us with providing traffic safety control. And those services were reimbursed to Newport Beach via Disney. So this is just an agreement that we work with in order to establish those relationships whenever those services arise, where we cannot, and again, it's very few and far between, but when we cannot handle a situation based on their circumstances, so therefore the need is to request additional services, and that's what is before you.
Thank you. I just wanted to get clarity on that. But curious, and maybe just something for future thought for Disney Forward, and I know Disney has initiatives to have more of these runs or whatever events. How do we compensate our police officers? So do they, if it's on a holiday weekend, are they getting holiday pay, or is Disney reimbursing them at a higher rate on a holiday? Because I would imagine that we have police officers who probably want to go out of town, but then have to stay on a holiday weekend to service Disney. So how are we going to manage that moving forward?
Yeah, that's a great question. So again, yeah, just with this event and others, these events are during the holiday weekends, and obviously it is a taxing for our services. So what we rely on basically is what our MOUs say, because it's not only police officers, it's our professional staff too. It's an AMEA with our traffic control staff as well as PSRs. So that's something that we work with the MOUs for each one of them and make sure that they're reimbursed, paid for, compensated properly, and then reimbursed by the vendor. And in this particular case, it's Disney.
How often do we renegotiate that contract with Disney? The reimbursement. So like if they start to add in new events, for example, more runs, how often, when do we, is that just something that's already, is it every 5 years, every 2 years?
We will, we'll bill them for the services that we will utilize. And it's something that's reimbursed by Disney.
Okay. I mean, I would just say it would be great to just really look and see if we are being made whole when we are asking Disney to reimburse us. So when we're going back to them for contract negotiations, it would be great to provide our not only our police officers are sworn, but also the traffic control that you mentioned with more compensation for these types of events when they take place on holiday weekend, for example. So that's all the questions and comments I have.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this item? If not, can I get a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item is also Councilmember Rubalcaba for item number 5.
Please get a staff report on this item.
Mayor and City Council, I know we pulled item 4. Do we want to address item 5 before item 4?
Well, if they're down here for item 5, I was just thinking because the chief is already seated. Oh, does he? All right. Well, yeah. Whichever order is easiest for you, chief, I'll let you pick. You want 4 or 5?
Let's do 5.
All right.
If you can just give us a few seconds while we get the presentation set up. Yep. Well, good evening again. Before you is a staff recommendation by the Police Department, Public Works, as well as the Finance Department. We're requesting authorization from the City Council to waive the sealed bidding requirements for Council Policy 4 and authorize the purchase of 6 Tesla Model Y long-range vehicles from Tesla Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $320,000 plus all applicable tax and fees, waiving the sealed bidding requirement for Council Policy 4.0 and authorizing the purchase of the parts and associated uplifting for the aforementioned vehicles from Unplugged Performance Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $297,000 plus applicable taxes and fees. We can go into the next slide. So a little bit of background. During the pandemic, as budget-saving measures, the city deferred ordering replacement police vehicles for the years 2020 and 2021. And in 2022, the city began to order replacement vehicles. However, due to the national supply and demand challenges, it is unknown when these current replacement orders will be filled. This is a critical need. The police department's patrol vehicle fleet is depleted to the point where we do not have enough vehicles for our officers to deploy properly and properly serve our community. The current fleet of Dodge Chargers is past its useful life and is experiencing more frequent repairs due to age and high usage. This has led to increase in maintenance and repairs, leaving vehicles out of service for long periods. Currently, just as an example, we have 69 vehicles that are working out of the authorized 83 patrol vehicles. And of those 69, the average age is 7+ years. We face daily struggles with maintaining these vehicles, and on average, we have 10 to 12 of these 69 vehicles that are actually in the courtyard being worked on by our Public Works Department. Parts and supplies are becoming increasingly difficult due to the parts availability and obsolete of some parts, and Public Works is actually on some of these vehicles, these older vehicles, they're actually having to get online and look on Amazon and to find certain parts that are no longer being manufactured. So it is becoming a daunting challenge for both Public Works and the Police Department. Patrol remains a priority, therefore the shortages is impacting specialized units, and we are constantly reallocating, I should say, vehicles that are assigned to specialized units back to patrol. I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a second. So here's some of the mitigating measures that we have taken. Public Works has been doing a phenomenal job in trying to maintain the fleet services as we're going through this challenge. And again, this is the supply and demand issues that we're facing is a national issue. And it's literally every police department is facing these challenges with struggling for vehicles. As I mentioned, since 2022, the city has ordered 58 Ford Interceptors. So we do have the authorization from this council and obviously the work that has been done with Budget and Finance as well as Public Works to put funding out for and ordering 58 vehicles. And recently, and what I mean by recently, within the last 2 weeks, we received 21 of the orders that we ordered way back in 2022. However, out of the 21 vehicles that we recently received, we do anticipate that there will be down until at least another 2 to 3 months, and the delay is because of the upfitting for those vehicles with the specialized equipments, the lights and sirens and center consoles, radios, MDCs, et cetera. The department, in addition to that, the department purchased 15 various police vehicles that are pursuit rated. Our Public Works, again, once again, did a phenomenal job scouring up and down the state, looking for any vehicles that, police pursuit rated vehicles that may be available, and they were able to find 15 of those, and those are currently in the process of being uplifted with lights and sirens, but there are delays as well because, again, supply and demand. In addition to that, Public Works has coordinated the refurbishment of 4 police vehicles that were previously retired and removed from service because of age and mileage, and they were able to bring back 4. However, those vehicles, again, as I mentioned, we're continually seeing them break down and difficult to find parts on those. The department has also reallocated other vehicles from specialized units back to patrol to try to make sure that patrol remains a priority. So we have literally been stealing from Robert DePape Hall and taking vehicles from specialized units such as our community policing units, our gang units, our HALO team, which is our homeless and outreach officers. We even took vehicles from our volunteers and reallocated them to patrol just to make sure that we are able to properly respond to 911 calls for service. So those are all the things that we have done to mitigate the problem, but we still have the problem, as I mentioned today. Next slide. So why Tesla? The Tesla Model Y has a practical balance of vehicle features in the electric vehicle market, including an extended driving range achieved with the long-range version. We will be procuring affordability of the car, performance, including all-wheel drive, acceleration, and handling, safety features, including cameras and sensors. The vehicle is also large enough to serve as a police vehicle with a rear seats large enough to transport prisoners safely and secure, and has extensive storage space, as well as expansive supercharging networks that Tesla has established throughout not only the city, but throughout really the nation at this point. Throughout the city, and quickly allowing us with these chargers to be able to utilize those in addition to what we have now. Tesla also offers immediate vehicle availability through their existing inventory. Tesla has successfully collaborated with other California law enforcement agencies to convert all or part of their fleet from gas-powered to electric-powered vehicles, including South Pasadena. South Pasadena, as an example, is in the process of converting all their fleet to Teslas. Fremont Police Department is another agency in California, as well as Greenfield Police Department. Then in addition to the local California agencies, there's also several agencies throughout the nation, to include federal entities such as the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Protective Services as well. Next slide. Tesla presented Anaheim Police Department with a unique opportunity to procure 6 Tesla Model Y long-range electric vehicles from its current available fleet inventory. We can outfit the cars via Tesla's associate vendor, Unplugged Performance, to APD's specifications, including making them pursuit-rated, adding ballistic panels, increased safety features, lights, sirens, and other electronic components, and maintain, and this is a key component that we'll talk more about, but by doing so, they'll still be able to maintain the Tesla vehicle warranty. Additionally, they will provide on-site maintenance for most items outside of routine maintenance. Tesla and Unplugged Performance have committed to delivering the vehicles within approximately 1 month from the time of order, allowing us to deploy vehicles to patrol now. They will assist with facilitating testing and evaluation of the vehicle's performance in a patrol setting under real-world operational conditions and adjusting components as necessary. They will also train Public Works staff to perform routine vehicle maintenance, including changing tires, brakes, and windshield wipers. Tesla Model Y long-range vehicles will be assigned to various patrol shifts within a 24-hour period and operate under real-world conditions. The department will have 16 officers trained and assigned to the vehicles as primary drivers to evaluate the vehicle's performance. As an organization, we will evaluate overall performance and functionality of these vehicles for public safety purposes. When we compare the cost of Tesla to our current fleet of Ford Explorer Police Interceptors, we see the purchase of the vehicles is slightly more. There's more of an investment on the front end. However, the long term, we can expect to save money on fuel and maintenance costs. The average, we can save approximately 25 cents per mile. So this chart here gives you an idea of the top item of the cost per vehicle, Tesla Model Y. With the vehicle as well as upgrading will be about $95,000 per vehicle, whereas the Ford Explorer SUV would be about just a little under $80,000 per vehicle. So there'll be an investment on the front end of about $15,000. However, what we look at is when we're looking at the third and the fourth row in blue below, the annual cost of energy, fuel, and the estimated annual maintenance repairs for cost is where we will look at seeing the cost savings for the duration of the vehicle. So that's 1 year period of time. So on average, vehicles, our lifespan is about 5 years. So you would just multiply that by 5 years and to give you kind of the overall cost and savings per vehicle. Some common questions, and I'm sure will be available for any other questions as well, but some common questions is whether or not we evaluated other electronic vehicles. We have looked at the Ford Mustang March E. This vehicle is not listed as a police fleet vehicle by Ford, and it's not pursuit rated. The turnaround time to purchase and outfit is undetermined. And these are typically used as an administrative vehicle by some agencies who have them deployed. We also evaluated the Chevy Blazer electric vehicle and determined this vehicle is not available for purchase at this time and would not be available to readily be deployed. As mentioned, there are other vehicles that are out there, electric vehicles, but when we're looking at our critical need now and needing vehicles, they don't meet to the standards that the Tesla can provide as well as the third-party vendor can produce at this time. Another question that may be asked is charging infrastructure. The city has a unique opportunity. Given Anaheim's utility configuration, we plan to use the existing charging infrastructure for most charging. We have, as an example, we have 8 charging stations already at the police department. In addition, there's several charging stations at the Public Works Corporation Yard as well as the parking garage here at City Hall. But in addition to that, as you know, there are at least 3 supercharging stations throughout the city. On the side note, some agencies that currently utilize the Teslas have commented that they actually find an opportunity as a community engagement opportunity for officers using the Teslas to charge at a supercharging station when they're parked out in public, and see that other Tesla owners as well as community members will just come up and ask questions about the vehicle and its performance. So it becomes an impromptu community engagement opportunity. Another question that may be asked is how long will they run on a charge? This model in particular, in speaking with the vendor and agencies that actually deploy this vehicle, on average it's about 300 miles a charge. And as an example, our officers drive approximately 100 miles in a 12-hour shift while they're on patrol. So although we do believe that the charge would hold up per shift, you know, the part of the pilot program is to continue to evaluate and gauge that consistency and that power throughout the life of the vehicles. There are many variables contributing to the energy consumption, such as air conditioning, the lights at night as an example, and we will implement protocols and policies to mitigate any issues related to vehicles being charged. Another question that may be asked is what about the computers and the air conditioning in the cars? Given the information we have collected regarding typical use, including cars being sitting idle and standing by, the car should be operational for several days in that state. The bulk of energy that consumes the batteries is acceleration and highway driving. Another question they may ask is, are the seats big enough for uniformed police officers with all their police gear? And the answer to that is yes. We've had several of our own officers get in and out of the vehicles and drive these vehicles recently. And these officers are of different body sizes and shapes, and they were able to maneuver in and out and operate the vehicles with their police gear. And we can go to the next slide. In summary, with the authorization of this purchase, we could obtain 6 pursuit-rated Tesla Model Y long-range patrol vehicles upgraded with safety features, including ballistic panels, fully outfitted by the end of March. The upgraded vehicle warranty will be maintained through Tesla. There is no impact on the general fund budget because these 6 vehicles will be incorporated into our fiscal year 24-25 vehicle purchase plan. Finally, there is a neutral cost to potential even cost savings with the investment on the front end, providing savings for the duration of the vehicles on the back end, as I mentioned earlier. In keeping with APD's vision of being strategic, innovative, and collaborative, the public-private partnership we are developing can have a potential to position APD to be a leader in the design and utilization of electronic vehicles for the law enforcement profession in the future. And just to highlight what the recommendation is by your staff is in regards to the waiving of policy number 4 due to Tesla's no resale policy, which requires a purchase to end consumers directly. And in regards to waiving of the bidding requirement, Council Policy 4.0, due to the vendor's guarantee that work performed does not void the manufacturer's warranty, the highly specialized and proprietary technology offered by the vendor, and their ability to customize the vehicle to our exact specifications. And is that the last slide? Let me just finally, we recommend authorization of the purchase, as I mentioned, and I will stop there for any other additional questions you may have.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Councilmember Rubicalva.
So I think recently there was on the news, rental companies are now releasing their Tesla fleets because they've had a lot of challenges with not only the vehicles not holding their charge, or there's not enough charging stations for some of these cars, but also they're just not performing. Do you think the reason why Tesla might have inventory that they can give us within a month is because maybe the cars are not, it seems a little experimental? I know you mentioned that it was to help with our green initiatives, but did we look at, I know you mentioned other hybrids, but did we look at other options? It seems very luxury for me to have 6 cars, and if they don't work out, what do we do with them?
First part?
I can speak a little bit. You're referring to, I believe it's Hertz is the rental company that put their cars up for sale. I don't believe it was due to performance of the vehicle. It was due to their business model and how they were renting them out and not meeting their business model, not to do with the performance of the vehicle. These vehicles were actually the #1 selling vehicle of any vehicle in the world, actually. So they are a good performing vehicle in that sense. And as far as how we plan to put them to use, I'll let the chief speak to that aspect in terms of operations.
Yeah, it's a great question, thank you. And as I mentioned, this is a pilot program. Obviously, the immediate need, and again, I want to get back to the why. The immediate need is we would be able to get 6 fully outfitted police vehicles to put on the streets within a month. That is something that it's needed and something that we need to look at. Again, we're going to continue to look at other models, other EV vehicles. But at the end of the day, they don't provide us that immediate need that we need now. In regards to the performance of the vehicles, as a pilot program, we are going to put them through the ringer. And what I mean by that is they're going to be hitting the streets, patrol. They're going to be covering many different shifts. And if, for whatever reason, they do not perform to the satisfaction that we'd like, we do have other alternatives that we can put them within the police department still. We have school resource officers. We have community CPT officers. We have traffic control. Our officers do extensive traffic control at the Honda Center, Angel Stadium, Convention Center, Disney. So there's a lot of other places we can place them at. Our biggest focus right now is patrol, and that's where we will make sure that they go to. But again, we do have other alternatives that we can place them in. Worst case scenario, if they don't perform, we can make them as administrative vehicles. But that's going to be the last alternative. First is patrol.
Yeah,
Hopefully
and
that
then
answers your question.
That does. And then, Rudy, I just want to mention, so it does indicate, if you look at Forbes and New York Times, that they're shedding their cars due to the increase in cost to maintain the electric vehicle. So just, you might want to look into that if this is going to be an option for the city of Anaheim. The other thing I just want to mention, I get it. Market share is something that Tesla's trying to increase, and doing that, you guys are a target market, right? So they don't have a lot of law enforcement, but it definitely gives them the opportunity to increase their market share within this industry sector. So I'm just concerned that we're not getting the most, we're being too experimental with taxpayer dollars when we need to get cars that are going to be long-lasting for our patrol officers. Because for my constituents, that's what they really care about, is making sure that we have enough cars out there for patrol so that our police officers can respond to calls for service. So that's a concern I have related to Tesla. It also just optically doesn't feel good for my residents in District 3. They're expensive cars, and I do think the cost of recovery will probably take a little more time than was displayed in that the grid that was shown. So those are my comments. Now, I might have more, but I'm going to go ahead and leave it open to other comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By the way, thank you, Chief and Rudy, for the individual meetings that you had with all of us. In addition to the questions I had then, I have a few more. And I'm going to sort of back up with my council colleagues' initial questions. I just want to make sure that these cars are out in the field. I don't want these to be supervisorial cars, sergeants, lieutenants, captains, police chiefs maybe. If they're intended to be out in the field, they need to be out in the field every day, every day, every day. Especially if this is a test, which There's no better way, as you explained to us, that you'll learn the performance of these unless they're actually out there. I was a little bit worried about the standing time. In other words, often the police cars are idling for hours and hours and hours, it appears to me. And that's one thing with a gas car, but that's something totally different with a electric vehicle. I was reminded by somebody that knows the why very, very well, that Tesla has a whole, let's say, inbred data collection system within the cars. And we likely equip the cars with all kinds of other data collection that we as a police department need. I just want to make sure that their data collection system and our data collection system are two separately, total distinct systems and do not interchange, because our data collection must be have a very, very high level of legal, it has to pass a legal muster. Their data collection is the performance of their cars and all of that. I want to make sure that our two systems are separate. I'm sure they would be.
Thank you for the question. If you're referring to our CAD and our MDC and information in our laptops, they are not going to be connected to the vehicle's data collection system. It's a standalone system. Obviously, there's measurements that we have in play, need to know, right to know, and there's dual authentication, and there's several other measures that take place to make sure that that information, that data is completely secured and tight, and that is something that's not going to be integrated into the vehicles.
So we're not dependent upon any of the Tesla's data collection for our information, other than maybe hours on the street or something like that, Nothing of a legal.
Legal, no.
Yeah, okay. And also, are we going to train our officers, because the performance of a Y, especially the long-range Y, because I've been in them and I've driven one, is totally different than a gas or even a hybrid vehicle. I just want to make sure that our officers understand that the performance of these vehicles is indeed different. And will they be, I'm sure you're going to say, yes, Councilman Fessel, we're going to train them.
Number 10. To answer your question, yes. We have asked for volunteers from patrol, of those who'd be interested, and we've reduced it to 16. So we have identified 16 officers, and before they even can pull out of the back parking lot in these patrol vehicles, they're going to be provided extensive, what we call EVOC, Emergency Vehicle Operation course, specifically with the Teslas in regards to basically learning the basic fundamentals of what the vehicle does. I, for one, have never driven a Tesla until just last week. There was actually a Tesla that we had that our staff put together an EVOC course, and there's screen and there's buttons and touch screens, and so just the orientation of the vehicle itself. But we will be providing, as I mentioned, extensive training to our officers that are going to be assigned. They're going to be the primary operators, drivers of the vehicles.
Chief, my point exactly. And again, I'm very impressed that you're able to get these fully outfitted within a month or two. And we've waited 2 years to get the first 15 that we've been waiting for. And while I certainly agree with my council colleague who spoke first about, we're going to be running around in Anaheim with Teslas, we need police vehicles. And it looks like it will be months, if not another year, before we get delivery on the rest of our fleet that we ordered more than 2 years ago. So if we can get a few of these now, that meets the need on the streets in our neighborhoods. And I think that's what's important to me, and that's what's important to our residents. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Diaz.
I have a few questions. Out of curiosity, you mentioned we have 3 supercharger locations in the city of Anaheim. Where are those?
Well, there's one next to the PD. It's at the Ruby's, so that's close. There's another one, the Festival Center, East Anaheim, Anaheim Hills, and I'm trying to remember where the third one's at.
I actually know where the third one is. It's across the street, or it's at 2400 East Catella, since I used to work there. So those are the three. Thank you.
In District 5.
You said purchasing these 6 is to test them. How long will you test them before you decide it's a go or no-go?
Well, it's filling a couple of needs. And the number one need is the fact that we just need cars now. And this is the quickest way we can get officers in cars and out on the street and keeping our communities safe. So that's the number one purpose that we're getting these vehicles. The secondary purpose is we're going to be able to pilot these cars to say, is this something we want to incorporate into our fleet, whether it's a Tesla or some other type of electric vehicle in the future, because whether we test it for a year or 2 years to keep giving us good data, because we want to know, a year-old car will perform and give us different maintenance data than a 2 or 3 year-old car. And what we're trying to do is really evaluate this car over its full lifespan. What I would like to know is over 5 years how this car does. But a year from now, if we are seeing that in patrol where it's really going to get the bulk of the abuse, and we're seeing they're performing well and the PD, it's holding up, we may come back to this council and say we may want more. They're doing well. Or we'll know in a year from now saying, no, maybe these may need lighter duty use and maybe be in some of those other school resource officers or in other lighter duties because of the use. And at that time, we'll be ordering and receiving more of the Ford Explorers that we've had in the past. But again, we've met that need of getting those cars on the street now. But that's the purpose of this pilot is, again, A, get cars that we need immediately now out on the street and see how they perform and do they make sense in our fleet for the future.
Okay, and I guess that's what I was getting to. You're not going to stop the purchase of the others that you've got in line. Those are still hopefully coming sooner rather than later.
Right.
So you'll continue with that, trying this. I guess my question is, you won't make a decision on bringing in more Teslas without coming to council again?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I think I had, no, that was it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So the supply chain is very, very tight. Not only Anaheim, any police agency in California is having issues trying to purchase vehicles, especially police vehicles. It wasn't a strike, and before the strike was a semiconductor shortage, and the supply chain had never catch up with the demand. It's such a demand that this manufacturer don't want to sell to to government agencies. They rather sell it to consumers where they make more money. All agencies have provided feedback to us. It's all agencies that are already using Tesla vehicle for more than a year, and they have been providing feedback to us, and they are happy with the product. That's a positive. We are hiring a lot of police officers. We are in a hiring spree. Now we're hiring police officers, and we don't have enough police cars. So we ask our staff to have initiative. We ask our staff to think out of the box. Well, this is it. They're coming with solution for a problem that is there. So I want to thank the staff for coming out with a solution. These are not luxury cars. These are regular standard cars that many people could afford in reality. Also during my campaign, I wanted to enhance our police, our community policing. This is tremendous opportunity. People like Teslas, and a police officer is driving a Tesla, stopping in the neighborhood, people going to ask questions. It's going to be an increasing interaction between the population and the police, and we need that. We need people to trust in the police as a community investment. So I fully support this. And in fact, I thank staff for thinking out of the box and coming out with solutions when we had a problem. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm also supportive of this, but do have two quick questions. One, and appreciate taking the time to kind of walk me through this as well. You mentioned that with all the different delays and you're not sure when we're going to get the rest of the vehicles and it's a supply issue, all this stuff. So is there nothing in our contract or in our purchase order that there's nothing to go back and say, hey, you promised us this much, these many vehicles by this date, or are we literally kind of just sitting around?
The order bank just ordered, the vehicles that we just received about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, that first 15, were the ones that we placed the order was placed in September of 2022. So, I mean, we really don't have, other than putting in that order. We heard the same supply chain issues that every agency has been hearing since then.
Okay. And so we order those also directly from the manufacturer?
Correct.
Okay. My second question was, can you explain why six vehicles?
Again, we wanted, one, again, was the immediate need. The chief explained the number of vehicles that we have to be able to keep our patrol operations going, and how many we have, and how many we continually bring into the shop, because they're well past their useful life because of the shortage that we've been having. And we've used every creative means that we have had at our disposal. But again, trying to bring that immediate need. That 6 fills that need. But again, we just didn't want to because this is a pilot. So again, we want to be able to bring something. It also gives us enough of enough data, right? If we just got too few, not enough to be able to let us know or give us enough information or fill that need. Too many, again, do we really want to take that much of a risk to invest that much in something that we're just piloting? So the 6 was where we felt was a good number to give us enough data and fill that need as we're waiting for those other orders to come in. Because again, we did mention, we did receive those 15 that we're setting out at the shop, and those others that we ordered that previously were getting upfitted now as well.
And then one last follow-up question. Thank you, Rudy. Let's say we approve this today. Can you repeat what the time frame is to get these vehicles out fully equipped on the streets?
Right now, they're telling us about about the end of March, so that's what we're counting on. And then if I could just address earlier, I know I've heard from multiple council members the concern about the perception of the Y, or the Tesla brand name. But I want to focus that we are purchasing the brand, the Model Y, and that is their entry-level vehicle. And that's what I mentioned earlier, why it was the #1 selling vehicle in the world, because of the entry level, the price point. They range between the high 30s to the high 40s. That's their price point. It's an entry level vehicle. The Tesla started with the Model S, and they have the Model X. That is a luxury vehicle. We are not buying their luxury vehicle. We're not buying their flagship. We're buying their entry level Model Y. That is not a luxury vehicle. So I just want to make that clarification. We're not buying luxury vehicles.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
Thank you. I support this. We need to get vehicles out on the street. We need to keep our police officers on the street and not in the office. And I understand the supply chain issue. The city has tested or purchased a number of different models for police cars since they stopped making the Crown Victoria years ago. And I think each one of those purchases is important, and we learn things from each of them and find places to utilize them if they don't turn out to be the perfect patrol vehicle. The city has many different uses for vehicles, so I would like to move forward with this and get those police cars and police officers on the street.
Thank you. One of the things I wanted to just, I know we talked about this, and I want to thank both of you for taking the time to meet and to extensively brief us on this issue. But one of the things I know that we talked about is making me feel better about the taking down my childhood movie theater is that it is going to be opening into a Tesla dealership. So what is the time frame if we're working now end of March? Are we going to be able to purchase these vehicles from an Anaheim-centered business?
I'm actually working with the Tesla representative now. They're under construction on that movie theater or future Tesla dealership. So it's not open and it won't be open by the time we're going to make this purchase. But I'm asking them to pull the appropriate paperwork. So our goal is that the first 6 cars they sell is to Anaheim. So we're working towards that goal.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Thank you. I do appreciate the comprehensive presentation and the time that you guys took to discuss it with us. I have a couple questions related to Pasadena, because that's the law enforcement agency that you were getting data from, correct? How long have they had the cars for?
South Pasadena, and it's a little over 4 months now.
How big, what's their geography? So ours is 50 square miles, and it's a pretty long city. So what's the comparison in terms of size?
So it's a smaller city, much smaller than us. I wouldn't guess, I would imagine probably 60,000 population, maybe even a little less than that. The specific things that we were looking at is the usage of the vehicle. So as an example, last week, they actually brought a vehicle that they have been utilizing for the last 4 months, and they really have been using it on graveyard and on day shift. And they literally, just like any other patrol car, handing the keys back and forth. And the questions and concerns that we had was, how do they perform? What's the battery life? Are our officers... that vehicle that they brought had already been involved in 3 different vehicle pursuits. And everything that the officers that are driving that vehicle have said nothing but positive comments about the performance, about the endurance, and the quality of the vehicle that they're driving. Again, it's still a learning thing for them as well, but everything that they were reporting back to us was positive in many different aspects.
What are their average calls for service compared to Anaheim? So I'm just trying to figure out, it seems like they're more of a sleepy town compared to the city of Anaheim. So I'm just curious, what's the comparison for their call for service on average compared to Anaheim?
Yeah, I wouldn't know that, sorry.
That would be something I'd be interested in knowing. And then last question is, how are you measuring? What's your metrics going to look like? So when you come back to council, or as you're assessing the quality of the car and whether or not these are good for patrol and we're going to purchase more, what are your KPIs?
I apologize. Could you repeat the question?
How are you going to measure success?
Well, number one is get these cars out in the street and get our officers out in the street on patrol.
But how are you going to measure?
I'll get to that.
Okay.
But right now, our number one issue with the chief is saying not having enough cars to get officers out on patrol. So that's number one success.
I get that.
Number two is measuring how these cars do in terms of staying on the road. Right now, our biggest issue is the cars that are breaking down at their age. And secondly is maintenance. Because right now, with the Chargers, we're running into oil pumps, transmissions, brakes, all the things that break down with your typical internal combustion engines. We have so many things that break down on those vehicles that you just don't have in a Tesla. The things we talked about are maintenance fleet being trained by Tesla to be certified Tesla technicians. Essentially, the only things they have to change on these vehicles are the windshield wipers, brakes, and tires. So in terms of success, that's pretty easy to what you have to maintain on a vehicle because you don't have a transmission that's going to break. Tesla themselves, in terms of warranty, they're going to be able to do maintenance on site. So anything that needs to be done in terms of warranty on these vehicles that doesn't require the car to be put up on a lift, they're going to come out on site and take care of that right at the police station. So in terms of being able to get these vehicles back on the road in same day, essentially, that's a success because right now when we have warranty or recall issues from the factory, that means we're sending cars sometimes back to the dealership or the manufacturer, which means cars are out of service for weeks. These are all factors, KPIs that we can take into measures. And again, when we come back to report, if we go down the road that we want to be able to come back to this council and ask for additional Teslas, we can come back and actually bring you numbers to talk about what did it cost us to maintain these Teslas compared to the Ford Explorers? How well did they do? What is the real lifespan? Did they stay in patrol the entire time? How did they hold up? Again, and all the other things that we still don't know about, because we do know, Teslas didn't come into this world thinking they're going to grow up to be police cars. They thought they were going to be passenger vehicles, which means they were built lightweight. So, again, how do door hinges and windows and all those things hold up in the world of being a police car? Those are all things that we're going to evaluate and will be our KPIs that we could report back on.
And if I can just add to that, Councilmember, and Rudy did an eloquent job as far as explaining in detail kind of the different areas. I think if you want bullet points KPIs, it's going to be performance, endurance, safety, and functionality, right? I mean, everything that Rudy talked about is all those marks. How do they perform? How do they function? Were they safe? So those are the KPIs that we're going to be looking at. Obviously, we'll assess those, but those are the big areas that we're going to be looking at in regards to the vehicles during the pilot program and during the assessment process before we even come back, if we even do come back to ask for more.
Yeah, I guess I just have concern. I worked in 2400, the building that Councilmember Kurtz mentioned, and it was always full of Tesla cars that probably weren't from Anaheim, so it's not like there would be major community engagement from people who live in Anaheim. And there were people waiting constantly for these charging stations because they're, drawn to, they just go wherever the location is. So I will not be supporting this item, but I just want you to know why. I think I made it clear the reasons why I don't think that Anaheim should be experimenting. And I guess if we were concurrently testing a different hybrid at the same time, then I would be more on board. And I appreciate the fact that Tesla can get us cars in a month, if that even happens. So I just think that for many of those reasons, I appreciate the outside of the box thinking. I love that you guys did all the research, and I love that it could potentially be purchased here in Anaheim and generate additional tax revenue for our city. But it's not something that I think is a good use of taxpayer dollars for our police department at this time. So thank you.
If I could just add that we are testing a couple of hybrids. A couple of Explorers, we got our hybrids. So we are testing hybrids as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. With no further comments, can we
move
have a motion?
approval.
Thank you. I'll second. We have a motion and a second.
The vote is 6 ayes, 1 nay by Councilmember Brava. The motion carries.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go back to Mayor Pro Tem. You pulled item number 4. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. My name is Jared Rakowski, and I serve as the City of Anaheim's purchasing agent. The item before you is a recommendation to waive the bidding and publication requirements of Council Policy 4.0 and award an agreement to Airbus Helicopters, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $350,000 plus applicable tax and a 20% contingency to purchase airframe helicopter parts, components, and labor for the Police Air Support Division. The recommendation is also to authorize the purchasing agent or their designee to exercise agreement renewals for up to 4 additional one-year periods, subject to available budget appropriations. Airbus is the original equipment manufacturer of the airframe parts and components of the 3 Airbus helicopters that the Anaheim Police Air Support Division operates. As the OEM, they have a faster turnaround time than its distributors, broader availability of products, and also provide overhaul services. As a direct Airbus customer, the city would also have access to their parts catalog, which is beneficial as it would allow placing of online orders and viewing of expected delivery times. That concludes my staff report, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I do have a few questions. again, asking us to waive 4.0. Did we not consider an RFP process that would include some of the things that you need, like a catalog or whatever? I guess I need a reason that you didn't send it out for bid.
As I understand, any or a vast majority of the work that's done on overhauls and repairs requires that Airbus does those, and any other vendor that we might have contracted with would end up sending the engine to Airbus anyway, and that Airbus prioritizes their own direct customers when it comes to parts and performing services over their distributors and resellers. And that was a very compelling reason to sole source to.
And that would come out in an RFP response. I mean, I imagine their turnaround time, their costs, so forth would be lower. Again, I'm concerned that we are continuing to be asked to waive the bidding process. That is something, it's a requirement of council. There's been other times when departments have asked us to waive because it's an emergency situation. Is this an emergency situation? I don't see it noted here.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. Just to maybe add some more clarity to the Airbus helicopter is the manufacturer of the aircraft and the original equipment manufacturer, what we call OEM, of the airframe parts and the components. As the OEM, the original manufacturer, they have a faster turnaround, as mentioned already, time than their distributors. But one of the things that's important is that many of the parts for our helicopter are only available through Airbus. As a direct Airbus customer, the city will have access to their online parts catalogs, allowing the placing of online orders and viewing expected delivery times. Airbus is offering the city a 5% discount off their published manufacturer list price on planned orders, and establishing an agreement with the original equipment manufacturer would allow the police air support division to provide continual service, which is critical service at this time.
So did you research this, or, I mean, how do we know that that is in fact true if we didn't use an RFP process or bid process to get quotes and so forth?
From my understanding, is speaking with the folks in the air support division, is from their experience, and it's a very limited field of folks who can perform these kinds of repair services, overhaul services, and provide these kind of parts. And there's also currently an engine that's out being overhauled that has been delayed because of parts, and it's pushed up the timeline for overhaul of another helicopter, and that's also a factor here in the going with Airbus and waiving the council policy 4.0.
If I can just add to that, Mayor Pro Tem, the prior agreement with Airbus and Halimart for the airframe helicopter parts, components, and labor expired back in July 31st of 2023. A competitive bid process to procure these contracts opened on May 18th of 2018 and closed on June 5th of 2018 and was approved by City Council on July 31st of 2018. This contract was a one-year contract with 4 annual renewals, and as you can imagine, we were at the end of the annual, or getting close to the annual renewal, and the need for to continue with the air support is now to be able to continue with this process, and therefore that's why we're requesting a sole source to continue with that service.
Did you consider asking for a one-year term and then doing the bidding process for any additional years so that you can, again, reevaluate cost and other vendors?
That is something we can certainly do. We're under no obligation to renew any of the option years. So if that's what, staff and working with the air support folks and as the council wishes, that's something we can certainly look into and explore.
I would like it to be considered instead of just waiving it for another 5 years.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Fessel.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one of those cases that waiving Policy 4.0 made totally sense. Airbus is the manufacturer, and then the rest of the vendor had to buy from the manufacturer and then sell it to us. If we buy directly from the manufacturer, nobody can beat those prices. If I could buy part for my General Motor car directly from the manufacturer, I would have saved at least 50% of the price rather than going to an auto part. And that's what the staff is doing, buying directly from the manufacturer rather than from distributors. The service is directly, and the prices are lower. For me, this made complete sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. As I just heard you, we've had this contract with Airbus since 2018, is that correct?
That's correct, Councilman.
Okay. And does that predate you?
That's correct, Councilmember.
Okay,
I
no,
joined the city.
the reason I'm making the point of this is that we have 3 of these ships. And I agree with actually my council colleague that just spoke before me. I don't have a problem whatsoever with this. And again, this has come before me since at least 2018, and I've supported them each time. Has there been any performance issues dealing with Airbus over these last years? Have they been able to fulfill parts, service, rebuilding, whatever it is that the ships need? And I have incidentally been to the facility in Fullerton a number of times. So I've actually seen several of the copters in various states of repair. So Chief, are we satisfied with this arrangement? Has this been a positive arrangement for the city?
It has. We have not had any issues in speaking to, obviously, our pilots and our supervisor, Sergeant Santee, and we have not had any, I have not been made aware of any issues or concerns with the vendor.
I'm satisfied. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments or questions, may I have a motion and a second?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. Oh, poor Carlos.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item was pulled by Councilmember Leon, item number 6. And he would like a staff report on item number 6.
Good evening again. The item before you is a recommendation to award a 1-year agreement to Golden Buckeye, Inc., doing business as Burnett Printing, in an amount not to exceed $78,236.50, plus applicable tax and a 20% contingency for as-needed citywide printing services of envelopes, letterhead, and business cards, and to authorize the purchasing agent or their designee to exercise agreement renewals for up to 4 additional 1-year periods, subject to available budget appropriations. The recommendation is also to ratify a 3-month extension of the city's current agreement with Tajin Graphics, Inc., doing business as Apollo Printing and Graphics, in an amount not to exceed $30,000, plus a 20% contingency for citywide printing services of envelopes, letterhead, and business cards. The purchasing division posted request for bids number 9751 on the city's bid portal on December 4th, 2023. 6 responsive bids were received, and Burnett Printing was the lowest responsive bidder. The extension of Apollo's agreement allows for the uninterrupted continuation of printing services while the city completes processing a new procurement to establish a new agreement, and also covers the time period required to fully develop and transition to the new vendor's ordering portal. That concludes my staff report, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand that this is kind of, I guess, for the public. I know it's a relatively smaller contract in terms of what we usually discuss up here, but I do have a little bit of hesitation with this one, just because it seems like we're taking our city business away from a business that's based in the city of Anaheim and then moving it to a printer that's based in Placentia. I have a few questions for you, Jared. Can you clarify, so this was a low bid process. Can you clarify the difference between a low bid and an RFP process?
Yes, Councilmember. So in a low bid process, it's very objective. It's something that's purely based on pricing. In this case, the bid was based on historical usage and quantities of the various items that the city had printed, and the resulting agreement would contain unit pricing. So it's as needed. It would not be for any kind of fixed ordering or anything like that. So the low bid is purely based on price, whereas an RFP process would be based on factors other than price. It would be more of a best value. So you'll have other evaluation criteria such as experience, understanding of the city's needs, references, and so forth. And that would require an evaluation committee to evaluate proposals that came in. And so in this case, it was determined for these very basic services that a low bid would be preferred and would be used. And typically, we would want to use a low bid process whenever possible to ensure we get the best pricing for the city for the various services and goods that we are trying to procure.
Got it. Thank you. Do we take any other things into consideration if a business is minority owned or women owned or based in Anaheim? Do we take any of that into consideration during the process?
The city's practice has been to give a local bidder's preference of 1%. That is the only preference that is typically given for such procurements.
Okay. And then there was a difference in the numbers a little bit. So there was the bids, and then there were two that was a bid for recycled content paper. I'm not trying to get into a long conversation about different types of paper, but can you explain what the difference was between those bids? And let me tell you kind of my reasoning for that question is, so currently Golden Buckeye came in at $78,200. Tajan Graphics or Apollo Printing came in at $89,700, and then there were the next two numbers on there is Tajan Graphics again coming in at $89,700 for the recycled content paper, and Golden Buckeye coming in at $121,000 for recycled content paper. Can you explain a little bit what the difference is between those different bids?
The solicitation allowed it allowed for if the particular bidder could supply recycled content and use that as part of their printing as a separate optional bid. And if any of those bids for recycled content were of equal or lesser than the lowest bid, then as the cities are part of our environmental policy, we would have selected that particular vendor with that particular type of paper. But in this case, the lowest bid was not for recycled content paper, so we did not therefore go with that particular type of paper.
So we would only go for the recycled content paper bid if the other bids were higher than that one.
Correct, if it was equal or less than the lowest bid.
Okay, but in terms of like staff and that, there's no big impact in terms of using recycled content paper or not?
Correct.
Okay. Can you, two more questions. Just out of curiosity, and I don't know if this is a question for the city manager, is there, since this is under 200,000, why isn't it part of the city manager's signing authority and part of the usual report that we get? How come are we voting on this one because it's a new vendor that you're trying to bring in?
No, we're anticipating the potential to use the 4 optional years, and the aggregate value of the contract would exceed the city manager's authority at that point.
Got it. And then again, so I understand legally there's the process for the low bid, but can I ask, the printer that we chose, are they a family-owned business? Do we know what their background is, or is it literally they just came in at a lower bid and that's literally all that we considered?
That's correct. As long as they met the minimum qualifications they had to provide for their vendor portal screenshots that showed specific things and how they, how the users in the city would interact. And I do know that their sales representative does have experience with the city.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
One of the questions I wanted to ask, and maybe this also might be for the city manager's office, is there with our environmental policies or we have an environmental program, yet we're making it very difficult to do the right thing with a low bid process. So how can we ensure that we are seeing through on our environmental goals? Can we require that all of our printing is done on recycled paper, just in the instance of this contract?
My understanding, and I would want to confirm with the city attorney's office, is that if the solicitation required that up front, that is something that we could require.
I think I have a same or similar question. I believe that Apollo Printing and Graphics is also a union print shop. Do we have any other abilities, if we took it outside of the, low bid and did it in another way, to add value to shops that are, to my council colleague's point, located in Anaheim, or to our union shop print houses?
If we did it as an RFP, a request for proposals, the city, we could develop the evaluation criteria, as we saw fit. And if we thought criteria such as, being unionized was a value, that could be something certainly factored into the evaluation committee's scoring of the proposals for the various proposers.
Okay, thank you. I think I have concerns about this, and I would prefer that we do this as an RFP so that we have flexibility in contracts like this to give preferences to Anaheim businesses and minority and women-owned businesses, as well as those that are union shops, and are making sure that those that work in their facilities are properly trained and paid a good wage. I know we do it in a lot of our larger contracts, but I think it's equally important when we look at our Anaheim-owned and family small businesses to give weight to that. So I would like to see this process, not just in this specific instance, but in other instances as well, go to an RFP so that we have that flexibility, where here I understand we don't. Sorry, Councilmember Meeks, I see you weighed in.
Yeah, just on that issue, we do give preference to Anaheim businesses by 1%, correct?
Correct.
So if they are equal, the Anaheim business will win because we give them a 1% advantage in the price. And these bids are usually based on price for getting the value for our taxpayers. If in fact the council wants to consider other value to these, then I think that's more of a council policy that we need to have purchasing bring back options and values to that, is union shop worth another 1%, or, you know, small business? I mean, I would not support bringing some of these back with an RFP process that allows potential gaming of the system and not giving the taxpayer the best value based on personal opinions about a certain company, you know? So if we're gonna bring back anything, I want it to be under strict guidelines. This is worth this much, this is worth this much, and so that everybody is treated fairly. So that's what I would like. I mean, this one I'm good with, you know, they bid it, we gave the Anaheim company the 1% value. He wasn't low bid. But just in moving forward, if you want to consider something like that, I would really like it to be very black and white and not, gee, we like this guy and we don't like that guy.
And if I could weigh in too, it's important to note that the purchasing manager is following the council policy on purchasing. So I think to Councilmember Meeks's point, if there was interest in the council to revisit that policy, that might be the time, this might be the time to do that. Perhaps not on a case-by-case basis, but just revamping our entire purchasing policy. And so certainly an option could be, I think that we need to enter into some type of a contract to move this, necessary service forward. Can we suggest that in lieu of maybe not voting on this tonight, that we do a 1 year and then possibly consider if there is interest in doing something different, so that we can move ahead and at least keep this in place for now?
Okay, well, I'm going to, there's two other council comments, so let me go to Councilmember Leon, Councilmember Diaz, and then Councilmember Fussell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I would be interested in basically what Councilmember Meeks was mentioning of updating our council policy. Definitely agree we should continue making it fair. Like I said, my big, I guess, hesitation with this one is the fact that we're moving business out of Anaheim, and I'm not sure if I'm 100% there yet. But can I throw it out there, Mr. City Manager? Is it possible to approve number 2 and then table number 1 to have a conversation about policy? Or are you saying approve this, but number 1 is just for the 1-year term without the 4 one-year optional renewals?
Right, so I think that if the council wanted to consider modifying the policy, at a minimum approve a 1 year, so yes, number 1.
Got it. But still ratifying the 3-month extension, so there's, okay. I'll defer, I know there's other folks with comments. I will defer to them. I see some conversation.
Right, yeah, so we need the ratification, so we would need 1, 3, and 4, at a minimum. We would recommend 1, 3, and 4 at a minimum to keep this service available to our city.
Say that one more time. What do you mean by 1, 3, and 4? Sorry.
So 4 items on the staff report. So we would recommend that you award a 1-year agreement. You skip number 2. You ratify a 3-month extension. And then we...
I just have 1 and 2 up on the screen. That's why the confusion. Sorry.
All right.
So 1 without the 4 1-year optional renewals, and 2 based on the screen.
It's best to go with the staff report. The screen is just a graphic. Staff report is actually the staff recommendation.
Take a look. I will defer to my colleagues. I think they had comments.
Thank you, Mayor. This conversation made me a little bit nervous here. Okay, let me explain something here. Low bids, you have the specifications. Let's say you want to buy 100 of these glasses. You have the exact specification. It's a 2.0 type of glasses, plastic. You have exact specifications. And then the lowest bid is whoever bill can sell me those 100 pair of glasses based on this specification at the lowest price. That's the one that wins the bid. RFP is when I want an engineering company, for example, to design the glasses. So I don't have a lot of comparison here. It's more based on experience, more based on how many times they had done it before, the staff that is qualified to do that work. So it's all a qualification, but we cannot mix RFP with low bids. It's two different things. Under the law, made me nervous just even talking about this, because we ask for low bids and we start twisting the law into whatever we want to win the contract. We might get in trouble here. I completely get it. Somebody that is in the city and somebody that have a local shop, well, they take care of the employees better. No question about that. I'd rather go to that shop in the city and take care of the employees, but at the same time, we have to comply with the law. So it made me nervous even to talk about this. Question for the city attorney is am I right here, or can we twist the law to require an RFP for something that is, the requirement is to low bid?
I'm not sure if there's, this is coming out of council policy rather than state law, as you would see in a construction contract, for example. It certainly would make me nervous if we have a certain set of rules that we put out there and we try to abide by them and then we switch it midstream, but it's a little bit different because it is our own council policy, which we have the ability to waive. So I think it's not a clear-cut answer, but I certainly agree with your point that it's better to be consistent to be safe.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Sorry, Councilmember Fessel, I just want to ask one quick question. Does Golden Buckeye also have the ability, I mean, I'm assuming since they put in a bid for the larger amount for recycled paper, but they do have that capability. It just is more costly.
That's correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm pretty familiar with a large regional utility that has what they call an SBE program, small business, and I don't remember what the E stands for. But they score businesses based upon some criteria, and I can certainly find out for the city what that is. And then they give based upon whatever the score is, there's an incentive of a percentage that goes towards the cost of whatever the contract is. And I don't have heartburn on whatever we decide to do on this tonight. And if we want to extend it, fine. If we don't, that's okay. I think we need the printing done, and there's a difference of about $9,000 or $10,000, and of course I want to save all the money I can for the city, but if there's a concern that we stay with Apollo, which we certainly could, I'm okay with that. The bigger question for me is if we want to go forward with some kind of small business incentive program of some kind, and that is based upon a long list of criteria that I couldn't tell you what it is right off the bat. But I'd be happy to, should we want to go that direction, I have some experience and I'm sure I can get some background on what one of our large local regional utilities does, because they do this very successfully. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
Do we know if any of the others are small businesses? I mean, I can't tell from here. Is Golden Buckeye a small business? Do you know?
By small, the only consideration in this particular procurement was the local bidder's preference.
Yeah, and I also have a concern if we don't do it consistently. We cannot get into the game of doing it item by item as they come to council, because then we're looking at it differently. And this is how the Universal, we have gotten in trouble before. A friend, we're more likely to support their effort than somebody we don't know at all. So whatever, I would like to, as the city manager noted, vote on 1, 3, and 4 today. And if we want to discuss how we would do our low bid process, and if we give 1% to a local, do we give 1% to a minority, female owned, or how we do that, we can decide later on. But I think for now, going with I would support the 1, 3, and 4.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I really like Councilmember Fessel's, just comments about, obviously, this is one contract, but it's emblematic of a larger issue, just to be able to give you consistent rules to follow by. I just think these are things that sometimes it's a smaller contract that raises the issue, and to then make it part of a larger discussion. So I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I'm fine with doing that, but I would like to bring this back for discussion on, what do we value and what should we be considering? Councilmember Leon, did you have a last comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I will, I don't know if that was a motion, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, but if it was, I'll second it just so that we can have that continuation for number one. But definitely supportive of coming back with a separate discussion on, I think to Councilmember Meeks, Councilmember Diaz, I don't think it's about trying to skew the rules any one way. But I think there is something to be said about, like I said, I'm not going to repeat myself on everything, but supporting Anaheim businesses, I think that should be something we definitely consider. And whatever it is we do, we be consistent with it. But I will second that. And I also want to agree with Councilmember Fessel on if there's something that we can do for Anaheim entrepreneurs, small businesses here, definitely supportive of that.
Have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem, and then a second by Councilmember Leon. Are there any other council comments or questions? Please vote.
I have a question. What are we voting for?
So, Councilmember Diaz, we're voting to award a one-year agreement with Golden Buckeye in the amount not to exceed $78,236.50, plus the applicable tax along with a 20% contingency. Ratify the 3-month extension of the agreement with Tajan Graphics, doing business as Apollo Printings, in the amount of $30,000 plus the 20% contingency, and authorizing the purchasing agent to execute those documents. What we're removing is the optional renewal, which was the 4 additional one-year periods. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
The next item is pulled by Councilmember Rubacalva. Item 13, would you like a staff report?
Thank you, Rudy. I just would like a brief staff report. It's mainly to give you some gratitude for the investment that you're making, or the city is making, into District 3. So if you could just highlight some of the good work that's being done there. And I also want to thank you, because I think you'll go over the details, but my constituents are very grateful.
Great. Good evening again. Yes, this item before you is the award of a construction contract for a street paving rehabilitation project on East Street from La Palma to Cypress, so just north of Lincoln Avenue. The project will be anticipated to start this spring and end in the summer. So it'll be a relatively quick project. Pretty straightforward is the paving project, and I can answer any questions you might have.
That's all I have. I mean, for us, it's been, I think, this is significant investment in that area. You see the way the streets have not been paved. I also see that it triggered our CWA, so this is part of the workforce labor agreement project list. So that's, I think, a plus as well for our city. So I just want to thank you for prioritizing this area and making sure that we're continuing to invest in our city's infrastructure.
Thank you.
No further council comments. May we have a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion.
Second. Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Our next item was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Campos Kurtz, item number 21.
Oh, may I have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. My apologies for running late. I had to get some water. Before you is a request, a recommendation that this council waive policy 4.1 and approve the attorney service and consulting agreement with Arif Alakan Esquire and Alakan Insights LLC for advice and services of an attorney consultant to analyze the practices, procedures, protocols of the Anaheim Police Department and develop a program and strategies to ensure compliance with principles of constitutional policing. APD has identified a need for an attorney consultant to analyze the department's practices, processes, protocols, and develop a program and programs and strategies to ensure compliance with the principles of constitutional policing, utilizing best practices throughout the nation. The proposed agreement will allow APD to continue its current contractual relationship with Arif Alakan and the Constitutional Policing Program, which began in April of 2023. The current agreement has not exceeded the amount of $100,000, and funds are expected to be exhausted by the end of this month. The proposed contract will provide APD with an attorney consultant who will review and assist with policy development systems, processes, accountability systems, including auditing and compliance procedures, disciplinary investigations, community complaints procedures, and reviews of use of force and other critical incidents, programs, and efforts to prohibit discrimination and workplace conflict efforts to eliminate bias policing and promote procedural justice principles, training, education, and leadership development programs for sworn and our professional staff, community engagement, partnerships, and outreach programs. I want to tell you a little bit about Mr. Arif Alakan and the need for the request for a sole source justification. Mr. Alakan is an experienced senior law enforcement executive and nationally recognized expert who has assisted police agencies nationwide in developing programs, procedures, and systems that promote constitutional policing to protect communities and build public trust. His 25-year career in government services includes serving as a federal prosecutor for the Central District of California, as a senior policy official with both the U.S. Department of Justice and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, as deputy mayor for public safety and Homeland Security for the city of Los Angeles, as director of Homeland Security and Law Enforcement for Los Angeles International Airport, and as director of the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy for the Los Angeles Police Department. Mr. Alakan is a subject matter expert for the U.S. Department of Justice on constitutional policing and provides advice, training, assistance on a range of projects and issues, projects and issues for local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies in California and throughout the nation. He is also a post-certified academy instructor and former adjunct professor of law at UCI and USC law schools, where he taught courses on constitutional policing and criminal procedures. He is a member in good standing with the California State Bar and admitted to practice in the Ninth Circuit, U.S. Court of Appeals, and U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. Mr. Alakan is a consultant to police agencies nationwide on police reform, risk management, and community engagement programs. Due to his extensive experience, the police department recommends the contract be awarded to Arif Alakan Esquire and Alakan Insight LLC. And finally, to the extent applicable, Council Policy 4.1 does not apply to legal service agreements. However, this agreement is not strictly limited to legal services only, and therefore, we are requesting that the Council Policy 4.1 be waived. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Fussell.
He sounds very impressive. May I ask why you're not I'm assuming this is not a bid, this would be an RFP process. Why, you didn't use that?
He's a unicorn. Based on his extensive skill set and knowledge and abilities. It's very fortunate that he actually lives in Orange County, and I'm aware of him through professional channels, and to be able to have someone of his unique skill set and to be able to provide that unique skill set is something, as I mentioned, outlining his qualities. We believe that the sole source in this particular matter is justified.
Can you give me a couple of examples of how he's been utilized?
Sure. So he's currently doing extensive work with the City of Chicago Police Department on...
Excuse me, with APD?
Oh, with APD.
Yes.
So as mentioned already, he was brought on just recently and has been assisting us on really looking at our policies, procedures, audits and inspections, use of force reviews, our major incident MIRTs, our major incident critical incidents reviews, really looking at our internal affairs process. He's actually putting together and has already provided several courses for supervisors on constitutional policing. And he is currently right now in the process of developing some leadership courses within the Anaheim Police Department for our current and future leaders. Just to give you an example of the need, our department is about 600, both sworn and professional staff, 400 fully sworn, 433 sworn. Just within the last year and a half, we have hired a little over 110 sworn officers. We've made 20 promotions to supervisors. We've promoted 7 lieutenants. We promoted 3 captains. We brought on a new deputy chief, and sitting before you is a recently appointed chief of police. So although we have a lot of experience, we have many people that are sitting in their positions that are new in their positions. So to be able to bring a subject matter expert of this quality and caliber to assist us and guide us is very unique.
Okay, but give me an example of, so you're new in your position, how is he going to help you? What practical thing is he doing to improve performance?
He's provided several legal advice because he is an attorney, he's an acting attorney, so providing that attorney-client privilege communication on several matters that the police department has been involved in, whether it's been something that police-related in the field or internally, providing attorney-client privilege as far as, again, input, suggestions based on the totality of circumstances, and works collaboratively with our city attorney's office.
And he's been with APD for about a year, you said, or some months?
I'll give you an exact date. Give me 1 second, please. I'm sorry, I just had it. He began in April of 2023.
What did we do before that?
What did he do before that?
What if he only joined in '23? What did the APD do before that?
We would obviously work with our city attorney. It depends on what the topic was. When it dealt with legal matters, we worked with our city attorney's office. We would also reach out to attorneys on retainer for various topics. When it came to training, we would look at other consultants, other subject matter experts in the field to provide that training. So in many different areas, he's a one-stop shop that can provide a little bit of everything that we're looking for.
Back in '23, when he was hired, did it come through council?
No.
So you were able to hire without coming through council for that?
It was a 1-year, $100,000 agreement through the city attorney's office, I believe, or city manager's office. So it was within their purview of contract.
Okay, so 1 year, 100,000. Now you're going to want to give him another 1 year in with 2 1 year. So for 3 years, 400,000.
Correct.
Again, I'm worried that you're asking us to waive council policy on this. You're not reaching out, and maybe this is the unicorn that you need to do this with, but unless there's a reach, we don't know. Unless you did it at that, or somebody did it at that time.
No, that's a great point. And Mayor Pro Tem, as I mentioned, we believe that Council Policy 4.1 does not apply because these are legal services. However, because he is providing other assistance to us in other areas, out of abundance of caution, we're bringing this forward to you this evening with that request to waive it.
Okay. And Mr. City Manager, so, City Attorney, the services, the legal services that he provides are such that your office isn't able to do them?
This is, to me, critical investment to something that's critically important to how we police. So we do have one attorney who's the primary advisor for the police department. That one attorney is also an assistant city attorney who has multiple responsibilities. So unless I'm able to hire another full-time city attorney, I think this is a good solution. It's a proven solution for a critical, to me, it's a critical investment to ensure that probably the most important relationship that government has with its people is through its policing, and ensuring that it's done constitutionally, to me, requires focused attention. And this is one solution to provide that.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rob, you summed up my points clearly. I think this is very, very critical. Chief, you may not be calling it a strategic plan, but aren't you kind of reviewing all of your policies and procedures right now? As a matter of fact, when you pinned the new deputy chief, seems to be, I was in the audience and there was quite a lot of attention given to his history in and around the subject matter. Is that correct?
Well, we are taking, obviously, a deep dive into kind of our policies and practices. I think it's important for any public service agency, especially law enforcement, to always look at our practices and procedures and make any adjustments or tweaks or pivots that we need to. It's something that's ingrained in our organization. We do that with major events such as critical officer-involved shootings with our MERT process. But I think that it needs to be more than just looking at critical incidents. I think it's the day-to-day things that we need to look at as well. So we are taking a deep dive into our policies, procedures, and practices, and to be able to bring in a subject matter expert such as Mr. Arif Alakana into to guide and assist is insurmountable. He is working with agencies such as Chicago, Ferguson, Seattle, major cities across the nation, and to be able to glean and hear what are the challenges and frustrations, and using that as a prevention for us to make sure we don't go down certain paths is invaluable in many different ways.
Chief, thank you very much. I totally concur. I think this is very important that we have a subject matter expert of this caliber. This is a large department. It's getting larger every day. I've been around long enough to remember some difficult times with APD, and we don't want to revisit those. So a thorough review of our policies and procedures and what it is that we do and how we, police and what our engagement is with our residents. I think there's nothing more important in the city than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Rubicon.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you, because those are good questions. I know where you're going with this. I'm also uncomfortable in this case. What's the urgency? Why we didn't do a request for proposal and us send it out there nationwide? Hey, this is what we're looking for. Respond to this request for proposal. Why we didn't do that?
Now, that's a valid question, council member. And again, we currently have him as a one-year consultant, and just the amount of information and resource that he has shared has been proven to be invaluable to me and to our organization. When you look at the experience and the knowledge base that he has is something that's insurmountable. I wouldn't even know how to begin to even put an RFP out for something like that. Again, and I know I use the word, but he's a unicorn. He definitely brings a lot to the table. He's very contemporary in his knowledge and practices. So to be able to have someone like that in our backyard and to be able to bring him on as a consultant is invaluable. And for those reasons, the fact, again, as I mentioned, his resume and his pedigree really, for me and for the department, we believe that that in and of itself and what he brings to the table is definitely a justification for the sole source. So for those reasons, we did not put an RFP out.
It made me kind of nervous. What if the newspaper came out tomorrow and said, hey, Anaheim give a $400,000 contract, and they don't even put in RFP? It made me nervous. I want to stop it tonight, but I want to think about this. 'Cause we are giving contract, and we are not following our own policies. So sometimes you had a golden mine working for you already, but with a little bit more work, you could do a RFP and do it, see what is there, and for me doing it correctly. I'm gonna vote yes tonight, but I'm kind of nervous with this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. I also see the value of just preparing our police officers and making sure that they're aware of criminal procedures. But so how come his price went up so high? So the $400,000 is for 1 year, right? With an option to renew it 2 times. And the reason why I didn't have to come to council before is because it was within the city manager's spending authority, which is $200,000. So he's doubled his cost.
So he was on contract for 1 year, not to exceed $100,000. And you are correct. His services were such to the point where I wanted to continue to have him on available for us. And his rate is going up per hour of $3.45 per hour plus reimbursement for itemized costs, expenses, support by excerpts, but it's not to exceed $400,000. So the agreement is for a 1-year term with 2 annual renewal options, but that it would not exceed $400,000 total.
Yeah, and I am inclined to agree with Councilmember Diaz and Councilmember Kurtz on the RFP process. And you and I did speak about this, and you briefed me kindly on this topic. I also want to make sure that our police officers have the resources that they need to conduct constitutional policing and making sure that they are armed with as much information as possible to do their job. Would you be, if we made a motion to go ahead and approve for 1 year without the options to renew, that's something I'm inclined to do. I'm not really comfortable kind of giving it additional options to renew for 2 more years at $400,000 each year. So, I mean, if my council colleagues would entertain that motion, I'd like to make a motion to approve for 1 year and then assess. And I would also love to sit in on one of these classes that he's providing the police officers, just to get a sense of what our police officers are getting. What's the value? And also, is this something that, I see that you're putting together programs and strategies, but are these things being reduced to writing? And is it something that can have a longer shelf life, so we may not need his services in 2 years or 3 years? So if I can get a second on that, but.
You want me to answer that, or is that, okay. Yeah, to answer the latter part of that, he is working on creating the structure for us. Obviously, as a consultant, is to provide the guidance and the direction and the input, and ultimately it's myself as a department head, it's accountable to make sure that the proper systems are in play to be able to bring someone like this on the front end. And again, for me, I see it as a preventative tool. You know, we strive to be a high-performing organization. To be able to bring someone like this at his caliber to this organization and provide that insight and experience, what he's experiencing in all the United States Department of Justice, when they're looking at doing a consent decree on an agency, will contact him to go into these agencies and assess and evaluate and report back to the Department of Justice on what are the issues and challenges, to be able to have that current contemporary information shared with us so we can reevaluate our policies, procedures, practices, and make any tweaks or pivot to prevent us from going down a path another agency. It's insurmountable to me. So for those reasons, I'm presenting the proposal, the recommendation. Obviously, as policymakers, it's your discretion on.
I mean, I would say for $400,000, I hope he puts together a playbook for our police officers to utilize for years to come. So I would like to make a motion to approve for 1 year. If I can get a second.
Just for clarification, so this is a not to exceed amount of $400,000, but the
For 1 year with the option to renew.
But just to clarify, the hourly rate is $345 per hour. So if you agree or if you approve a contract for 1 year, it'd be also good to adjust what the not to exceed amount is. Otherwise, it would be a not to exceed for $400,000 for a year. So, and that's typical for most legal arrangements that we have, is that it's an hourly basis with a cap. Essentially, if you start to reach that cap, then you can decide if you want to negotiate a longer term.
What do you recommend, city attorney, for a cap if it was just for a 1 year?
Well, just to be clear, I'm sorry, because I think this is a really good point. I
It
mean,
is.
$400,000 a year at $345, he's working for us over 20 hours a week. This is for the all
It's not a
three
year.
terms.
And I
A whole
apologize
contract,
if
right?
I apologize for clarity. It's not 400,000 a year. It's
Max,
not
it's
to
the
exceed,
whole-
it's
okay.
not to exceed 400,000. So it's 1 year with 2 extensions, a total of 3 years.
Okay.
The total not to
Yeah.
exceed 400,000. I apologize if there was a miscommunication on my part.
He's
Okay,
a city
thank you.
employee at that point.
Yeah, because that's what I thought. We asked the question, it was 400,000 for the year.
His hourly
Oh, like,
rate is
that's inflation.
345.
Okay. I would say, Chief, if you could start doing RFPs for these type, I get the unicorn concept, but he can't be the only game, maybe the only game in Orange County. But if you could please start doing RFPs and conducting that process moving forward, it would be, I think, in the best interest of our taxpayers too. Yeah. Well, we're looking at the contract, and it does say for 1 year, the term of the contract on page 2 of 18, hold on, let me see. So if you go to the terms of the contract, it does give the dates, and that's 1 year, and then it says not to exceed 400,000. So that would be for a 1 year.
Total.
It doesn't have it.
I think what you really want to do is adjust the cap. You can also adjust the term if you want and just say 1 year contract and then not to exceed X amount. And Chief and I were just talking sidebar and thought 125,000 would be reasonable. It's 25,000 more than their last deal, and it's not unreasonable for attorney's fees to go up over a course of a year. So just throwing that out there as a possibility.
Then I'll amend my motion to approve with a cap of 125,000
I'll second.
And a 1 year term, correct?
and a 1 year term, correct?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Oh, I'm so sorry. Before we vote, Councilmember Diaz.
Can we add to before the 1 year expires for the chief to send an RFP and to continue this type of work, which is important. And after the RFP is out, and you can bring that back to us and do it that way. We can somehow add that to us, to that proposal.
So it's a motion to approve a 1 year contract cap of $125,000 with the condition that upon renewal or before renewal, the police department will do an RFP for further services.
Yes.
No further questions. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So I believe the last item pulled for our consent calendar is item number 24, pulled by Councilmember Rubicalva. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is to set a public hearing date for the proposed vacation and abandonment of 3 segments of street right-of-way related to the Disneyland Forward project. The abandonment has been requested by the Walt Disney Parks and Resorts US as part of the Disneyland Forward project, and the abandonment request is one of several applications the applicant has made to the city, and a comprehensive discussion regarding the project shall occur at an upcoming council meeting. The scheduling of this public hearing is part of the general vacation procedures set forth by the Street and Highway Code. So this item will just essentially just set that public hearing date, and we'll have a full discussion at that time. I'm available for any questions.
Councilmember Rubalcaba, would you like to kick us off, and then Councilmember Meeks?
Yeah, I just have one question. What's the urgency?
The urgency is just part of the items that's going forward as part of the project. It's been requested. Ultimately, as part of the process, the applicant still has to come forward with the next part of the process to complete the process, but we have to have a public hearing to move the process forward. This is just setting a hearing date to be able to have a public hearing.
And then, I heard a couple public commenters mention about Magic Way being pulled out. Is that something that we could consider?
Again, this is to set the public hearing, and again, this is something we could discuss at the public hearing, but tonight's item is just to set a public hearing. So I would suggest we have the discussion at the public hearing.
Okay, and then will the public hearing be on the entire Disney Forward project or just?
Just the vacation and abandonment.
And would it make more sense for the public hearing, for this to be part of the Disney Forward public hearing as a whole?
This will be part of the public hearing of the Disneyland Forward project. But again, as part of that, they are requesting an abandonment, so that requires a public hearing.
But the public hearings will be on separate dates?
Separate, one for the project, but because they have the right to make this request, and that request requires a public hearing.
Okay.
I just want to, actually, I'm going to go Councilmember Meeks, because you might. Might be.
So what's the planned council date for the Disneyland Forward project?
Excuse me. The Ted White, Deputy City Manager. Yes, the date actually will be the same date. And that is the reason that we're requesting April 16th is so that we can have the public hearing and consider the entire project. It technically is a separate public hearing, but it will be, and the reason that we want to have it on the same date as the consideration of the Disneyland Forward project is just so people who would like to be a part of that public hearing and express their opinions about that don't have to go to 2 separate dates. It would all be considered on the same.
So we'll schedule on the council agenda the Disneyland Forward project, and then the abandonment we would be a separate public hearing, but on that same date.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, and I mean, this action is just, it's a legal requirement for us to set the public hearing so that there can be noticing periods to let everybody know and to get that information out and advertise it as a public hearing. That's why we're doing this now. And all the details of it will come and be part of that public hearing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm probably going to surprise a lot of people, but having sat as a planning commissioner for 7 years, mitigation measures I'm very sensitive to. There was a lot of discussion tonight from a lot of members of the public, some of which actually know what they're talking about. And I'm concerned that we might be moving a little bit too quickly on specifically Magic Way. And I'm not sure it's in the public's best interest or the city's best interest to wrap those all up together at the same meeting, especially if there needs to be some fact-finding regarding the mitigation measures, the traffic counts, and a lot of the other questions that were raised this evening. I would strongly suggest to my colleagues that we separate out the Magic Way issue. And while I may personally be supportive of closing that, I think there's been enough discussion, enough questions asked, especially when they come to the mitigation measures that may or may not have had anything to do with the closing of Cerritos. It begs the question, we may not know everything publicly that we should before we go into this. And I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to maybe handle specifically the Magic Way item separately. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to get a buy-in from my colleagues here, but there's more discussion about Magic Way than there is almost any other issue having to deal with Disney Forward, at least as far as we can tell from the public comments here. Based upon that, I think I'd like to see that handled by itself. And I'll see what my colleagues have to say with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody understands. By supporting the public hearing, the scheduling of the public hearing in no way says that we are in support of handing over the streets to Disney Forward, correct? Selling the streets, I shouldn't say handing over the streets. We're just setting a date. But I agree with Councilmember Fessel in that if we do it at the same time, what if we, as a council, decide not to agree with the Magic Way piece, but Disney Forward is tied to that? How does that work?
Thank you for the question. As currently proposed, Disney Way the abandonment of Magic Way is intimately entwined with Disneyland Forward. The draft development agreements, the specific plan amendments, all of the technical documents incorporate the proposed removal of Magic Way from the specific plan. If there are concerns at the scheduled public hearing related to Magic Way, I think the appropriate position would be to actually continue the item. If the information that Councilmember Fessel, you requested about mitigation measures, et cetera, if that's not adequate, I'm prepared, and I believe we will be prepared for that. If that's not to your satisfaction, the appropriate action would be to continue the item to get more information. It would be very difficult at this time to separate out the removal of Magic Way from the rest of the project entitlements. Not that it couldn't be done with some time, but it would take a significant amount of effort. Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, to answer your question, yes, the approval or the scheduling of this item for a public hearing in no way signals your support or opposition to the request. This is simply a procedural item to schedule this for consideration. And I do believe that the consideration of this item as well with and along with Disneyland Forward with the entirety of the project is the appropriate way to consider it. We could bifurcate the two items, but it would take time in order to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things I was going to ask is just if you could just give a 50,000 feet overview of why we are doing this, because I think there's confusion out in the community. For instance, when we look at the resolution, it does say it's, that the city council is declaring its intention to vacate. We might know that that's not what that means, but if I'm just reading this, it seems to appear. So can you just walk through for people's benefit why we have to do it this way, why we have to notice it? Can we set a public hearing on this without a resolution declaring the intent to vacate? Why are we doing it in this manner?
Again, as indicated, it's the procedure, right? The council will be making a decision at that public hearing, whether it wants to vacate the process. So that is why we're setting the public hearing, so the public knows what we're advertising, what the council will be considering. It doesn't mean you're going to approve it, but that's what the public needs to know, what you will be considering. So that's why it's being advertised in that way. And I agree that we are just advertising or approving the hearing on that evening, and we'll be bringing back facts to Councilwoman Fessel's point. We'll be bringing back whether these are mitigation measures or project design features. Those are what we'll be discussing that evening, and taking into account public testimony, and all those considerations will be taken on that evening for the council's consideration. And then that's when council will be making a decision whether to vacate or abandon the streets that evening.
So if we approve this tonight and we have the public hearing on April 16th, is the expectation that the council will receive the public input, ask the questions that we need to get to that level of comfort to make a yes or no decision, and then what's the next step after that?
Well, again, you would make the decision, or you could always choose to continue the item, get more information, and make the decision at a later date.
So we will have other opportunities to ask questions, get more information, and potentially, make a decision at a later date. Nothing is set in stone.
That is correct.
Well, I want to clarify. At the April 16th public hearing, you would be presented with the recommendation and consideration of all of the project entitlements, including this. Technically as a separate item, but you would be, there would be the public hearing, the open discussion of that, asking any technical questions, and the opportunity for you to make a decision to approve, deny, or continue the item.
Okay. No, I just think that's helpful information, because I think when you look at this, it seems like we are making a decision tonight. So I just want to give people comfort that there are going to be other opportunities for people to ask questions. And if there is a level of discomfort, if something is raised via public comment that we maybe haven't considered or need to do a deeper dive in, we do have those options available to us as we're moving the project forward.
If I could, I apologize for interrupting, but I would also suggest that we will present on this item at the Planning Commission meeting, knowing the sensitivity and the comments that have been brought up. We'll certainly make a point of making sure that our record is very clear on the history of the item and what the item is involved with. And people will have the opportunity to participate in a public hearing at the Planning Commission level as well.
And I think that'll be a good opportunity for us to ask questions. I'm a little bit uncomfortable bifurcating this issue, because if we make independent decisions on one street and not the other, it might null and void or render moot our decisions on the project as a whole. So I think that we need to be very sensitive when we start talking about bifurcating something that runs through the middle of a potential project. What we decide on the project going forward is a different discussion. But I feel like when we look at Disneyland Forward as a whole, we need to know what we are voting on, and whether decisions, if we start bifurcating things, that might really affect the final outcome of the whole project. I'm sorry, I know Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Leon, you have some comments?
I just had a suggestion. Yeah, I'm against bifurcating. I don't think that works at all. It's, the project anticipates this, and the project would have to be changed if we did not abandon it. But I also understand the perception of the way that the resolution reads. Would it still be, meet the legal requirements if it said it was intention to consider vacation of certain public streets? And that gives, I mean, it doesn't word it as we're intending to do this, we're intending to consider the vacation of that.
I believe that would be adequate, yes.
Does that make people more comfortable?
I'm fine with that. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Who decides on the dates?
Staff brings the items to you when we've been working off of a calendar for quite some time, trying to align. There's quite a few logistics, as you can imagine, that go into getting the noticing together, getting the staff reports, and so we work to deadlines that we've been working towards for the last several months as we've wrapped up technical studies, et cetera. And so we've had the April 16th City Council date, holding it loosely, of course, depending on outcomes of workshops and Planning Commission hearings. And so that's where we've been, coordinating to bring this and meet this date for quite some time.
Got it. And let's say it is April 16th. What is because you said these two kind of go hand in hand, right? Magic Way and the Disneyland Forward project. Is there a certain order that we're going to be, are those two separate votes that we'll be taking that evening?
They are, and the Disneyland Forward project would be the first action taken. This would be followed up. And in the event that, for example, if the Planning Commission were to continue the item and we weren't able to bring the hearing for Disneyland Forward on April 16th, we would simply continue this item. So this would be that we would not take any action on the 16th on this item until such time that the Disneyland Forward project in its entirety were to be considered.
I apologize, if you could clarify that. So essentially we'd be voting on, let's say, Disneyland Forward first, then it'd be the public hearing on this. So we'd already have voted on Disneyland Forward before even voting on this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So then if they're both tied to each other and if we're still,
this is just simply like many of the items that you consider have multiple resolutions associated with them. If you think about in the sense of Disneyland Forward, you're going to be voting on a general plan amendment, you're going to be voting on a specific plan amendment, you're going to be voting on multiple items, and it's not uncommon for City Council to have multiple items. We haven't really talked about it. There may be even the opportunity for us to package this all into one public hearing. This gives us that opportunity to be able to do so by setting the date. We need to do that further in advance for the abandonment of streets.
and then just to confirm, because I think Councilmember Fussell brings up good points of the concerns that we're hearing from the community, and obviously wanted to make sure that we're listening to those. So you feel confident that by this date, you'll have some more information to either address or essentially double check those concerns. You're comfortable with, you're going to be able to provide us with information that addresses those by April 16th?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any other council comments or questions, so can we have a motion with the amendment made by Councilmember Meeks and then a second?
I'll move the item with the changed language.
I'll second.
You have a motion and a second, please vote.
So the resolution is amended to read as follows: a resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim declaring its intention to consider to vacate certain public streets, highways, and easements. And this is to set a public hearing scheduled for the council meeting of April 16th, 2024. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So that was the last item on our consent calendar. So we are going to be moving on to the business calendar. Item 30 is related to the recall petition of District 3, Councilmember Rubalcaba. Mr. City Manager, can we have a staff report on this item?
I'd ask for a staff report from City Clerk Bass, please.
Thank you. Mayor and City Council, the item before you this evening is acceptance of the certificate of sufficiency as to the signatures on the petition to recall District 3 Councilmember Natalie Rubalcaba. Upon acceptance of the certification and in accordance with the requirements of Section 1303 of the City Charter, as well as California Elections Code Sections 11227 and 11240, City Council is required to call, order, and give notice of a special municipal election for the submission of the question to recall the elected official. As background, on August 18, 2023, a notice of intention to circulate a recall petition was filed with the City Clerk's office. The petition for recall, which was the form itself, was reviewed and determined to meet the statutory requirements on September 21, 2023, therefore met the requirements for signature circulation. Pursuant to California Elections Code, the proponents were required to collect no less than 5,123 valid signatures of registered voters in District 3, which equals to 20% of the registered voters in District 3 according to the Statement of Registration at the time the notice of intention to circulate the recall petition was filed. The deadline to file the petition was 120 days from the date the petition was approved for circulation. The proponents timely submitted the petition on January 17, 2024. A prima facie count of the signatures was conducted pursuant to the Elections Code, and the petition was found sufficient to forward to the Orange County Register of Voters for signature verification. The signature verification was completed by the ROV, which indicated the petition met the requirements of the number of valid signatures in order to qualify for a ballot. Pursuant to the Elections Code, if the signatures on the petition is found sufficient, the city clerk is to submit the certificate of sufficiency, the signature verification of the petition, to the City Council at its next regular City Council meeting, which is the item before you this evening. Following the receipt of the certificate of sufficiency, the City Council is required to order for a recall election to determine if the elected official shall be recalled. An election shall be held no less than 88 nor more than 125 days from the date the election is ordered. Based on today's date of February 27th, for calling and ordering the election must take place on a Tuesday between May 25th, which is the 88th day, and July 1st, which is the 125th day. The dates within this time frame fall on May 28th, June 4th, June 11th, June 18th, and June 25th of 2024. As for the date of May 28th, 2024, pursuant to code, no election shall occur on a day before, day of, or day after a state holiday. May 27th, 2024 is a Memorial Day. As a result, the election cannot be held on May 28th. This evening, staff is requesting City Council to determine an election date and by resolution call, order, and give notice of holding of a special election in District 3 on the selected date, and request that the Orange County Board of Supervisors direct the Orange County Register of Voters to render services to the city relating to the conduct of a special election. The resolution before you also provides pursuant to the Elections Code for the recalled officer to submit a statement to be included in the voter information guide. The cost of the statement is wholly paid by the recalled officer. In addition, staff is also requesting an increase to the city clerk's fiscal year budget by $26,224.20 to cover the cost of the signature verification, as well as an increase of $700,000 to cover the cost to hold a special election. On the screen before you, I have included the outline of the proposed special election dates, excluding May 28th, as given as the aforementioned reasons. The dates before you are on June 4th, June 11th, June 18th, and June 25th. in coordination with the Register of Voters, before you is a timeline of the dates before you with regards to when the mail information guide and the ballots will be mailed to the residents in District 3, which is 29 days before Election Day. It includes the last day to register vote, which is 15 days prior to Election Day, but there also is the provision of the conditional voter that it can still register to vote up through the Election Day. E-10, which is 10 days prior to election, is the date that all vote centers will be open. And the certificate of election, which is this canvas of the election of the results, are the dates that were provided by the ROV, which is 24 dates after the election of when the canvas will be completed. And the following line provides of when that canvas is completed, the council meeting, and when the certification of results will be presented. This concludes my staff report, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have council questions by Councilmember Meeks and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I take no pleasure in taking action on any of this, but I understand that it is a legal obligation of the city. So I will make the motion to move forward on this and set the election for June 4th of 2024.
I second.
Thank you, Mayor. My hands are tied on this. I'm forced basically to vote yes on this. But I have to make a parenthesis here. Between Measure A, $1.5 million, and this recall of $700,000 plus $26,000, the taxpayer of Anaheim gonna be paying $2.2 million because a specific group, self-centering desires. I'm so disappointed, but I had to vote yes for this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I concur with Councilmember Meeks. This is very distasteful. I hate it. I very much appreciate the support from many, many, many who spoke this evening in support of my colleague. And we'll just have to get through this. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to make sure that my council colleague knew that even though I was quick to second the motion, it was not something I enjoy doing, but we're going to get through this.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think the most important person to ask is my council colleague. So if you are prepared to go forward, if that date works for you, I think your opinion and what you would like and when you would like to go through with this is of tantamount importance to me.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'm comfortable with the date that was proposed.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And Mayor and City Council, this is, the motion included the resolution accepting the certification, the increase on the city clerk's budget with respects to this cost and the signature verification, and the resolution calling and ordering the election, as well as the increase for the cost of the special election. And that was just confirming if that was a motion to include all four actions. And I'll read as part of the record, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim accepting the certification of the Orange County Register of Voters as to the sufficiency of signatures on the petition to recall Councilmember Renato Rucava, District 3. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim calling, ordering, giving notice of holding of the special municipal to be held in District 3 in the City of Anaheim on Tuesday, June 4th, 2024, for the submission of the question of the recall of a certain officer, and requesting that the Orange County Board of Supervisors direct the Orange County Register of Voters to render services to the city relating to the conduct of a special municipal election. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 31 is a public hearing. Clerk, please read.
Item 31 is an initial study and mitigated negative declaration, a mitigation monitoring plan number 388 for the project development application number 2019-00161 for the project location for a 1.5 acre site at 125 East Ball Road at the corner northwest of Ball Road and Technology Circle.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
That's for a staff report from Deputy City Manager Director White, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ted White. With me this evening is Scott Kim, Principal Planner to my right, and Thomas Gorham, our Contract Planner and Project Planner for this item. This is a request to construct a hotel with valet parking and a walk-up drive-through restaurant. The request requires approval of the following entitlements: a zoning reclassification on a portion of the project site that would be rezoned from industrial to general commercial. And that's the reason that we're here this evening. The reclassification requires this. Otherwise, these items would have been approved at the Planning Commission. In addition, we have a conditional use permit to permit a hotel, a CUP to permit a drive-through restaurant, a CUP to allow a floor area ratio above what is typically required of code, a minor CUP to permit valet parking, as well as the associated mitigated negative declaration in compliance with California Environmental Quality Act. The site consists of 2 parcels and encompasses approximately 1.5 acres at the northwest corner of Ball and Technology Circle. The property is developed with a 10,000 square foot, 2-story commercial building, which is currently vacant and has been for some while. The property is designated for general commercial land uses by the general plan. Surrounding land uses include commercial uses and associated parking to the north and to the west, and commercial and vocational school uses to the east across Technology Circle. The hotel component of the project would consist of a 120 room, 5-story, 65-foot high hotel. A walk-up / drive-through restaurant identified as a Starbucks is proposed for the single-story restaurant building adjacent to Ball Road. The project would include 2 4-level puzzle lift enclosed parking structures, which would be 3 stories above ground and 1 story below ground. Valet attendants would be responsible for parking and retrieving vehicles using the mechanical system. The proposed landscaping would include various species of trees, shrubs, and ground cover along the perimeter and interior of the property as illustrated in the landscape plan on the right. The hotel, restaurant, and parking structure buildings would include similar design elements and building materials as shown in the rendering. The implementing zone for the general commercial general plan designation is the general commercial zone. Accordingly, the applicant proposes to rezone parcel A from industrial to general commercial consistent with the general plan. An initial study in support of the mitigated neg deck has been prepared to evaluate the environmental impacts of the proposed project and to identify any necessary mitigation pursuant to the requirements of CEQA. The study was circulated to public agencies and interested parties. Mitigation measures have been identified to mitigate project impacts to cultural resources, geology and soils, and tribal cultural resources. With implementation of these measures, the study concluded that project impacts will be reduced to levels considered less than significant, and there would be no remaining potentially significant adverse impacts. The city initially received 5 comment letters and prepared responses to those comments, which have been provided as attachment 5 to the staff report. 1 additional comment letter was received after the posting of the City Council agenda, which was transmitted to the City Council this afternoon, along with a corresponding response to those comments, prepared by our CEQA consultant. None of the comments received results in the need to recirculate the draft initial study, mitigated neg deck, or prepare an environmental impact report. As an initial study, mitigated neg deck is in accordance with CEQA and is the appropriate environmental document for the proposed project. Staff and the Planning Commission considered the project and find that it is consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan and would provide additional accommodation options for visitors to the city. The proposed project would replace a vacant industrial building with an attractive new hotel development, representing a significant positive investment in the area. This project would also develop an underutilized property as a key gateway to the Center City corridor. Based on the analysis contained herein, staff recommends approval of the proposed project. The applicant is here tonight and is available to address any questions from council. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any questions by council at this time? Okay, seeing none.
Sorry.
No problem. Councilmember Meeks?
The parking, the mechanical parking structure, so is that enclosed to buffer noise?
And yes, it is enclosed on 3 sides, so open on the one facing the interior of the project. And we can actually go back to that rendering if you'd like to see the view from the west. And yes, that would screen both visual as well as noise impacts from adjacent land uses.
Okay, and it won't be...
So the parking structures are on the west side or
Yeah,
the
that
left side
looked
of
like the three-story building over there, so it was enclosed, but on the hotel side, it would be open.
That's correct.
And does that create a noise issue for those hotel guests?
Please.
Yeah, based on the noise analysis, council member, the noise study does not exceed any thresholds that would cause an impact to either the hotel guest or any adjacent properties around the structures and the mechanical equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to comments from the applicant, are there any ex parte communications council members need to disclose? Okay, seeing none, I'll now open the public hearing. I will start the hearing with the applicant. Following that, the city clerk will announce any comments received electronically and invite in-person speakers to address city council. After receiving all public comments, the applicant will be given an opportunity to provide closing remarks. I will now invite the applicant to address the council. The time limit for your presentation is 20 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Dave Chu. Basically, we're doing the project. Originally, we bought it for a mini storage project. A redevelopment came back to us and said that they want to do a hotel there. So we decided to work with the redevelopment for the last 4 years and came out with a project of the hotel and the drive-through Starbucks. Just so you know that I'm a developer, not a contractor. I know there's some inquiries regarding union labor, and we will work with local builder contractors and encourage them to use union labor, but I can't force them. We'll do our best and try to work with local people, local contractors, and develop the project as approved by redevelopment. Now, the parking structure will be enclosed. Actually, I made a deal with redevelopment that we will put a mural to their specification on the west side, which faces the Walmart parking lot. Any questions I could answer?
Excuse me, sorry about that. If you're done, I think we're going to move on to public comments. And then at the end, we can do closing remarks for you to then respond.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you. Do you want to jump in now?
I just have one comment. So you mentioned about labor, you can't force your contractors to use union labor, but you actually could require that in your development agreement where you get a project labor agreement so that you ensure that your contractors are paying workers fair wages, prevailing wages. So I would just say that is something you should definitely consider if you want to get your project done on time with safety measures in place and ensure that people are getting paid a fair wage.
Well, on our financing, the banks would require that voucher anyway. But in general, the project is too big a project to be done by small contractors. This will be a major project. So we're talking to Tom Olson, we're talking to Slater Construction, and we'll be using local contractors. I'm 80 years old, I can't manage it anymore, I'm sorry. So, and I never managed it, but it'll be all up to open bidding. And I would encourage in writing to all my contractors to use local union laborers.
Thank you.
Sure.
Clerk, do we, to open the floor for public comments, do we have any speakers or any electronic public comments to announce?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Noting for the record, we did receive 3 electronic comments on public hearing item number 31. Those were distributed to City Council and posted on the city's website. We did get cards from 5 speakers, Mayor, to address the City Council, and we do have 1 speaker in the noticed area. We'll have 10 minutes to speak, and that's William Brown, and if they can step forward at this time. And the time limit, Mayor and City Council, is 10 minutes for the speaker.
Good evening. My name is William Brown. People call me Bill. We have occupied the building next to this project for almost 37 years. My family owns the building. We have a very important business there that will be very negatively impacted by this due to the apparently very big lack of parking that this project has figured into this. Reading the report, it says that it far exceeds the parking. The parking is absolutely impacted at this moment. There's no extra parking. And I know that they will be coming into our lots, the people in the cul-de-sac, pardon me, the people in the cul-de-sac will have their parking invaded. This will be very negative to our business. We have been in business for 40 years, and I really fear for the future of our business if this goes through. This is a very bad decision, in my opinion, if it's approved. I know the city's anxious for certain things that they're anxious for, but you can't ignore the parking situation. Also, putting a 5-story building like this totally changes the character of the entire area. This is, this is light industrial. This is not a hotel. This is, we weren't opposed to it when we were assured that the parking would be adequate. We weren't opposed to it when it was a 3-story building, but we're very opposed to it now. I don't know how this can go forward. I really don't. Again, the people that are in that cul-de-sac have been there as long as we have. And for somebody to move in and completely disrupt, perhaps even threaten our businesses like this, I just think it's unconscionable. I urge you to vote no on this. Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes speakers in the noticed area. We have 4 speakers outside the noticed area, and they have 3 minutes to speak. Speaker Jordan Sisson and Nora Garrettson. So as the following speaker following.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable City Council members. My name is Jordan Sisson. I represent Local 11 Unite Here, who has thousands of members in the city of Anaheim, including at least 4 members that are within a half mile of this site. As you heard, Local 11 did submit comments about concerns about the secret review for this project. Again, this is an MND, which is subject to a low threshold, which is called the fair argument standard. This is a low threshold because an EIR was not done here. Late last year, we raised our concerns about a multitude of parts of this project. These included also numerous letters from other commenters, including expert comments. Unfortunately, we just saw the staff report late last Friday, and we responded to that. You all should have at least a hard copy, which includes an expert noise comment back there. Ultimately, we have concerns about construction-related impacts, including air quality, noise, and also hazards. We also question why the site was not maximized for solar panels or include a robust TDM measures to reduce traffic impacts, as well as a specific food plastic recycling program specific to hotels. Unfortunately, the staff report does not address those concerns. In my limited time, I'm going to highlight just a couple. As mentioned, there was an expert comment letter. It's not addressed in any way. The hazard section did not include a phase 1 study, which is typical for industrial property redevelopment. Here, as you heard, this is an industrial site, long-term use as an industrial zone site. No phase 1, which is pretty common. Additionally, there was a multitude of assumptions in the construction that are not only unenforceable, but really underestimates impacts. For example, they assumed only 1 heavy-duty equipment during this project's construction. That's problematic given that those puzzle lifts are all excavated. Nothing prevents the site having multiple heavy-duty construction equipment, which, according to our noise expert, indicates that it will exceed thresholds. For all these reasons, there is ample substantial evidence to say that there will be a fair argument. And what does that mean? That means that this project is avoiding mitigation measures. I think that was a common theme we heard tonight from most of the public members, how important mitigation is in getting it right. So we respectfully request you to deny the project at this stage until a CEQA compliant review is done that revises the MND and changes the project in 5 specific ways. 1, put in a phase 1 analysis. That should be done just as recommended by expert comments. 2, incorporate a revised air quality analysis that incorporated real estimates, specific on construction equipment and timing. This was also recommended by experts. If you bear with me 10 seconds, I'll be done real quickly.
Mr. Garrison, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you so much. Please review the comments, and I wish you the best on your deliberation. Thank you.
The next speaker, or the next 2 speakers, Vern Nelson and Brian Farkas. So, Mr. Vern Nelson.
Apologies, actually, I think you had the speakers out of order. My name is Noah Garrison. The prior speaker before me had been listed, but it jumped the names.
Oh.
So I apologize.
So you're Nora Garrettson.
Noah,
Noah.
N-O-A, yes.
Okay, my apologies.
No, not at all, thank you. And I apologize, I've lost my voice after a really nasty cold this weekend, so I'm sorry if I'm a bit hard to hear. I'll speak as clearly as possible. But Mayor Aiken, City Council members, my name is Noah Garrison. I'm appearing for the law firm of Lizzo Drury on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER, and its members in the Anaheim area. I want to sort of buttress some of the points that were made by the last speaker and then add to them, but we have previously submitted comments to both the Planning Commission and the City Council here discussing that the MND is improper under CEQA because it fails to acknowledge the potentially significant impacts to human health and provides inadequate analyses of the project's impacts on air quality, hazardous materials, energy use, and noise. Due to these issues, we are requesting that the council defer decision at this point, issue an environmental impact report, and circulate that to the public for further review. Some of the points I do want to highlight quickly include that, as mentioned, there are energy concerns about solar and electric vehicle charging, that the MND seems to rely on compliance with Title 24 for its energy use, and this does not meet the requirements of CEQA. While the MND states that the project will develop solar PV and electric vehicle parking and charging infrastructure, there is no indication that these will be required for the project. For example, the project plans show a solar area on the roof of the project, but this could really reflect that there is a solar-ready area. It does not require that there is actually solar infrastructure installed. Second, the MND does not present a health risk assessment for diesel particulate matter. An HRA that was performed by the expert consulting firm of Soil, Water, Air Protection Enterprises, or SWAPE, found that the cancer risk from particulate matter would be greatly exceed the threshold of 10 per million. In particular, it used the MND's own modeling data showing that the project would result in 115 pounds of particle emissions, and operation of the project would result in 40 pounds per year. That the city states that there'd be relatively few construction vehicles on site. Even using these analysis, a screening level HRA found that increased cancer risk for infants and children during construction and operation would be 120 in 1 million and 80 in 1 million greatly exceeding that threshold. The noise analysis fails to establish a proper baseline, and as mentioned, claims that only one heavy vehicle will be on site rather than using the all pertinent equipment values. And finally, as noted, the project site should incorporate a phase 1 analysis or phase 1 environmental site assessment. A prior business on the site was a motorsports dealership that sold motorcycles, jet skis, ATVs, and generators, which could have resulted in hazardous materials being released. The city relies only on a review of existing databases. You require a phase 1 analysis to determine that there is no substantial risk at this site. For these reasons, we suggest that you recirculate the project with an EIR and defer moment currently. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Vern Nelson. Mr. Vern Nelson. And then our last speaker, then Brian Farka.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Brian Farkas. I'm a member of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I reside in the local area, live, work, and recreate in the vicinity of this project. I believe that I will be impacted by the environmental impacts of this project. The city should require the project to be built with contractors that hire locally, pay the prevailing wage, utilize apprentices from state-certified apprenticeship programs. And I'm just to say, the contractors mentioned by them previously, I know very rarely, if only when forced, use these situations. Workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and workforce development. In a recent 2020 report titled "Putting California on the High Road, a Jobs Climate Action Plan for 2030, the California Workforce Development Board concluded that investments in growing, diversifying, and upskilling California's workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation efforts. Also, the South Coast Air Quality Management District recently found that local hire requirements can also result in air pollution reductions. Recently, the state of California reiterated its commitment towards encouraging workforce development and housing affordability through the Affordable Housing and High Roads Act of 2022, otherwise known as Assembly Bill AB 2011, which requires projects to pay workers a prevailing wage and hire from state-certified apprenticeship programs for projects meeting certain siting, affordability, and development standards. The project would be approved in violation of CEQA, as there is fair arguments that this project will have significant noise impacts, transportation impacts, and cultural resource impacts. So thank you, guys.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes speakers on the item.
No further public comments. Would the applicant like to return to provide any closing comments? You have 10 minutes.
As previously stated, the project is a huge project. This is not some little game you're playing here. We have to hire contractors that are qualified and capable of doing a project like this. So there's no room for amateurs in here. So I will make sure that our general contractor that we hire will be somebody substantial and do it work in quality and not quantity. And we will make sure that, we'll encourage them to use union labor, but we can't force them. But please understand, this is not, a game we're playing here. This is a real serious project. One messed up, and it could take me months and 6 months or a year in delays, and that doesn't happen on our projects. So I'll keep very close eye on that, make sure the project is done locally and with quality labor. I can assure you of that, because we want the project done, completed.
Hi, so my family has put our blood, sweat, and tears into this project. This building needs to come down. It's an eyesore in the community. I'm a small business owner, in Newport Beach, and I've got 3 girls who absolutely love Disneyland, and they just see this picture of Starbucks going there, and they're like, we want a Starbucks, we want a Starbucks, even though it's not theirs. But we've put everything into this project. We're ready to take this building down, start building the first phase, and we will do everything we can to use, of course, everybody local. And thank you, guys.
Thank you. So I now will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments by council? Start with Councilmember Fussell.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This will be very brief to city staff. Is there any, in any way, shape, or form, any city partnership between the city in some way and this developer? Financial partnership?
I think I'd like to, if Sergio's here, I think it'd be appropriate. There has been certainly a working relationship. I don't believe. Well, I'll let him speak to the involvement of the successor agency.
Thank you.
Can you bring up the site map that shows parcel A and B? Thank you. Good evening, council. Part of this proposed project, as Mr. Chu had referenced, he's actually been working with community before economic development, back when it was community economic development. The parcel B that's outlined, that's part of the site, was a site that the former redevelopment agency had in a long-term lease. Previously, this property was improved with Hom Motorsports back in 2008 that went under. Since that time, the property has been vacant. And after in 2012, when the redevelopment agencies were dissolved, we're now required by the state of California to dispose of all of our properties, as you've seen as we brought project forward. This property we don't own. We actually sublease from the adjacent property owner, the property owner that owns Shoe City. And so Mr. Chu and the owners of Shoe City are working to negotiate the terms of an agreement that would allow the city to remove itself. The city is committed for 25 years. We pay about $4,000 a month in sublease. That would end and allow the successor agency to be removed from interest. The agreement between the Chus and Li Ying is at fair market value. There is no subsidy or assistance that's being provided. The only thing that we, from the Economic Development Department, that we did was connect the property owners to negotiate terms between the two parties. And so what we are doing here, so to answer your question, there is city involvement, but there isn't any type of economic assistance being provided.
Okay, the reason I ask is because, let's just say in the old days, when there was an economic partnership with the city that would trigger prevailing wage, and you're saying that that is not the case in this position.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. I guess I have a comment and then I have a question for staff, because you're recommending this project even though there are some CEQA concerns. So I would love an explanation on that. But it also seems like the location is a little bit odd. And I'm gonna kind of compare it to the Viv that just filed for bankruptcy, which is outside of the resort area, but closer to residential and industrial. So it does seem like the area would be impacted by a significant amount of traffic. And 5 stories versus what's currently there now, I mean, that is a concern for me, for the people who live in the area. It's already a very congested street. So can you kind of respond to that comment, but then also a little more clarity as to why you're recommending this project?
So recommending, the staff, the planning department is recommending approval of it because we've been able to work with the developer to bring forward a project that meets the requirements. It's aside from the floor area ratio, this project meets development standards that are required in the commercial zone. It does actually meet parking requirements. And we do believe that this is a compatible use with the adjacent commercial uses. We've got a Walmart neighborhood store there, Shoe City retail outlet. This provides for another restaurant and lodging facility, which we do believe is appropriate. The general plan calls for commercial land uses here, of which restaurants and hotels are allowable uses as part of the general plan. So we do believe that it's appropriate and compatible for the area. It certainly is compact. This is a challenging site, hence the scissor lift, mechanical parking. With a typical, you'd either need to do structured parking, and surface parking wouldn't be available for something of this level. But with a creative design, we do think that this could work and be a compatible use with the area.
I'm familiar with the area because it's right outside of my district, and I travel down this area pretty frequently. I am concerned with the Starbucks going in there because how many cars are you anticipating would be in the queue? Like, what are you accounting for?
Yeah, we can bring up the site plan, but the queuing lanes are for 16 cars.
That's a lot. That is a lot of cars, especially because I go to that Shoe City and the Walmart. The parking is already an issue in that area, so I empathize a little bit with the business owner who's here and expressing concern about the parking impacts. So. And then also, if you can answer the CEQA concerns that were brought up, we did get a letter from a law firm. Any concerns about that?
So in general, we did review, consider the comments that were provided. We do have written responses that have been provided to you by SOMAS, our environmental consultant on this. We have asked the questions, is the mitigated neg deck and initial study the appropriate environmental document, and does it cover the requirements of CEQA? And the answer is yes. We feel confident that the environmental analysis that was done is in compliance with CEQA and does meet those standards.
I don't have any more questions at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Mayor. There is no CEQA issues here, no CEQA issues. This is a made-up issue created by United here, which is a union representing housekeepers, and the only reason they're doing this is to force the developers to make a deal with them. Let's be real here. This is a trick they're doing. Another trick from United here. Hopefully one day they're gonna stop and do things the right way. This project would improve the area. Everywhere you put in Starbucks coffee, the area gets lifted up. Let's be real. This is a nice hotel, a nice area. It's gonna lift up the area. That's the bottom line. I support this project. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Teresa, would it be possible, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. Is it possible to go to Google Maps and drop into this area? And while you're doing that, if I can ask, sort of picking back off of my colleague's question, maybe directed more towards you, Sergio, in terms of that area, a decision hasn't been taken yet on the site that's across the street. Is that correct?
Correct. We're going to be releasing the RFQ, request for qualifications for the development of that property. If you recall, in 2021, at the end of December 2021, we brought in an agreement, and the developer was not able to fulfill their obligation due to the capital markets, the lending market at the time. And so we are going to be taking that back out for RFQ. That site we have to comply because it's the city-owned property. We have to comply with the Surplus Land Act and fulfill a minimum of 300 residential units. But to a comment that was made earlier, part of what the Economic Development Department and former redevelopment agency had anticipated for that large site previously was a mixed-use project that would also have contemplated a hotel, a hospitality project, retail food uses, and retail shopping. That now hasn't been taken off the table because of the Surplus Land Act process, but together with this proposed project and area improvements along Anaheim Boulevard corridor, we're going to continue to see mixed use and residential and revitalization of the area as really the resort connects to Center City and the historic downtown here in the Civic Center area.
And can I ask you, it's currently, as proposed, is a 5-story building, correct?
Yes. I'm looking to the planning department, but yes, it's a 5-story building.
And so was there any reasoning in terms of going higher than that or lower than that? How did we get to the 5 stories? If I
I think
may
that's
ask?
maybe a question for the applicant because I believe it's a stick construction, which is a cheaper construction material, but maybe the applicant can respond.
If that's appropriate, Madam Mayor.
Basically, the structure, every step of the development, we work with redevelopment and try to accommodate whatever they require to meet. And we have our architect design the project to meet the city's requirement for redevelopment. Because basically, I bought the building 2-story for mini storage. And redevelopment would not even accept that. They want me to tear it down. And for 5 years, I've been trying everything I can to make the project work. We did the city lift project, the lifting structure, because the new trend now is toward automated parking structure. And Santa Monica, UCLA in Santa Monica Medical Building, they're going to use the city lift project. The LAX airport is using the lift. Actually, we're using the same contractor that's building the lift, the city lift, parking structure in the LAX project. So basically, everything we've done, we have accommodated with a city requirement and tried to match them. Because I bought the building basically just to do a mini storage there with U-Haul. And the city wouldn't even allow me to do that. So they want a hotel there. And we've been trying everything we can to work with them. And for the noise on the parking structure, so you're aware, there will be completely walled, and actually a mural will be put on the west side of the back of the parking structure. So I don't know what else I can say, but we're trying everything. Our architect is trying everything we can to accommodate the city's requirements. Because keep in mind, when I normally do a project, I go in there, I talk to planning. This project, I had never spoke to any planner. Everything was directed to the redevelopment department, and I have to work with them, not normally with a planner. Okay, because I get approval from the redevelopment first, then I do my layout to make sure we meet code and parking requirement, then we submit to the city planner, which is normally the backwards way of doing a development. Okay, so keep in mind, the whole structure of this layout was done by, the only difference is that we were originally going to do a packing house food court in the front, because that's what redevelopment feel is the trophy for the city. But then the COVID hit us, and all the so-called restaurant developers that do food courts all went bankrupt. So we had to look
Just
for
to
a
keep
new...
us on track, it sounds like we haven't had redevelopment in a very, very long time. So specifically, who is the applicant working with determining preferred uses from the city?
So, Mayor, to answer your question, I think initially when the applicant engaged city staff, it was the former Community and Economic Development Department, which at that time had indicated the desired use based on the commercial zoning and what was being proposed in the area. He had to discuss with our department, essentially our department, because of the real estate transaction, because of the successor agency controlling that parcel B, which had been on the scene. But once a concept was identified that was acceptable, of course, he was directed to the planning department for the entitlement process.
And so at any time, I think just to answer Councilmember Leon's question, at any time, did we weigh in on what is acceptable to the city, whether it's 3 stories, 5 stories, 9 stories?
No, that has been kind of the applicant's economic kind of drivers based on project cost. We're removed of that.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. So basically looking at this, north of the location, what is that that's north of this? Are those houses, apartments? What are those?
You have a mixture of apartments and medical office building. It's, I believe, a 3 to 4 story office building immediately on Anaheim. I'm sorry, that you have the Walmart grocery store, and then across the street from the Walmart, you have office. But immediately north, I would be northeast of the property, you have industrial and apartments.
Got it. Okay. And so then just currently, just to confirm, because I see a bunch of cars right there, so this is just kind of an empty lot?
That's correct. Currently it's a vacant property, a vacant building that was previously a retail kind of sea-doo boat storage, boat and kind of hobby, motorsport sales. But since 2008, the property has sat vacant.
Got it. Okay. I'll pause there because I think my colleagues have some questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
I agree that this is a great site for redevelopment. It needs redeveloped, and this is a good investment. I think it's definitely an improvement to the area. I am a little bit concerned on the parking because the scissor lift parking is perceived as less convenient. So will the valet parking be free? Do we have a requirement for it to be free?
Part of the conditions, we require a valet plan and operations to be approved by the director and the transportation director. So I'm not sure if we can include that provision or not, but that's something that we could discuss. But they do have to submit a valet operations plan, and then we would determine whether or not we can impose that condition or not.
I think that that's something that we should consider, and we should have the developer weigh in on that. And if he's agreeable to that, I think that language could be added to the condition of approval.
Is there any other conditions we can put on the property that would protect the surrounding properties from overflow parking, or people, just because it's more convenient to park in Walmart or whatever and walk over? Is there like no overnight parking on the Walmart or something like that that would, I understand there's enough spaces on here, but they might not be the most convenient spaces. So I just want to see if there's things we can do to make sure that the residents or the visitors coming to this hotel are using the designated spaces for them.
One thing for clarity is that there's no direct access from the properties to the west, the Sioux City property and Walmart. If you park there, you would have to walk all the way down to Ball and then up to the site through technology. So it's not exactly convenient from a circulation standpoint.
Really? Oh, I thought the site plan showed a connection.
No, there's no connection. I'll show you the site plan.
There'll be a wall?
There's a gate there for emergency access. If you look at the left side of that site plan adjacent to the parking, there'll be a gate there only for emergency access, sort of on that angle, just north of the drive-through lane.
That was the site plan that I looked at that said, oh, that looks like there's an access point.
Yeah, you
So
see the
that
gate,
will be
the gate
fenced.
opening on the, yeah. So that's for emergency access only. Originally, there was access, but due to reasons of getting reciprocal access or not, they determined it would be better to do it this way, so there's no direct access.
Okay, so yeah, if we can make sure that the parking, valet parking is free, then I think that would encourage people to park there and use that, those parking spaces. Other than that, I'm good with the project.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz and then Councilman Calva.
For those that are concerned, that Councilmember asked what's north of that, not only is it the Walmart parking lot and then Walmart, where they said there's apartments, and it's easier to tell on that other slide they had up. The apartments are on Clinton, which is north of Walmart. The building that you kind of see in the back, they're all parking. So the hotel site is far removed from actual residences. And I like the idea to support the guests of the hotels parking, using hotel parking to have it free. The only other place that would be reasonable, and I don't even know if we have parking on Technology Circle at all, but that would impact potentially those businesses if we allow parking there today. The area is, I'm surprised the building hasn't burned down. I would not be surprised if we had folks living in the building today. It is a building ready to fall apart. It is a blight in the area. So I'm looking forward to having something there. I would very much like to take the developer at his word in that he would, and I know we can't say you can't, or I don't know, we can demand that the construction pay prevailing wage, but understand that it is really important to some of us here on council that prevailing wage be paid and that local hire is used, and also that they follow the safety protocols that our union workers in the building trades and carpenters are so used to working. But those things are really important to us. Gentlemen, do you know if there's parking allowed on Technology right now? I've never seen cars there, but there's nothing there.
Yeah, there is parking allowed there. There'll be some improvements to Technology Way for curb and gutter and some landscaping improvements and some restriping to create a right turn lane and a left turn lane coming out so they'll get more efficient flow coming out of there, so you won't have to wait for someone to turn right to turn left. There'll be a separate lane.
And maybe we should consider the possibility of no overnight parking on that street, or no parking from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. or something, so that, again, the visitors would not be inclined to park there. Or, excuse me, the guests of the hotel would not be inclined to park there. So, sir, I just ask that you make it a priority.
Quick answer to the parking structure. We have made a deal, we have made a commitment to the city that we will use only parking attendants, and for our liability purpose, no guest can actually go into the structure at all. So the parking attendants will be the only one controlling and access to the parking structures. That's our insurance liability purpose. Like the LAX, for example, they let public use it, but God forbid somebody get hurt, they could get really sued. So for that purpose, we want to make sure that we don't have that liability. And the city agreed that we should, and they required that on the zoning that we have to use parking attendant, which we agreed to.
Okay, you're going to remain the owner of the hotel?
I beg your pardon?
You will be the owner of the hotel?
Yes. Well, hopefully I live that long, my son may be the owner after that, but I'm 80 years old now, so I'm not going to be that around that long. But anyway, no, that's a joke. But as far as the labor cost is concerned, keep in mind, this is a 4 or 5-story building. You can't use amateur carpenters. You can't use amateur plumbers, electricians either, because they mess up one thing, I could be delayed 6 months on a project like this. So believe me, the cost is very effective by using the right people. And you really have to use experienced people to do a project like this. This is not a joke, this is serious. It's not like a little house, where, hey, we make a correction, 2 weeks later, you just go on. A structure like this, when you're on the 4th floor and you mess up, it could delay a year, 2 years. I could be broke by then, you know what I'm saying? So believe me, I'll be very, very careful and screen the right people to make sure they're qualified people, not some, amateur training. Not going to work that way. Please understand. So, this is serious business now. This is not a joke. Okay, so, I'm not going to cut costs just because I'm trying to save a few pennies, because it may cost me a lot more and maybe broke me. There's a lot of big high-rise buildings that doesn't finish because of that. Okay, so believe me, I understand that, and I assure you that we will use quality workers and work with the city.
I think Councilmember Rubicalva, do you have another comment or question?
Yeah, thank you. I have a question about their original project, the mini storage facility. So why would staff not approve a project like that in an industrial area?
Well, I think because of the ties to the successor agency property, the self-storage facility, of course, the only thing that would be generated would be property value, because the property has been sat vacant. With the opportunity to create a new hotel with new TOT and also the sales tax from the Starbucks, the sales tax, that's what was kind of identified as kind of expanding the economic engine of the other eateries and what was planned at the time across the street at the former redevelopment agency site. So it would complement what was proposed. Now, because as I had mentioned, because of SLA, the scope of our project on the southeast corner of Anaheim Ball has changed a little bit. It's going to be a little bit more residential, but still will have some retail, but it'll be primarily residential. But because of the successor agency interest, there was some guidance as to what was the city would have liked to see there.
So then, but if the successor agency was involved, how does that not trigger a subsidy?
Again, we were just involved with the planning, but there is we're not involved in economic terms between the two parties. We're removing ourselves, and the owner of the property of Parcel B is allowing us to remove from the existing contract and the obligation for 25 years, because Mr. Chu will be bringing in a bona fide retail tenants that replace the city as the obligation of the city, because there'll be a new project there where he feels confident that the proposed uses will produce the same benefit that he currently has with the successor agency lease.
As much as I love to get beds and heads or to generate TOT, I am concerned that we are costing businesses money trying to sway them towards more economic development opportunities for the city. So that is a concern that I think that we should keep in mind moving forward, because we've cost this business money by not at least entertaining their original concept, which fits into that industrial area. So that's one, before you comment, Ted. The second thing is, I don't think that this site is conducive to a hotel. It concerns me that it's now creeping in closer to residential. The Viv is a failure. It is in bankruptcy. It's in a weird area, and I think that we're doing the same thing with this, although it looks beautiful, and I love that this area is blighted and that would help enhance the area. The project does not fit, in my opinion. As a 45-year-long resident of Anaheim, I've seen this city transform, and we need to make decisions that are in the best interest of the people who live here, and I'm not comfortable with this project as it is today, and I'm really uncomfortable with the fact that we told this business that they should not move forward with the mini storage, which I think that would probably have been a great idea in this area. So that, and with that, I probably will not be able to support this today.
If I could, just to add to the discussion on the mini storage, I wasn't here for those original discussions. However, I can note that there is a council policy related to self-storage facilities that they are, should only be allowed on properties that are otherwise not viable as commercial sites. And that's a longstanding council policy that's been in place since the late 90s. And this is a viable commercially zoned property. There's only the small piece of this is zoned industrial, but the vast majority of the property is zoned commercial. And so in consistent with that policy, this would not have been a site that would have been encouraged for self-storage.
But did the council get an opportunity to weigh in on that since the council policy, or did the business not even get an opportunity to challenge that council policy?
I can't speak to the particulars of it. I did just want to provide that, larger scale context.
I appreciate that, but I am very concerned with the way that this has gone. So.
Thank you. I think a lot of my initial concerns about parking being pushed into already parking challenged residential neighborhoods seems to have subsided, as well as the drive-through issues. I mean, anytime we have a Starbucks or an In-N-Out, we need to make sure that we are allotting for twice as many cars as probably we are mandated to, just because of the nature of those businesses. But just to address the issues of, on the other side of Technology Circle, for those businesses, have there been any discussions or with the applicant or with city staff about how we can protect them from being a victim of overflow parking, whether it's potentially helping them put in a gate or, you know, working with the applicant to have extra security to make sure guests aren't walking across Technology Circle because they don't want a valet?
I would, so Sergio may have more to discuss relating to a gate, but I would like to offer the, and have the developer weigh in, because to Councilmember Meeks's earlier comments, condition number 59 of the draft resolution indicates that a valet parking operations plan shall be submitted to the Planning Services Division for review by the engineer and the planning director. I do think that there would be it would be beneficial to potentially add language that would state a valet parking operations plan, which includes the provision of free parking for guests and workers of the hotel, shall be submitted to the Planning Services Division. If the developer would be amenable to that amendment to the condition, that would be part of a change to ensure that there's not a barrier to guests or workers using the valet parking plan. Sergio, did you have something related to fencing?
Just to clarify, there is a gate at the roundabout on Technology Circle for the two industrial properties in the back, but we just checked. There isn't a gate for the property immediately to the east. There is not.
Okay, I mean, I'm just concerned for this gentleman, what we're doing to protect his parking for his customers. You know, I think we should maybe have the applicant or city staff work with him to make sure we're protecting his customers, as well as, is there any signage concerns with the building being 5 stories? Are there any areas around this where we're going to be blocking street views, people's ability to see some of these businesses that are in the back? Are we moving any signage for other businesses?
We would not anticipate that the properties to the north and east on Technology Circle would be impacted by obstructed views. Those are 1-story buildings, and they are significantly set back from Ball Road. And in order to see those properties at all, you would need to turn right onto Technology Circle, get to the end of the cul-de-sac, where there would be an unobstructed view of the properties.
Okay, thank you. Kava, of course.
I just also wanted to just clarify, I just don't think this is the right area for that. But I also just wanted to mention something to the attorneys that came forward and try to use CEQA as a reason to oppose the project. CEQA has become a weapon to oppose projects that people don't like for different reasons. And I think that we need to be very careful and that we're not utilizing. See, it's already a difficult enough state law that really limits the things that we can do. So I would just say that that's not an argument to bring forward to Councilmember Diaz's point. But I will be voting no on this simply because I feel like it's not the right location for a hotel to go up so close to residential. And it concerns me that we're now letting hotels creep closer into residential and further away from the resort district.
Thank you. We'll see no further council comments or questions. Is there a motion and a second?
I'll move the item.
Do we have a second?
Just to clarify, was that moving the item with the amended condition that you had suggested?
Yes, please.
And if so, I think it would be prudent to ask the applicant if they're comfortable with the amended condition.
They are nodding yes.
Thank you.
Yes, so with that amendment for the parking, free parking.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Okay, thank you, Councilmember Diaz. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving and adopting a mitigating negative declaration mitigation monitoring plan number 388 for development application number 2019-00161 for a project located at 125 East Ball Road. An amended resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving conditions, use permits, and minor conditional use permit to construct a hotel, a drive-through restaurant, a permit and floor area ratio of 0.50, and a permit valet parking and certain conditions in connection therewith. And this also includes as it was amended at the dais. And the vote is 5 ayes, 2 nays, nays by Councilmember Leon and Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. So item 32 is a public hearing. Clerk, can you please read?
Item 32 is a CEQA category exemption, Class 1, a development application number 2023-00011 for a project that is approximately 0.81 acre property and located at 2125 through 2129 South Harbor Boulevard, approximately 300 feet south of Orangewood Avenue.
City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Deputy City Manager Director White, please.
Good evening again. Again, joined by Scott Kim, our principal planner, to my right, and our associate planner, Amanda Lawford, to my left. This item is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve entitlements to permit off-site sales of alcoholic beverages at an existing retail market at the Carriage Inn Motel. This request was approved 7-0 by the Planning Commission on January 7th, 2024, and appealed by Talab Ibrahim, who is an Anaheim resident. The project site is located at 2025 through 2129 South Harbor Boulevard, just south of Orangewood Avenue. Property is in the Commercial Recreation District of the Anaheim Resort Specific Plan. The property is surrounded by commercial uses to the north, south, and to the east across Harbor Boulevard, with multiple family residential uses to the west. In 1985, a conditional use permit was approved by the commission and allowed for the construction of a 51-room motel on the subject property where an existing commercial building was located, along with a variance from parking requirements for the site. Adventureland is an existing small retail sales general use that currently occupies the 2,667 square foot freestanding commercial building within the parking lot of the motel. And it primarily serves motel patrons and non-motel patrons in the Anaheim resort area by selling souvenirs, clothing, and other travel and food convenience items. The applicant has requested a termination of public convenience or necessity for the sale of alcoholic beverages including beer, wine, and distilled spirits for off-premise consumption in conjunction with the existing store. The hours of operation would be from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and 7 a.m. to midnight, Friday through Sunday. The total alcohol display area occupies less than 10% of the floor area, as shown in the red areas here on the floor plan. The applicant also requests the removal of a condition of approval from the original CUP, limiting the use of the freestanding commercial building to a retail wig shop. Just let that one soak in for a second. That was used at the time to justify a parking variance. In place of the variance, the applicant requests an administrative adjustment for a reduction in parking, supported by a parking demand analysis conducted on the project site over several days when both the motel and retail use were operating under normal conditions. The appellant, Talab Ibrahim, provided 4 reasons on the basis for appeal. His first reason was that the applicant provided misleading and inaccurate information to the Planning Commission, including in response to questions from the Commission. Details explaining the specific misleading and inaccurate information were not provided by the appellant. However, I would note that condition of approval number 1 in the draft resolution requires that the business be operated in accordance with the letter of justification, which we have as part of the file, which was reviewed and approved by both the Planning Department and the Anaheim Police Department. The appellant also states that the Planning Commission did not have enough time to thoroughly read all of the submitted letters that were received from the project. I would note that the commissioners received all public opposition letters prior to the public hearing for the project, and printed copies of correspondence received on the day of the meeting were also printed on the dais for reference by the commission and taken into consideration. The appellant also argues that the granting of the alcohol sales license would violate state law because of the proximity of the project to schools and public playgrounds or nonprofit youth facilities. The Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control is authorized but not required to deny alcohol sales licenses that are within 600 feet of schools, public playgrounds, or nonprofit youth facilities. As shown on the screen, the rear property line of Parkview Elementary School in the city of Garden Grove is approximately 550 feet away from the Adventureland building when directly measuring the distance between the properties. The red line designates the required walking route between the two properties, which totals approximately 7/10 of a mile. Lastly, the appellant indicates that the applicant has not met its burden of establishing public convenience or necessity. A determination of public convenience or necessity is required when a license is requested in a police reporting district with a crime rate above the city average, or when there is an over-concentration in the number of ABC licenses within a census tract. Adventureland is located within a crime reporting district that is below the city average in crime, but the census tract is allowed 2 off-sale licenses, and there are currently 3 licenses in the tract. 2 of those licenses being in Garden Grove. I'll help you interpret what you're seeing here. On the screen, the purple area is the boundary of the subject census tract, and the yellow dots indicate locations where there are existing off-sale licenses. The red dots are the on-sale licenses associated primarily with restaurants in the area. You can see it, quite a few of those are also within the city of Garden Grove. Anaheim city limits are the red line that you see there. The existing retail use is incidental to and integrated within the Carriage Inn Motel and would provide an additional convenience to patrons of the motel and the surrounding resort area. Conditions of approval from the police department have been included in the resolution that require the installation of CCTV, proper lighting, and policing of loitering by the business operator to ensure the business would not negatively affect the neighborhood. The Planning Commission determined that all of the required findings could be made and approved the project with conditions of approval recommended by Planning and APD. The conditions of approval help to ensure the business would not negatively affect the surrounding area and are consistent with other PCN applications approved by the commission. Staff recommends the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Planning Commission approving the project with the findings included in the staff report and draft resolutions. This concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel?
Very briefly, Madam Mayor. Ted, do we still require the operators to have their employees engaged in a alcohol program of some kind that we used to do?
Yes, we do, and ABC licensure also requires such
Okay,
training.
so that's still in there then?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Diaz?
Question, is the appellant sells alcohol as his location?
That was the appellant?
Yeah.
Our information indicates that the appellant is the business owner of a market that's located in close proximity and does sell alcoholic beverages. I would leave that, certainly the appellant will have a chance to speak and can confirm that.
This is the case, in my opinion, this is a case that the appellants want to kill the competition, plain and simple. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
You caught my attention when you said the previous business, the wig shop, got a parking variance because there's not sufficient parking. And as many comments as I've heard today about parking, they're asking for the same variance in parking?
So we're cleaning up the conditional use permit to remove the limitation on and it's actually a deed restriction that was on the property, interestingly enough, that the building could only be used for a wig shop. That had somehow been lost to history, and the building has been occupied by many different businesses over the years. And so this is a cleanup item to remove that condition for the wig shop. In doing so, we want to apply current parking standards for the property, which have been applied for. And so we're removing the variance for parking that was there. And what we're able to do is, because it's only a 5% deviation from the parking code, we're able to do that through something called an administrative adjustment. However, when an administrative adjustment is packaged with something that requires a CUP, that comes forward to you for consideration as well.
So it has less parking spaces than we would ask another business of its size to have?
The cumulative requirement for parking on the property is taken for both the hotel or the motel as well as the convenience store. They have 5% less parking than what would be required by code. And I'll need the help on the numbers there. Thank you. Code required parking spaces is 46, and the number of spaces provided is 44. So there are 2 parking spaces fewer than provided by code.
Okay. Do you happen to know how many rooms that hotel has?
51. 51.
They don't have enough parking for their own guests.
Our code required parking is 0.8 rooms, 0.8 spaces per room.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to move, before we move to comments from the appellant and the applicant, are there any ex-parte communications that council would like to disclose? Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. I will start the hearing with the appellant and follow with the applicant. Following that, the city clerk will announce any comments received electronically and invite in-person speakers to address city council. After receiving all public comments, the appellant and the applicant will be given an opportunity to provide closing remarks. So I will now invite the appellant to address the council, and your time limit is 20 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Joshua Kaplan, K-A-P-L-A-N. I'm an attorney representing Talab Ibrahim, who is the appellant. Mr. Ibrahim does not own or operate any alcohol sale beverage establishment. I don't know where staff has come up with that, but he's here. He'll confirm that. That's just not the case. What Mr. Ibrahim is a 23-year resident of the city. He lives here with his wife and 2 young children. He is very involved in community affairs, including betterment of the social life and welfare of this community, and his concern is for that with regard to that appeal, and that's his motivation. He's not a competitor. He's a concerned resident of Anaheim. So the issue before you tonight is whether you feel there is some legal excuse to put another alcohol sale establishment in an area that is oversaturated. 2 are allowed, as staff has said, 3 already exist, so it's already overconcentrated. This would be the 4th. The reason that ABC and the state have developed these rules against overconcentration is not to stifle business. It's because there are numerous studies that ABC and the state has considered that is really kind of intuitive anyway. Where there is more alcohol or too much alcohol, there are more social problems. There's more crime. There's more driving under the influence cases. There's all kinds of adverse impacts on the social welfare of the community where there's too much alcohol. So hence, the department has developed rules to limit the amount of alcohol available in certain census tracts. And they have their formula, and the formula here is that there are only 2, and there are already 3, and this would be the 4th. The state is not, I would say, heartless. And what the state has done is they have said, we're going to carve out an exception. So even if an area is overconcentrated with licenses, if the applicant can show that he would satisfy public convenience or necessity, then he may be granted a license in the discretion of the city council or the city of Anaheim. What does that mean? It has come to be known through some court decisions that public convenience or necessity requires that the applicant provide something unique in connection with the sale of alcohol, something that's not already available in abundance. The examples that I have seen are, for example, if you have a community that is essentially Hispanic or is essentially Asian, if there is no imported alcohol from those geographical areas or nations, and someone wants to do that, that would probably be something unique to the area. This applicant is not offering anything unique. There already is an abundance of alcohol outlets there. What he wants to do is add alcoholic beverages to essentially a tourist trinket shop that's next to a motel that caters to tourists and the motoring public. So what this request is akin to having an alcohol sale outlet in a highway ticket booth. The clientele here are tourists, there are transient people that drive through Anaheim, and they will then access alcohol more freely and drive off with it. What can we expect from that? We can expect that there'll be consumption of alcohol in their cars or in the public, and that it's going to create more problems. It's inimical to the interests of the community. It doesn't satisfy any public convenience or any public necessity, for sure. So it's our position that this applicant has failed to establish that he does anything unique or offers anything of even benefit to the community that's not already there in abundance. This is just a profit motive. He just wants to make more money, and this is fine. This is a capitalist system. I'm all for it. But there are certain rules, and the rules have reasons, and the reasons are that more alcohol is going to create more problems, and it's not for the public benefit. So we believe that the applicant did not bear his burden, and that this application should have been denied and should be denied now. Unless you want to ask me anything, I'm going to sit down. Okay.
Thank you. Would the appellant,
I would like to speak for a little bit, yes.
oh, sorry, thank you, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Talab Ibrahim. As he mentioned, a long life resident of Anaheim and a property manager, property manager at some commercial properties here in Anaheim. One thing I do want to discuss my reason for that appeal, and I do firmly believe that the applicant did mislead the commissioners at the Planning Commission on the 17th of January. And I would like to start with the parking. So as mentioned by the applicant, there are a total of 44 parking spots shared between the motel and the proposed liquor store. Of the 44 stalls, 3 are disabled parking spots and 4 are marked reserved, one in which is currently being used as storage. The Courage Inn Motel does not currently have 51 rooms as provided by city staff from the applicant. 51 rooms were approved back in 1985, but currently have 60 to 65 rooms. According to Expedia.com and Hotels.com, they do have 65 rooms. I did conduct a study and I counted the rooms there, and I got 18 rooms on the first floor, 24 rooms on the on the second floor, and 26 rooms in the third floor, totaling 60 guest rooms. I may have missed 5 in some corners here and there, but again, I did find 60. So if we go with the lower actual number of rooms, and assuming the proposed liquor store does fall as a retail store within a hotel, the total number of required rooms per Anaheim Municipal Code must be 60 rooms times 0.8, which gives 48 rooms. 48 parking spots required, plus 2.66 parking spaces for the retail of 2,667 square feet, and also 1.5 parking spots for employees. Hence, that gives us a required 52.16 parking spots, not 46 as stated. And that is a difference of 8.46 spots, not only 2. Okay, and which will be a reduction of a total of 19%, not 5%. Now, if we consider the proposed liquor store as a freestanding business, which it is, and is not affiliated with the hotel, and the guests do not have the option of room charge their purchases if it was served as a retail store, that would give us a requirement of 10.66 parking spots, plus the hotel requirement of 48, plus 1.5 for employees. Total required parking spots would then be 60.16, which is 17.16 more spots than they currently have, or 39% reduction request if approved. In both scenarios, both are high numbers of parking spots to ask for a reduction. And I also included in my application, in the submitted documents, a few Yelp reviews of guests that actually stayed at the hotel and faced parking issues, including one that was instructed by hotel staff to park in the handicapped spot, and other that had to park in the Carl's Jr. next door because there was not enough parking lot. Now, I understand there was a parking analysis conducted during November, I believe. It was the week of Thanksgiving. And that week is one of the slowest weeks in the year for the resort district. So having an analysis done during a slow season does not fulfill the busy seasons that we get in the summer or at spring break. Also, last night, at around 11:40 p.m., during a very calm night at the resort, district, there was only 18 stalls available. Another thing I would like to discuss from the Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Ayales, which is the applicant's attorney, okay, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, assured that his client will abide with all conditions and laws provided by the city and the state. Yet his client is already engaging in illegal activities at the Adventureland Market by selling flavored tobacco and flavored vapes. The map that was provided by the applicant for the Planning Commission meeting is not the same one that you saw today. The other one that was much smaller, it did not even include the other retailers or the off-sale premises businesses within their census tract and the other than census tract. It also, on the key of that map, it also mentioned the wrong census tract. It stated that census tract 863.03 when they're located in 88402. When Commissioner Perez realized that map was small and unusual, he asked for reasoning of why is it such a small strip of land compared to other tract. He was provided with the wrong answer by the Anaheim police investigator because they were provided by the applicant the wrong map. Commissioner Perez, who represents District 4 and is familiar with the area, then asked, outside of the census tract, but within the 1/4 or the quarter-mile radius buffer, are there any other off-premise stores? City staff doubtfully answered, and I quote, my hope is that the map is accurate. In both census tract and the reporting district, there are none. Which is wrong because the map failed to show the other alcohol stores. The applicant's attorney also mentioned in the Planning Commission meeting that census tract allows, the mentioned census tract allows 2 licenses and his client will be the 3rd. This was not true, and was not a true statement, as there's already 3 existing and his applicant will be the 4th. Now, in response to Councilmember Diaz, I do have family members that do have stores that sells alcohol, including restaurants and convenience stores. I do not personally own any of them. And I am a property manager in the city of Anaheim, and I do operate other businesses that my family owns, but I do not own any liquor stores. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Ayaz. I am the attorney for the applicant. I like something that you said today. Let's be real. Did he answer your question? Is he not related to 510 Orangewood, which is the closest store and by all accounts owned by him or his family? He didn't answer that. If you look at his City of Anaheim website, he certainly says that he manages the property. I would just ask him that. I would say, hey, does your family, your father, Najim, Akbar, all the names that we've been able to find that link this particular appellant to a competing business, are they not yours? And as a board member of one of the city boards here, ask him to testify to that in this open forum. I doubt that he will do that because it's very clear that he does have a relationship, at the very least, with a competitor. Nothing that he said is true. In fact, everything that you heard from both Mr. Kaplan, who is a contemporary of ours, of mine, you heard about ABC law and what ABC does, right? That's not within the jurisdiction of what we're talking about today. What we're talking about today is a staff report and a staff process that took 2 years to get to here today. The amazing work by the planner, Ms. Loeffler, to find this amazing WIG situation after digging through the entitlements. Full support of the police department, who also verified, I think independently, the ownership connection here. Full support by your staff, full support by your appointed planning commissioners, 7-0. This is just a competition quashing un-American effort to stop what is otherwise a very reasonable project within this area, right? We have agreed to every condition, reduction of space, reduction of hours, whatever they asked us, we agreed to it because we want a fair opportunity to just do business and meet the public necessity and convenience of the customers that do. We could say if this and if that. The reality is your staff has done the work. Your staff has been to the property. They know what's there. We don't own the hotel, right? We don't know if there's 53 rooms or 54 rooms, but what we know is what's on file with the city, what building plans are on with the city. That's what we know, right? And that you can't add rooms to an existing hotel without the city knowing about it. So all of this is smoke, and where there's smoke, there's certainly fire. And all I can tell you is that we have gone through this process. The determination of whether the ABC license is going to be issued or not is a function of the Alcoholic Department of Beverage Control. And you'll see in the documentation, there's lots of cites to case law, but if you look at them very carefully, they're appeal board cases at the ABC level when ABC deals with this. We still have to deal with this protest at the ABC level. So 2 years into this project, probably another 6 to another year to add a simple product or simple line of products that our customers and the hotel customers and the community in that area have been asking us for. I would be shocked if they would swear under penalty of perjury that there's no connection with King's Liquor, right? And I would be happy to provide the reports that we've been able to put from our investigators that definitely tie it here. But I know, having appeared before this body before, having listened to you folks this evening, your patience, your wisdom, and your sheer endurance, that you will see through what this is and give this business owner who he paid $5,047 for this appeal as a deposit. He paid $450. When you talk about the economic value in his letter where he says he's the sole bearer of the economic and emotional cost of this appeal or of this project, ask your staff how much he paid, how much my clients paid, how long my client has emotionally been tied to this project to add beer, wine, and distilled spirits to a market in conjunction with the operations of the hotel. I would implore you to look through the smoke and stay within the bounds of what you are tasked to do as a planning commission, as a city council. They attack the planning commission. They say the planning commission got it wrong. They don't tell you how. They attack your code and tell you it's unconstitutional and it's vague. They don't tell you how. We just want a fair shot to do business. That's all my client wants. My client wants every opportunity to be successful, every opportunity to compete with the market, and if they were so scared, they would do a better job running their business. Thank you. And I'm certainly willing to answer questions. We've provided some documentation. We also have reports from agencies where we could provide those to you, but if it's necessary for the connection. But at this point, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you. I think first we're going to move on just to see if we have any public comments. Clerk, do we have any speakers or any electronic public comments to announce?
So Mayor and City Council, noting for the record, we did receive 5 public comments electronically. Those were distributed to City Council and posted on the city's website. We currently just have 1 card that was submitted, and they're outside the noticed area, so it'd be for 3 minutes. It's George, pardon if I don't say the last name correctly, Daroud, D-A-O-U-D. Oh, then we have no speakers, Mayor.
Okay, so with no live public comments, would the applicant like to return to provide any closing comments? The limitation is 10 minutes.
I would. Whether
Appellant, sorry.
the applicant's family is involved in alcohol sales or not is a complete distraction and not an issue in this case at all. I know the term competitor protest. I've used it myself. Competitor protest, even if it was a competitor protest, the issue before you is, are we going to make a mockery of the laws against undue concentration and just keep allowing more and more licenses? This is the fourth, but only 2 are allowed. So it doesn't really make a difference as to who comes before you objecting to this. The question is, before you, do you believe that this will somehow add value or public convenience or necessity to the area, or do you believe that adding another alcohol license is going to somehow have an adverse impact on the community, which we know more alcohol does? Has the applicant demonstrated public convenience or necessity? The burden doesn't shift to us to do anything really, except to explain to you why we believe that adding alcohol sales to a tourist trinket store next to a motel with catering to a motoring public is not a good idea in and of itself, even if it were not overconcentrated, but it is oversaturated, and it makes a mockery of the law that requires that in order to evade the prohibition against oversaturation, it's the burden on the applicant to show how it satisfies public convenience and necessity. How does this do that? I'm at a loss to understand how that happens. And attacking the appellant or his family or me is fine, but the determination of public convenience and necessity is yours to make by law. Yes, this is premised on ABC regulations, on state law, state legislature findings, but they have delegated that to you. So here we are. It's up to you to tell us if you believe that adding this fourth license somehow adds value or something unique to the community, and we don't believe that it does.
Thank you. And would the applicant like to respond?
The laws relating to public convenience and necessity and the census tracts and the numbers that were put into place, Mr. Kaplan knows, were placed maybe in the 60s, in the 70s. And so when you talk about 2 licenses allowed in that census tract in the middle of the resort heart of Anaheim, and think to yourself that it makes sense that there's only 2 licenses within that census tract in today's world, is ridiculous. The California state law has given deference to city government to make those determinations because it realizes that the census tract and the information that's relied on today has changed significantly from when it was implemented shortly after after 1950, 1960. The reality of it is this is not overconcentrated. We made our case at the Planning Commission. The record is clear why this serves public convenience and necessity. You've heard nothing that says that this won't serve public convenience and necessity. This is not a toll booth where people are going to drive and grab something and go. It's a far-fetched kind of a comparison. This is a hotel. You realize that these folks that are sitting at or staying at this hotel with their children, with their family, they are looking for a convenient location to get everything that they need, as opposed to driving around outside of the resort area to find milk, to find souvenirs that maybe they can't afford at Disneyland, but they can afford here, to find bread. And yeah, on the occasion, after spending 9, 10 hours at Disneyland with a couple of 4-year-olds, maybe having a glass of wine in your hotel after the day is done. It certainly does that. The record is certainly clear. I trust that you guys have listened or seen the Planning Commission's review, but I think what you should understand is a resounding, unanimous approval from your appointed planning commissioners, a resounding recommendation of approval from your very capable planning staff, and no objection from the police department. Public convenience and necessity is met for the reasons that we've set forth in the application, in the letter of justification, and at the planning commission hearing. So, thank you. And if you have questions for me.
Thank you. So I'm now going to close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments by council? I'm going to start with Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you. I've been reviewing the documents, and I do feel this was a little bit misleading because it's not really part of the hotel. It's separate. It's a separate. So if the hotel for some reason should happen to go out of business, this liquor store would be a standalone business. So this is not a cute little liquor store that's within a hotel. So that's one comment that I'm going to make. And then second, I'm looking at the police memorandum, and it does talk about there is a transient population that exists within 500 feet. So it is recommended to the applicant to implement crime prevention precautions. What type of crime prevention precautions do you plan to implement? Because I am concerned about additional liquor stores, and this is not really this is the resort district, but it's kind of removed. Joe's and Carl's Jr., I know where this area is. So I'm envisioning a liquor store probably that doesn't need to be in an area that's already low income. There's no, so go ahead.
This is not a liquor store, so your characterization is not accurate. Secondly, we never said that we were part of the hotel or we shared ownership.
You just said it. You said we're a hotel liquor store.
We're ancillary to the hotel use. And that was made very clear at the Planning Commission meeting and during the application process that they were two separate owners, but work symbiotically together, similar to how that wig shop maybe did it. But I mean, I don't know. But we've never represented that they're one and the same. But certainly you can't take away the fact that the proximity provides for this symbiotic relationship where the Adventure Mart would certainly complement the use of the hotel next door. So for that, in terms of what measures we're taking, again, there's a litany of conditions that were promulgated by city staff as well as the police department in the memo. And you could read those, and those include things like no signs for loitering, security camera systems, to Commissioner Fazel's point, state mandated, I mean, now it's state law. All ABC licensees have to go through state mandated RBS training, and a litany of other conditions. So those are the conditions that we would point to, council member, that are what we're doing. In addition to that, I mean, we monitor it. There's the hotel security staff also monitors it, the parking lot area. The hotel owner, who was here at the last meeting, is very supportive of the use. And again, it's a symbiotic relationship. So it's not like this project is being approved without a single condition. In fact, the hours have been reduced, the space for our alcohol has been reduced. These are things that actually go to your point. But again, things like cameras, signage, training, those things all go to how we would attack this transient problem that isn't unique to this location or to this business, right? It's happening right up in Orangewood. It's happening in parts of our district, right? I mean, in Anaheim Hills. I mean, this is part of today's reality. And so it's the business owners and the property owners' responsibility to do as much as they can to alleviate those concerns, but certainly conditions with teeth, right, that you have to comply with, those certainly should give you comfort in knowing that we have to comply with them.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Diaz, and then Councilmember Meeks.
My question is for the appealing attorney.
Sure. If I can.
Sure. So your client, Anaheim resident?
For about 23 years, I believe. Is that right?
But he said, how far he lives from the area? Like 2 miles, 3 miles, 5 miles?
From this location?
Yeah.
I'll let him answer that. I don't know.
I lived on 714 West Lamarck Drive for 21 years. which is about a 2-minute walk from there. I moved last March to the other side of Disneyland, still in District 4.
Okay. I have more question for you. You said you tell us that you manage some stores, that you don't own the stores.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You told us that you manage some stores, right? You
Yes.
manage. Are any of those stores that you manage sells alcohol?
That I manage? No. I manage a laundromat business and a Mexican restaurant. It does have alcohol in the Mexican restaurant, not on sale though. I'm sorry, not off sale. It is on sale on premises license. I do have, my father owns a liquor store, and I told you that, I'm not denying that, but I'm not managing that store. I do not manage that store.
Let me tell you why I'm asking you these questions. It's odd to me that you would hire an attorney, which is not cheap. It's odd to me that you would pay for this hearing, and it's odd to me that you would spend your personal time for something that you're telling me that you're doing this because you love society. You're concerned about it's too many liquor stores. For me, it doesn't add. You're telling me something that in my brain doesn't match.
Great question.
It's like you're being benevolent, but for me, it doesn't make sense.
Sure. I do live in Anaheim, and I'm raising my family in Anaheim, and I know that area very well. Yes, it is a low-crime area, but that does not mean it does not have any crimes. And having properties there, we have a shopping center and 2 businesses, my family, and seeing the issues that does happen there, adding another liquor store does not help it in any way. And according to the Anaheim Police Department, most calls in that area is for drunk in public, homelessness, assaults, and theft. And if that's something that's okay with the city to have in a resort district, I don't know what's not okay. And also, part of the attorney fees, since you mentioned it, I do have a budget every year that I donate to local communities. I just consider that as one of them, as part of the budget that I donate to local communities and local non-profit organizations.
And I am cheap, by the way. Relatively.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
Can you address the question about the number of rooms on the site? Where he's approved for so many rooms. Do we know that that's how many rooms they're operating there?
We've been trying to sort that out. However, I don't have a definitive answer for you. The number of hotels, 51. I am looking at their website, and I'm sorry that the hotel operator isn't here. It does appear, and I believe the challenge comes is that they have a number of suites in there that I don't believe that they've somehow added on to this hotel and gone from 51 rooms to 64 rooms. I believe there is some discrepancy, however, though, because they have a number of 2-bedroom suites. We found one record that looks like it's approximately 20 of the rooms, but I can't verify that specifically, that are 2-bedroom suites. So it's possible, and I believe that that's been the case for, for a very long time. However, I'm trying to triangulate the information, and I cannot say authoritatively that I have verification of the total number of rooms. We did go with what the application presented to us as the number of hotel rooms and went from there.
I'm uncomfortable with the parking count that we have without verifying the number of rooms and whether or not they've divided suites into, used to be 1 room, now it's 2 rooms, and that would certainly change the parking requirements on the site. That would affect this approval. So that is one of my concerns. The other question I had was maybe for the police department. Do we have any history of more crime on this site than another similar site in the area? Has this been an issue?
Good evening again, Mayor and members of City Council. As mentioned previously, we did do an assessment of the crime based on the reporting district, which is a square area of 1/4 of a mile, and this area is below the average crime.
Okay, and I was just speaking to this site in particular to make sure that, you know, we have a good operator on this site that is, you know, making sure that it's not having trouble watching a site, having those enforcement. I mean, we have a few hotels in our city that maybe don't do that and haven't done it in the past. So just trying to see if there's a history of any problems on this site.
We have not, and a part of the process, as articulated previously, is at the police department, is to look at the any issues or concerns, crime, and then based on that, make those recommendations, and that is what was before. So there was already mention of the request by the police department for cameras of whatnot. Some of the things that we have noticed is, although crime within a 5-year period has been going down within that area, there's still a prevalence of vagrancy, homelessness-related crimes. So because of that, that we did add some additional restrictions in regards to try to streamline that. As an example, preventing the business from selling what we call the onesies, where an individual can just buy 1 can. So you have to either buy a package of alcohol instead of just allowing the 1 can, and as well as not being able to purchase alcohol that's under 12 ounces. As an example, the traveling little bottles of alcohol, those type of things cannot be sold as well.
And the cameras and things, do that apply to the entire site or just the store?
It's just specific to the store.
Director White, so it's all on the same property, right?
Correct.
So can the safety measures, the cameras, the signage, that sort of thing be applied to the entire site?
Yes, yes, they can. This amendment applies, or this conditional use permit applies to the entirety of the property.
Okay.
You know, I would feel more comfortable if there were specific, you know, requirements related to lights and other, you know, provisions. You know, if the hotel operator were here, we do have. I'll let Amanda add some more detail on the.
I mean,
on the
as long as it
existing
applies to the
conditions.
whole site, I understand they're going to have cameras and things like that. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't just on the liquor store, that it was going to encompass
The conditional use
hotel,
permit applies to the
entire
whole
parking
property.
lot and all that. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so the parking is my only last concern, and whether or not it actually does meet the parking requirements or within 2 spaces of it. And that's dependent on the number of rooms that they're operating there.
I hope we're collecting the TOT and all the rooms are renting out. You know, it's interesting because at one point we say they're 2 separate properties, and another point we say, no, they're working together. And their own attorney said, to quote, "We are working in conjunction with the operation of the hotel," which made me think, well, it's one site, not 2 separate, but.
One property, 2 businesses.
But working in conjunction with each other.
One landowner, 2 businesses.
So, and there's been some confusion. I just want to make sure that the record is straight. In that tract, how many for sale liquor places are there to go up? Do we have 2 or 3, and this would be the 4th, or this would be the 3rd?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for the question. it was mentioned, and it is correct. This area is allowed to have 2 off-site ABC licenses, and there's currently 1 in the city of Anaheim, and there are 2 in the city of Garden Grove. The track area includes both the city of Anaheim and a part of Garden Grove. So currently, as it stands today, there are 3. This would be the 4th.
Okay.
Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Ted, I'm looking over the police department report. Boy, this looks familiar. Chief, it's your Lieutenant Duckwitz, who we know. His report says the top 3 offenses were 66 theft, motor vehicle theft was 36, and assault 33. Now, you've made, or it has been associated with the PD, that all of these are associated, or some of them can be associated, with drunkenness. And I just need to hear from you as an expert. It says the top 3 offenses were theft, motor vehicle theft, and assault. So are those all associated with the sale of alcohol? Are some of them associated with the sale of alcohol? Or are few of them associated with the sale of alcohol?
I can't say that all of them are associated with alcohol, and even the drunken publics, I can't say whether or not the alcohol was purchased at that location or if these individuals were arrived at that location. What I can tell you is that those numbers are accurate, and within the last 2 years, we actually have seen, even though they remain consistent, a decrease in the calls for service. But again, vagrancy-related calls, that being homelessness and those type of calls, are consistent. Trespassing, disturbances, mental health cases, and drunk in public as well.
You must have a different form than I have, but I'll take your word for it, because I'm looking at, and I don't see the specifics that you just read off to me, but that's fine. Okay, you answered my question. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any other further comments or questions? Oh, thank you, Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you clarify, Ted, sorry to interrupt, can you clarify and I'm sorry if I'm repeating the question, the parking spots, the parking requirements, are you saying that currently the requirement is 0.8 spots per room? If this market gets the license, they have to change the parking?
Yes, the parking requirement is cumulative of the required parking for the hotel, which is 0.8 spaces per room, plus for the residential component of it, it is a requirement of, sorry, I said residential, just, it's getting late, apologies. So based on the presumed 51 room count, there is a requirement for 41 spaces based on 0.8 per room, plus 1 space for an employee and 1 space for on-site manager, which gets you to 43. In addition to that, the retail sale building, which is at 2,667 square feet, requires 1 space per 1,000 square feet, which is an incidental use, which is 3, which comes to a grand total of 46 parking spaces required for the entire property.
Got it.
There are 44 spaces on site, and so it's a 5% reduction from the number of code required parking spaces. Amanda, if you could add some light in terms of the results of the parking analysis and the counts that were done and the maximum number of spaces that were found to be occupied.
So yes, a parking analysis was conducted on the site during weekdays and a weekend when both the motel and retail use were operating under normal conditions. And during the peak time of that survey, a total of 38 parking spaces were occupied, which could support up to a 17% reduction based on the number of stalls that are provided for on site at 44 spaces.
So then that property currently, just based on the code, is not up to code?
That's correct. They are short the number of parking spaces that are required by code.
So then how is that resolved? And I'm mindful that I'm not straying away too far from the topic at hand, but if we're now adding an additional, I guess, service, we can call it, does that mean they're gonna need, how do you fix that?
Yeah, so thank you. No, this request does not increase the total number of parking spaces that are required.
Okay.
This is just, if it weren't for the need to clean up the record as it relates to the infamous wig shop and re-establishing what the parking minimums would be for a retail use, this would not actually increase it. So the addition of alcohol sales does not increase the number of parking spaces that are required. This is a cleanup, but to your point, yes, they are short on the number of parking spaces that are required by code. And I did say, for the record, I cannot verify the total number of rooms aside from what was provided to us in the application.
Okay, so then we need to have code follow up on the parking spot, regardless of this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Two more questions. I will be brief. I'm mindful of time. One of the, well, I guess 3 quick questions. I'm sorry. Anaheim Business License Department, in one of the attachments of the agenda item, mentioned that we don't necessarily grant licenses for business of this nature. Is that like we just don't do it, or we don't do it that often?
I apologize. I'm not, could you repeat the question?
So in one of the documents, I couldn't point you to which one because I have 30 tabs open right here. It was mentioned that the Anaheim Business License Department doesn't grant licenses or businesses for businesses of this nature. Is that we don't grant them that often, or is it that it's up to the ABC board to make that decision for us?
I'm not sure what that statement means necessarily. You know, an alcohol license is typically a discretionary action, which is coming to either the Planning Commission, City Council. There are instances where maybe provisions where the planning director may be the decision-making body. We do obviously have significant number of off-sale licensed premises in the city that have gone through the similar processes to what we're here now considering. Public convenience or necessity requests are not uncommon at all. We process those with regularity. Dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of public convenience and necessity requests have been considered by the city over the years for similar situations where businesses are either in a crime area that exceeds the city average, or there is what is considered an overconcentration of licenses.
Okay, and can you confirm how close to residential area this is?
There is multi-family residential just to the west of this property.
Okay, and is there a school nearby?
There is a school nearby. As noted, the elementary school in the city of Garden Grove is 550 feet from this as the crow flies.
Got it. And then, Chief, are there any, do we have any data? I'd be curious. So currently there are some safety concerns in that area. Would you anticipate, maybe given your expertise, your history, if you add in a liquor option to an area that has some safety concerns, would you anticipate that there would be an increase in safety concerns in that area?
Yes, and for that reason, if you refer to the memo from the police department that was mentioned by Councilmember Fessel, under the requirements number 3, additional security measures shall be provided as deemed necessary by the chief of police or his designee. So as this continues to unfold, if there are some additional conditions that we've identified, we can definitely bring those back up. As mentioned previously, in regards to cameras of the whole parking lot or additional lighting or any of those kind of things, those would be something that we can also make recommendations for. And just for clarity, as mentioned in the memo, our job is to assess and evaluate and make recommendations on conditions based on the factual information. We're obviously don't oppose or in favor of the applications. We just provide our input based on our experience and training and evaluation of the request.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva?
I think my comment was just more towards so it's safe to say, well, just to confirm, we've already oversaturated the number of liquor stores that are allowed in this track, right? Because there's 2, but there's 3, and this would make 4. And then the second thing is, it's safe to say that the majority of the people probably patroning this liquor store will not be people staying at the hotel. If the occupancy doesn't seem to be exceeded or maxed out, this is really going to draw in people who are from the surrounding neighborhood. So, and that's just based on I don't expect an answer from you guys. I don't think I can support this. I don't think it fits I'm opposed to bringing more liquor stores into low-income areas. And I also feel that the applicant was misleading in making it appear as though this was part of the hotel, or the motel or hotel, whatever it is. But it's really not. It's a separately operated business. It's not operated by the hotel or even within the hotel. So I have no problem amending to make it so that it's not just limited to WIG businesses in that area, but I don't think that this project would be good, or this liquor license should be in that area.
Thank you. Do we have any other council comments or questions? If not, absolutely. Councilmember Meeks?
Sorry, and we'll try to wrap this up, but what can we do regarding the discrepancy in the number of units that are out there, which weighs into the parking on the site, which falls into whether or not there's enough parking for a freestanding retail store? I mean, can we just approve this and then you go back to code enforcement and say, look, you've only approved for 51 units, go make sure they only have 51 units, or do we continue this and clarify how many parking spaces they really need? Because there may be a business decision as to whether or not they want to operate more hotel units or less retail space, or request a bigger parking variance.
No,
Tell me what
yes.
our options are here and what you would recommend.
Thank you. As as always, you hear me say the council always has the decision to approve, deny, or continue, and that certainly still is the case here. We are going off of the assumption that the information provided to us was valid and accurate in the application, and with that, the council does, yes, have the option to approve the request if it were determined through code enforcement and further action that the information that was provided was inaccurate, then we would need to bring back that application and bring that back and amend the entitlement. The other option would be for council to continue the item and for us to do additional research and make sure that that is accurate. And if it's not accurate, we would that request would need to be amended and to reflect the greater deviation in the number of parking spaces. Doesn't mean that necessarily a recommendation would change, but the record would be changed to have accurate information. So those are the two options, and certainly by all means, council could also deny the action.
Okay. I don't know if anybody has a preference.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess what I'm hearing is that you can come back, I mean, if we decide to go forward with this, you know, and it is maybe by either the next council meeting, we can send somebody out there to, you know, assess whether this is complying with the information in the application, not just in the number of rooms, to Councilmember Meeks's point, but also, you know, it was mentioned that some of the parking spots are used for on-site storage, rendering them unusable as parking spaces. That also probably would be a code enforcement issue, I'm assuming. So if we do move forward, can you think we could have more information back by the next council meeting that the information presented to us is correct?
If council wanted to consider something at the next council meeting, I would recommend continuing the item to before taking action. If you approve the request, if you were to move forward and approve the request, then, and we were to find that the information that was provided was inaccurate, then we would need to re-advertise and have a new public hearing to amend that. That would take, you know, significant time, and actually, we may need to go back through the Planning Commission as well. I'd have to check with that one, but we would need to re-advertise and conduct a new public hearing if that were the case.
I think given that information, I might be more comfortable continuing this than having to restart the entire process, because I am interested if the information, it seems to be there's a couple of different theories on how many rooms we're operating, and whether it's code enforcement or even our audit department for our TOT. We want to make sure that we know what's going on, I feel, on these processes. I just had one question for the chief. In the department memorandum on, I'm assuming, are all of the things that you suggested accepted and moving forward, or were they just suggested?
Yes, as an answer to the question, they were both accepted and moving forward, and there have been additional tweaks with that. The specific one that was mentioned, I believe, was the hours of operation. I think on the initial memo, if I'm not mistaken, it went until later on in the evening, and then that was updated. But to answer your question, yes.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for addressing the single cell items, and that we have to actually, people need to buy, you can't have just one-off purchases. I think that's really important, and we should probably have that as just a citywide rule in all places that sell alcohol. I believe Mayor Pro Tem had a comment, and did Councilmember Leon?
My comment is that you're thinking of holding on until we get more information, but there's at least a couple of us who might be interested in voting no, just because of the number of liquor licenses or liquor stores we have in that area, or stores that sell alcohol in that area. So I don't know how much support we'd have with it. I think I'd like to find out if there's some of us that would like to vote no because of the number of stores that are offering alcohol in that tract. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable with it. I mean, that's something that I don't think, I understand a lot of those dots were in like restaurants, right? That you're not allowed to just walk and carry it off property, as opposed to the off sale.
Yeah.
And only one of them is in Anaheim. I don't think there's a saturation, for just my opinion, I don't think there's a saturation. I think.
Except that, you know, we may say, well, there's the border. And however, that's one neighborhood, that's one area. Those are one block of residents, whether they be from Garden Grove residents or Anaheim residents, Garden Grove businesses or Anaheim businesses. It's one area where we're affecting the public with alcohol sales. And I guess, so I'd at least like to have a vote on, because again, there's some of us that don't like the number of liquor, of stores that are selling liquor for out sales. So can I move that?
If you're making a motion, I will second your motion
What's the motion?
to deny.
To deny. Yes, based on the number of stores that we have that are selling alcohol beverages here.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to uphold the appeal. Okay, please vote.
And just to confirm, so if we vote yes, it would not move forward? That's correct. The project would be denied?
I think the motion was to approve the appeal.
No, the motion was, yes, to approve the
appeal.
appeal. So if you vote yes, we're denying the permit?
Correct.
Okay.
And the vote is 3 ayes, 4 nays, motion fails. Aye by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, Councilmember Leon, and Councilmember Bucalba.
Someone going to move to continue?
I will
or
make a motion to
approve?
continue.
Motion to continue for March,
4 weeks.
The next council meeting is on March 19th.
motion to continue this hearing to March 19th.
Staff would recommend a 4-week continuance.
So the
following meeting, yeah.
Or
Sorry.
March 26th.
Thank you.
fine.
Yes, March 26th.
Continue to March 26th.
So continue to March 26th, this hearing.
Okay, we have a motion, and, sorry, Councilmember Diaz has a question or comment?
It's an easy way to do this. We can put a condition that upon approval, that the material that was provided to the city is correct. That's simple. If it's not correct, it's not approved. That's simple. We don't have to come back again to verify. If we can put in there that it's approval upon verification that the data provided is correct. That's it. We don't have to come back. We already talked about this for more than what is required. Do you agree?
I think that the challenge with doing so is that if the information isn't 100% correct, then the application would be deemed denied. If there is an opportunity for cleanup here, we can also, let the applicant or the appellant weigh in on this if there's a preference. But I think that making sure that we have accurate information would be in the best interest of this, to make sure that we get the information accurate here before the council were to take action.
Can we?
Also, my point is, what's the difference between 24 or 26 room? It doesn't change the big picture here. I don't see what's the big difference.
It may not be a big difference, but for the record and for making sure that we have things accurately recorded and that there is disclosure for the public hearing process, it would be staff's recommendation to get the information to be accurately reflected. If there is a change, it may not be.
I was trying to save you from another midnight, but you're pushing for it, okay?
Right, and I think I think the difference is, and then I know Councilmember Rubacalva buzzed in, but I think that, for me, it's not necessarily, it's not as much the, whether they're selling alcohol or not, it's the parking variance.
Right.
So I want to make sure we're making that decision based on the right information, in my opinion. Councilmember Rubacalva and then Councilmember Meeks?
I think I would just urge my council colleagues who voted no to not deny the project or the license. I would urge you to drive by this hotel and the community. I grew up across the street from a 7-Eleven, and not good things happen in those areas. It impacts property values. It impacts the kids that live in the area. The population there is predominantly Hispanic. So I would just say if you please would drive by this area, and if you would add something like this to your community, then perfect. But I urge you, so I'm for the continuance, just so that we give my council colleagues an opportunity to take a better look at whether or not this is really affiliated with the Carriage Inn, because it does sound like it's very disconnected, but it was misleading in the application. So, I mean, even the fact that we're talking about rooms and parking variances is just for me, it's an issue. The police department's recommendations clearly indicate that this is an area with a lot of activity that's nefarious or at least not safe. So the fact that you have to put a lot of parameters on keeping the area clean, safe, and burden-free is a concern for me. And who's enforcing that? That'll be additional calls to our police department to ensure that they're actually following through with the recommendations within the memo. So for those reasons, I will vote yes for the continuance, but I urge my council colleagues who are accepting this to also take a ride over there and take a look at this location.
Member Meeks?
Can we close the public hearing, and that way if they bring back information that everything is correct and things, we can just consider it as a council and not have to?
Well, I've already closed the public hearing.
So, okay, we're good there. So this is a continuance. We're not required to reopen it if we don't have any different information. All right, I'm good with that.
Yes. Correct.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to continue the hearing to March
26th.
26th. Thank you very much.
And Mayor, my apologies. I got the motion by Councilmember Meeks, and I didn't note who was the council member that seconded the motion. Okay. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays to continue the public hearing with public comments already closed to the meeting of March 26th.
Okay, thank you. So now is the time for any non-agenda public comments. Madam Clerk, I believe we have none.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, so we also, if we could move to future agenda items by council. Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. I'd like to request agendizing recognition for Lily Valderas, the Anaheim High School student who went to state for wrestling. And then I know we discussed this, but I'm not sure if we actually agendized it during the discussion, but bringing back the purchasing policy for review, for council review. And that's all.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ensure, I'm not sure because we didn't formally agendize it. The last meeting, we were talking about the camping ordinance, about some cleanups that were suggested. I just wanted to, if that wasn't on staff's radar, to bring that back, if I can agendize that. I think it was general cleanup language, but also wanted to check in. I think, Councilmember Diaz, you may have agendized potentially a gift ban at some point. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if we can get a status update maybe on that, and if it wasn't agendized, then agendizing it now and for further conversation. And then last thing, if we can agendize a recognition for CHP officer Ray Payton, who retired, I think I was supposed to do this a month ago. He retired recently. So I'd like to recognize him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Meeks.
This is not a critical timeline, but sometime in the future, I'd like a workshop on workforce development and what that program is and what we're doing and, how much staff we have and what our programs are and how successful they are and what our measurements are. I've been meeting with some union representatives, and they are looking for apprentice people, and maybe we can figure out better ways to connect workforce development to actual jobs in our city.
Sounds wonderful. Okay, seeing no other items and no more other business before the council, we stand adjourned until March 19th.